First and foremost, we're going to get a fat host, so the chat's going to be kind of shitty. There's going to be some reactionaries that are incoming. So we shall see. We shall see what that looks like. Sinatra already hit me up. Oh, shit. He's trying to get me on Google Hangouts. Let's just talk over Discord, lol. Why not? We're here. Okay, so he's here already. Fish, no. No. Fish is trying to take his cone off behind me. I don't know why he's trying to Google Hangout me while we're literally on Discord. Kind of weird. But is that a Sharia cone? Yes. Okay. So before we go, yeah, we might have to do sub mode. I don't know. I like not having sub mode on because, as you know, I'm a disgusting, filthy person who loves equality and egalitarian principles, and I want everyone to be able to enjoy this experience as best as possible. But unfortunately, sometimes when there is a influx of a tremendous amount of people, then usually the plebs have to get the short end of that stick
I'm
by
out of control. I apologize for that.
not getting, not being able to have their voices heard because there's a lot of shitters that ruin it for everybody, including myself. I have to fuck with my audio settings. Okay, don't worry, I'll wait. Huh. Why is my mic low? Oh, my gain is low. Hold on. I'm going to crank up the gain real quick. I changed it up for the Raj show because Raj was complaining about the fact that I have background audio. So my microphone gain is...
I'm not God.
See, there's already people who are like, Hassan Abi, hater of men and banner of minority emotes. You already know. You already know what it is. You already know what the fuck going on. Audio's far too low. I'm going to fucking crank it up a little bit higher so you guys actually get to hear me. Hopefully it doesn't peak too much. Is this good?
Me. I'm sorry.
Also,
I'm out of control.
look at the freaking wall behind me, chat. Look at what the heck happened. Okay? We finally did it. We finally did it. It no longer looks like a goddamn... Wait, hold on. I'm cranking up the gain a little bit more. It no longer looks like...
I'm not God.
So for those of you who are like, why are you talking? Why are you talking to this Sinatra guy? Well, the reason why I'm talking to this Sinatra guy is because, wait, is the audio level good? Probably. I think it should be good at this point. But yo, look at this pog. Look at this fucking wall, dude. Look at this shit. Whoo! What? 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 Boom. We got motherfucking art. We got masks. We got fucking books. We got Fish. What's up, Fish? Fish is fucking lit too. Books that freaking fly on the wall. How are they there? How are the books there? How are they? Are they flying? What is that? What is that? What? What? That's crazy. That's crazy, dude.
I'm not God.
Whoo! Whoo! Everybody who's saying I got chicken legs is absolutely crazy. They're doing themselves a disservice by actively and deliberately lying to me and themselves. Let me tell you something, okay? Let me show you something, okay? For those of you who say that I have chicken legs, I will explain this, sweetie. Explain this. I don't skip leg day. I do not.
I'm not God.
I'm not gonna lie, Tyler 1 is incredibly strong. I've seen him clean these, and that was nuts. Like, that was one of the more insane things I've seen. Like, honestly, it was... That motherfucker cleans.
I'm not God.
Form is not dodgy at
This is
all. I'm in the
phased out.
debate lobby. I am ready. Okay, Sinatra is in my debate lobby. We're gonna do that, but before we, should I just give people? Should I just show
I'm
the
not
video really
God.
quickly? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
so this is what sparked my interest in debating this person. I don't know who this person is. He's like some right-wing dude on the internet.
Today's video is going to teach us
I'm
one
not
pretty
God.
important lesson. It's don't pander to idiots. It always ends up backfiring on you. If you toe a line for so long and you dare deviate just a little bit off that line, it'll most likely blow up in your face. But as you guys know, this channel has
I'm
been
not
completely
God.
demonetized. And if you want to
You're
help me
my
out, help
favorite
support the channel and
streamer.
keep it going,
People happy.
Single person in a humorous, albeit done with all of you.
arguing with his fans. Which always is a good idea to argue with your fans, right?
Done with all of you. First and
look great
foremost,
today.
I'm
I've been
not
shitting.
God.
I've been taking
Looking
fat
forward to the
dookies
debate
on
tonight.
every single person in a humorous, albeit humorous fashion, where like I say, oh, you're bald Joe Biden. No one says anything. When I'm shitting on the fucking straight white dudes, you guys are literally turning me into a fucking reactionary. When I shit on the straight white dudes in the exact same fashion, no one
I'm
fucking
not
bats an eye.
God.
But as soon as I say Amy Klobuchar's a fucking
Boundaries.
sociopath, because literally her staff members have said she's a fucking sociopath, everyone's like, I can't believe you guys are attacking a woman. Shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, I fucking hate women. How about that? Fuck you.
Do you see what the constant purity test of
I'm
the
not
left can do to
God.
someone? Hassan is a very,
Someone
very,
being
very
paid by
far-leaning left
James
person,
here.
to the point where he was even defending Antifa after the attack on Andy No. But he dared to talk about the actual sociopath, Amy Klobuchar. Remember when she started throwing stuff
I'm
at her
not
staff and
God.
demanding they go get her
Fist
a
bump
new
people
comb
happy.
because she used the one that she had to eat a salad?
Anyway, so this is the dude, and then he talks about like some PewDiePie shit. So that's what we're gonna do. Without further ado,
I'm
he's
not God.
He's in my debate lobby right now. So let's get fucking started, boys. Let's get heckin' started. All right. I haven't really debated anyone in a long
not
time except for that
God.
one guy. All right, what's up? Sinatra says.
Hey, Hassan, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, buddy. How about you? How are you doing?
I'm okay. Your chat has been incessantly calling me a boomer, and they are not
Not
wrong.
really a big
Well,
fan of your
yeah,
political
you
views,
have
but
a
I enjoy
fucking
your
Frank
entertaining
Sinatra
personality on
avatar.
all these podcasts.
We
It's
know
'cause
you're
that's,
a
well, my
boomer.
name isn't
Obviously
Frank, but
entertaining.
Or whatever.
Sinatra.
It's like you call yourself Frank Sinatra, and whoever this person is, it
I'm
looks
not
like I'm
God.
assuming is Sinatra. Isn't it not? Is it not Frank Sinatra?
It's loosely based on him. My buddy drew the avatar, kind of based on it. Yeah.
Wait,
The,
the photo
I'm
that you
not
used.
God.
that photo is Frank. I thought you were talking about. The
Oh
one
no,
in
that's what I
Hangouts,
was
but you're not in
referencing.
Hangouts.
Yeah, no, that's what I was. Why? Can you just walk us through that really quickly, please?
Because my last name is actually Sinatra, and Baring was
I'm
like,
not
"Why don't you just
God.
use a Frank Sinatra avatar?" I was like, "Yeah, that makes sense."
Okay. All right.
Yeah, not
cool.
much of a backstory to that.
Yeah. So you are just give us a little bit of background on you, because the way I would probably describe you is like a reactionary, which you yourself admitted to being one in this video, without fully understanding what reactionary means. But give us your perspective a little bit, so I get a better understanding as well.
I would say I'm generally pretty right-leaning on most issues, except like social things, acceptance, equality, shit like that. I'm all for that. Just fiscally pretty right. And I guess I would do mainly response videos. So is that what you would consider a reactionary?
No, reactionary has a different meaning than what most people, I guess, misunderstand it for. Reactionary is a person who reacts to social progress. It's oftentimes it's a right-leaning. It's like a pejorative for a right-leaning person. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
it's not. It
didn't-
doesn't mean like when I say like you have a reactionary set of views, I mean that your views are in opposition or reacting to social progress, social reform, just like liberalization in general.
I don't necessarily know if I would call myself that. I'm for most progress as long as it's actually equal.
Okay.
Like,
what do you? Can you elaborate what you mean by that?
like I'm perfectly fine. I'm getting a little bit of echo from you. Do you not have headphones in? Am I too hot?
No, you're not. I mean, you might be able to hear yourself from my my speakers. Yeah, I'm a boomer as well, so I have speakers.
Okay. I'm fine with gay marriage. I actually recently had my mind changed in a debate when I said transitioning wasn't the best way to cure body dysmorphic disorder. I had my mind changed about
You
that.
mean gender dysphoria?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
that's
had-
different. You
I
know
had-
that that's different than body dysmorphia, right?
Yeah, I couldn't remember the actual name of it.
Okay.
But I had my mind changed about that. I'm generally for progress, but I want actual equality. Like the whole point of my video was your fans got mad at you for taking a big fat shit on what's her face, Amy Klobuchar, when she's ripe for the shitting.
I agree. But what I
And-
didn't understand is you said that I reap what I sow when my viewers attacked me or something, but it was actually, and maybe you didn't understand the full context of the situation, but it was actually me responding to one chat shitter. And it's probably not something you should do when you have 3,000 to 5,000 people in your chat talking and trying to get a rise out of you. And also, no one really attacked me, and people were equally as upset in the aftermath of that, especially of me criticizing all of the straight white male candidates as well.
Why?
Well, there a lot of people on the right, especially like white identitarians or people on the far right, oftentimes are very sensitive to white males being attacked. They perceive this as an attack on white males when you criticize white males. Or were you
I don't
unfamiliar with
think-
that?
I just don't think criticizing an individual is criticism of a demographic as a whole.
Oh, I totally agree. As a matter of fact, I would state that, barring like most mainstream media liberals or whatever, I would say that most leftists, if not all leftists, completely understand that. As a matter of fact, the people that I think misunderstand that are the SJWs on the right. People who claim that they hate identity politics and yet oftentimes utilize a very loose, like a very shitty understanding of identity politics when launching retorts, or, for example, when they defend people like Candace Owens, and they'll say stuff like, oh, well, what? Are you saying that Candace Owens is racist towards black people when she herself is racist? Or when defending someone like Ben Shapiro, they'll say, what do you mean Ben Shapiro has views that are white nationalist adjacent? He himself is Jewish.
Well, white nationalist and white nationalist adjacent are two very different things.
Oh,
And-
I understand, which is why I said white nationalist adjacent, and I didn't say that he is a white nationalist.
I know. I'm just saying, but they're two different things, and that's probably where people can get messed up, is assuming that it's the same thing. Because you can have a view that's socialist. Would you call it communist adjacent? Probably not.
Yes, I would. I 100% would. And I also understand, like, for example, I'm not a communist. I don't even know if I'm a socialist. I'm certainly not an orthodox Marxist. And yet when people call me communist, which they do all the time, I have no problem with that. Because I understand that for the average viewer, for the average person who is not very well versed on politics, I probably do sound like a communist. Then again, according to the GOP, even Amy Klobuchar is a socialist. So, you know, I get that. I understand that. I have no issue with being aligned with communists, because I understand that the ultimate goal of communism is full equality.
Well, it maybe on paper it is financial equality, but in practice it's been anything but actual equality.
Yes.
So many people have been hurt and killed over just the idea of it.
Certainly, the execution has been flawed, but can you perhaps understand that there's a difference between communism in that respect with Nazi ideology, where fascist ideology is built upon the principle of exclusion, which means that no matter how you cut it, whether you execute it perfectly well or with flawed execution, that the ultimate goal is always going to be violence towards the outgroup, which is the inherent difference between Nazism and or fascism and communism, which is precisely why I don't have a problem being labeled a communist, even though I'm not. But I know that plenty of people who would literally, people who could actually actively be called Nazis, have a problem being targeted or called Nazis for that very specific reason.
Yeah, the way you word it, I think I could. But the issue is if you're calling people who aren't Nazis, like in the video, I'm glad we can finally get to this now. In the video, you said, what's his face? Shit. The guy who writes the anime essays.
Yeah.
Fucking ER. You said he is trying to red pill people on the JQ.
It's really interesting that you bring that up, and maybe you either missed certain parts of that video, or, and I'm just going to be as charitable as possible here, but the reason why I call ER a crypto fascist is not because I think he's a crypto fascist because he's like very actively and deliberately putting the Jewish question or name the Jew or Holocaust denial or Hitler speeches in his videos, which is one of the many ways that crypto fascists try to change people's minds or try to actively and deliberately red pill people. But it's because he personally has admitted on his Gab account that he is a crypto fascist. And when asked the question of how do you red pill people, he has openly mentioned on his Gab account, you hide your power levels and you keep joking about it until the punchline starts really hitting. Something along those lines. I'm obviously paraphrasing here, but it's not me saying that ER is a crypto fascist. It's ER saying that he's a crypto fascist. So maybe you didn't know about this, and maybe you're just hearing it for the first time ever, in which case you should probably do a little bit more research before defending people. I
don't think I really defended ER in that video.
Well, okay.
All I said was he makes video essays.
Yeah, you belittled my perspective by saying this guy makes video essays. What? So he had a historical video embedded into his essay, which makes him a Nazi? Okay, come on. It's something along those lines. We can watch it if you want. But now that you heard this new evidence, now that you're faced with this new evidence, does that change your mind a little bit or no?
Does he talk about that stuff on his videos? Does he talk about wanting to red pill people on the JQ in his videos?
Like, what
or
do you
is
mean?
his is the only stuff
he's doing the
where
red
he
pilling
talks,
in the videos, yes, and then talking about it on a separate platform.
So what about his videos are red pilling?
So the video. Well, are you familiar with this concept? I'm assuming because you have the fash like vaporware whatever background. So you're probably like a 4chan guy, right? I'm assuming.
No, I just like that GIF.
Okay, so you're unfamiliar with poll and all of that.
I mean, I know of it. I'm just not a regular user.
Okay. Well, red pilling is the process in which you disseminate
I know
misinformation.
what red pilling is.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily disinformation. It's just a different information than what's given to you by the mainstream media.
Wait,
like if you get something.
Wait, hold on. Do you think that like the Holocaust it didn't happen then, and it's like, or someone who's purposefully claiming that the Holocaust did not happen? You don't think that that's deliberate misinformation? You think that's just like a different narrative than the mainstream media?
That is one specific thing. Talking about red pilling as a whole could be, oh, look at all this shit happening in England where stabbings are up like 200%. That could be a form of red pilling. It's all subjective and based on how you look at it. It's not, you don't have to jump right to the Holocaust never happened. That's bullshit. Okay. And that's like the most extreme you can take it to.
But if the person is engaging in,
and I think that's
a lot of
blackpilling.
the same kind of Nazi misinformation or Nazi memes, like look at all these Jewish people who are executives in media, or playing entire Hitler speeches, don't you think that, and then talking about red pilling people on the JQ, don't you think that that is indicative that that person is doing Nazi Nazi memes? And is
you
it
never actually answered my question. Is he putting this red, like what? Let me just pull up his channel real quick, and I'm going to share this out so people can see it. We'll just pull up his channel real quick. It's just E:*R. All right, ER. Scene 3. Pull that up. So what about? Let's just pick one of his random videos.
It's not in all of the videos, Sinatra. I think you and I both know that.
Okay, so what was the video PewDiePie brought up? It was the Steven Universe one, right?
The video that PewDiePie personally brought up. Wait, hold on. Before we move over from the different goalposts, can we go back to whether or not your mind has changed now that you understand that ER on Gab has talked about red pilling people and like the best ways of red pilling people? Does that kind of change your perspective a little bit on ER, or are you still maintaining the position that he is not doing that and it's just memes?
That's what he says on Gab, but we're talking about his YouTube channel.
Okay. Do you think that that's not important? Like, for example, if I was, let's say, on YouTube doing like anime review videos, but then on Twitter I was like, hey, in these anime review videos, I'm going to, talk about Stalinism and how we should execute all white people or something, right? Which are somewhat unrelated, but I'm just playing off the meme that most people believe liberals believe in or leftists believe in. Don't you think that that would be or better yet, ISIS? If I was talking to members of ISIS on a communication platform, actively trying to urge people to join ISIS on different social media platforms, but never fully actually mentioning ISIS in my videos, but then saying stuff like, or like showing ISIS propaganda videos and whatnot, don't you think that that would be a little strange? Would you just have that same perspective then?
Yes, I would.
Really?
Because look, I've said this a few times. I enjoy your content when you're not doing political stuff. I think you're pretty funny. That doesn't mean I necessarily agree with everything you say.
Wait, no, that's fine. But do you not think that I would be a supporter of ISIS then?
No, because I don't.
If I'm literally
think you
saying
are.
that I support ISIS and I want to actively recruit people
In your
on
videos,
ISIS on a different social media platform,
in your
and then I
no.
play off of that and like literally
Unless-
do the
unless
things that
you're
I'm mentioning
saying it-
on the other platform, you would not consider that to be a red flag.
Unless you're saying it in your streams, then no, I wouldn't think that, because that's not. I don't follow you on the other platform, so I wouldn't know that. Which is the whole point.
I
It'd
know,
be like, okay,
but Sinatra, how do you not understand that he's doing one thing on the platform and then giving context, like giving additional context as to what he's doing on another platform? You don't have to see what he's doing on the other platform to be fooled by what he's doing on YouTube.
But am I just supposed to inherently know what he does on other platforms?
You don't have to know what he's doing on other platforms.
So
that's
PewDiePie
why
didn't have to know what he was doing on Gab.
Sinatra. That's why I said, does your mind change now that you know this additional information about ER?
Hello?
I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out for a second.
I said, does your mind change now that you know this additional information about ER? That I didn't say, oh, I even said, like, you probably didn't know. Does your mind change now that you have additional information, and yet you're still trying to defend it?
No, I'm trying to ask you a question. I'm not defending it. I'm asking you a question. The whole point of this.
Wait, what do you mean you're not defending it? You said he said it on a
let's bring
different
it back.
platform. Is that not a defense?
Let's bring it back to square one. This was about PewDiePie giving ER a shout out. Right?
Wait, no. That's not what we're talking about. We'll get to that in a second. I just want to understand your perspective on this, right? Now that you know that ER is openly admitted to doing what he's doing on Gab, does that offer more context for you? Or are you still like, no, it's on a different platform, so it doesn't matter?
Okay, yes, I get what you're saying, but that's not the point that we were going to talk about. We were going to talk about.
We said we were going to talk about this
video,
and that is absolutely something that you mentioned in the video when you said, this ER guy, he's just putting historical footage in his videos, and this guy thinks he's deliberately trying to red pill people.
In the video.
Do you want me to play that part, or?
I have it. I have it.
Okay, then why are you backing away from that now?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? The largest fucking YouTuber on the planet made a video that got 7 million views in 7 hours, the first fucking channel that he shouted out that's like relatively normal, but still is related to like a fucking Holocaust denier's channel has risen from 14,000 subs at the time of the video to 61,000 subs, showing you that how powerful fucking PewDiePie's shoutouts are. One of the other channels that he shouted out was a channel called E:R, a channel that has a video that literally features 20 minutes, or not 20, sorry, 4 minutes of uninterrupted footage from a speech Hitler gave from a content creator that has talked about red pilling his friends about the Jewish question. Yeah, that seems like a fucking big problem, especially if the majority of his fans are like 14-year-old kids.
You didn't bring up anything about another platform.
Wait. Hold on.
No.
But that's not even the. But that's not the full clip. What that obviously that's a piece that you took from a much longer clip. Obviously, I end up talking about the additional red pilling on Gab in that clip. But my point is, and that you are expertly trying to dodge right now, I don't know why, is when you turned around and made fun of me mentioning ER and saying that ER isn't even like is not a crypto fascist, or that I was being ridiculous. Let me just try to find it really quickly so that we can play it. Because I think I want to hear your commentary on this on this issue, because that's what we were talking about. And then you can tell me if you changed your mind on ER now that you have this additional context. Where is it? Fuck. Straight white dudes in the exact same fashion. PewDiePie. Okay. Oh, here it is. Fucking PewDiePie shoutouts. Okay.
Fucking PewDiePie shoutouts from
Guys.
telling his friends about the Jewish question.
No, not historical footage. Oh God, how will we ever survive?
Wait, can you hear or no?
No.
Oh, you can't hear? Hold on.
I can like barely hear.
Let me crank it. Let me crank it so you can hear it. Hold on.
All right.
My audience can hear it, but you can hear it as well.
This guy has 4 minutes of historical footage on his fucking channel. That's it. Called the historical footage.
From a speech Hitler gave from a content creator that has talked about red pilling his friends about the Jewish question.
No.
Remember when you said from a content creator that talked to his friends about the Jewish question, and you said that I had never mentioned it? I did mention it. You heard it in the video. You also heard that I talked about the Jewish question, and right after the Jewish question video, you turned around and said, no,
not historical footage. Oh God, how will we ever survive? This guy has 4 minutes of historical footage on his fucking channel. That's it.
Why would you consider me saying the Jewish question is just simply historical footage? Like, why would you?
The Hitler speech is historical footage.
Okay, I know, but you literally decided to splice this in a way where you would follow my commentary up with, oh, it's just historical footage. Maybe you didn't understand what the Jewish question is, or maybe you didn't hear the part where I
know
said
what the JQ is.
Okay, maybe you didn't hear the part where I mentioned that he was telling his friends on a different social media platform that he was red pilling people. But now that you have seen it, and now that you have talked to me about this personally, does this change your mind at all about ER?
Well, if you play the clip again, you'll notice that I don't mention the JQ. I just mention the historical footage.
It's a lie by omission. Isn't that something that the alt-right frequently use? I'm not saying you are alt-right, so don't get touchy about it, but isn't that something that right-wingers say all the time? A lie by omission. You're lying by omitting certain parts of this of my commentary. Which is why I actually wanted to talk to you, because you could have easily clipped this stuff out of context, right? Like so easily, and yet you didn't, and yet you still, I guess, openly showed everyone, hundreds of thousands of people, that you personally did not understand what you were watching, and for that I applaud you. But that's why I wanted to talk to you, to see what you mean.
What I mean, what? So can we go back to the main point?
Well, the main point is now that you know.
No, the main point
now
was
that you know that
how
ER.
is
Now that you know
the
that
main-
ER has
no,
done
no,
this.
no, 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 no.
That's
The main point is how is PewDiePie supposed to know what ER does on other platforms?
I never said that PewDiePie is supposed to know. I said that PewDiePie could potentially know. I speculated, and I said it's not likely, which is why I always say that PewDiePie is not even a Nazi. But you're not answering my question. You're not like. Which, by the way, we can get to that in a second. Answer this question, and then we'll move to the PewDiePie part of this this conversation as well. Answer the question about does your mind change about ER now that you know that he has openly admitted to do red pilling his friends by virtue of his YouTube videos. Now that you know that, now that you've gotten the additional context, does that change your mind at all?
So is that just what he said? I'm trying to red pill my friends.
Okay, why are you?
I'm asking you a
He
question.
Said, yes,
is that what he
did.
said?
Yes, he did.
That doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the Jewish question if he just said he's trying to red pill his friends.
Okay.
You can red pill in other ways that
Why
have
are
nothing
you? Why
to
are
do
you
with the
so?
JQ.
Why are you so keen on?
Because
defending
you're the
this?
one who kept bringing up the JQ. What I'm saying is, if he said that he's
I mean,
trying
you did
to
too
red
because
pill
you put
his-
it in your video.
well, it's your quote. But
I know.
but if he's just trying to red pill his friends, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the JQ.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What would it take for you to be like, yeah, it's bad? Like, if this doesn't do it for you, if the fact that a person is admitting to doing what they're doing on a separate platform and then continuing to do it on YouTube, if that's not enough for you, what would be enough for you to be like, oh yeah, okay, well, this guy might be a crypto fascist. Like, what would it take for you to admit that? Because as a centrist, this is something I want to understand by centrists.
You're not defining what he's trying to red pill. Red pilling could be MRA shit. Red pilling could be anti-media shit. It could just be wanting to vote for Trump. You're not defining what red pill is. So no, I'm not just going to say red pilling is bad when I don't know what the fuck it is.
Okay, but he's doing he's
But
not
he's
red
doing
pilling.
it. Doing what?
He's doing red pilling in exactly the way that he said he was doing red pilling on his YouTube videos, Sinatra. Like if he was red pilling people on, I don't know, misogyny or whatever, or the truth about Muslims or whatever the fuck right wingers talk about, then we'd be having a different conversation. But what he's trying to red people on is literally the JQ. Oh, I'm sorry. Here is the fucking actual quote. Thank you. I was looking for it. What's the best way to red pill people on the Jewish question in triple parentheses? Pretend to joke about it until the punchline really lands. Does that offer you more context?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to endorse that, but that's not what we're talking about, is it?
No, that's precisely what we're talking about. So why is it
No,
that
the
you're
whole
trying to
point
run defense?
was-
What the fuck? Hold on. Why is it that you're trying to run defense with this person this entire time?
I'm not trying to defend ER. I don't think I put more than a sentence about ER in that video.
I mean, you did. Here, we can play that again. I mentioned full context of what ER has done, right? And you go,
Historical footage. Oh, God.
Talked about red pilling his friends about the Jewish question.
No, not historical footage. Oh, God. How will we ever survive? This guy has 4 minutes of historical footage on his fucking channel. That's it. Call the YouTube police, guys. But see, this is exactly what I meant before. PewDiePie has to know everything on the channel, everything that person ever said, anyone they're even remotely tangentially...
don't you think that that's like running defense by delegitimizing that and then continuing to have this conversation even with full context with me and saying, well, it was on a different platform. We don't know what he was like trying to red pill people on. Don't you?
Well,
wouldn't you say that that's
when
like
I don't
running
know
defense
what it
for him?
is, when I don't know what it is, I'm going to ask for more information.
Okay.
Which is exactly what I just did.
Okay.
You didn't know what it was until just now either.
No, I remember it from the time I mentioned it in the video, but I couldn't find the fucking actual footage until the actual screenshot until I brought it up because I know that you're going to be real slippery about it as you were before.
It's not being slippery to stay on
Okay,
the
so
point.
now
which
now
was
that I've asked you
the
that
whole
question,
point of this debate.
now that we have conclusive evidence, and I'm asking you this question once again, now that you have additional context, would you still defend DR and say that he's just simply posting historical footage on his channel and that he is not a crypto fascist trying to actively and deliberately red pill people on the Jewish question and various other Nazi memes?
Sure, maybe that's his goal, but that is not what was said in the video, was it?
I'm sorry. Wait, what?
I said,
So you're
sure.
so you're now
that's
that you
might be what he-
understand that, now that you understand that, you're changing your mind on this though, correct? Because like I just want to walk through this step by step.
If that's what he's saying on Gab, then I kind of have to agree because that's what he said.
No,
But
not just like
that's not-
agree with him. I'm saying like not just agree that he said that. I'm saying, does this change your perspective? What do you feel like maybe a little weird and irresponsible defending someone who is an avowed crypto fascist on your 100,000 video? Like, do you feel a little irresponsible about that, or are you not going to walk that back at all?
No, because that's not what I was defending. I was defending his YouTube videos.
Okay, but his YouTube videos are literally where he does the red pilling, dog. And that's
Dude, I have
precisely
his
what I was
channel
mentioning.
up right now. I don't see one video on his channel that could be remotely construed as red pilling.
They took, I think they took most of them down at this point. But no, at the time, including in that footage that you used, I show
So
segments
they took
of it.
the
which,
videos down, and he's still red pilling people.
I don't know. I can't speak on whether or not his latest videos feature Nazi propaganda in them, but
Well, the
I think
legend
you,
of
I think you
Forrest
and I both
Gump
realize. I mean,
at
we can
no
move past it
angle.
if you want, but I think you and I both realize he fucked up just a little bit. It's fine.
Okay, so if we're gonna move on, can you answer my question now?
Okay, let's go.
How is PewDiePie supposed to know what he does?
Oh, there's
on
another
other
video that's
platforms?
up still with the JQ in it, with like all of the Name the Jew, I think is the one that I had.
On his channel?
No, I think it's a mirror from one of his. They usually do that. Like the left does that as well. We mirror videos when they get mass flagged and taken down. I don't know if it's. I mean, it's his video, but it's. I don't know if it's still on his channel or not.
Yeah, I don't see anything on his channel.
So the thing is, like, he routinely does the triple parentheses when mentioning gems. It's like a big analogy that gems are actually Jews. Even in that video I showed, which you obviously have not watched, my entire video detailing all the stuff that ER has done in the past. Because if you had seen it, you would know that I had conclusive evidence. And then beyond that, I talk about the how the analogies that he draws between gems and how we must kill all gems in triple parentheses. And
that's in his videos.
Yes. Does that change your mind a little bit, or?
I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna need proof of that because that seems pretty blatant.
Well, the
and
proof of that is in
something
the
YouTube
video that
wouldn't
you
leave off.
used. But just for the record, the proof of that is in the video that you used from my YouTube channel. I'm assuming you clipped it from the YouTube channel, but probably
No,
not.
I actually took it from a different compilation.
Oh, so
I mentioned
you
that in the
didn't-
video, too.
Oh, so you didn't even watch the full video. So you didn't even do the proper research before deciding on adding it in there. That's interesting. Okay.
Again, we're stuck up on one thing that we shouldn't have been
No,
stuck
we're
up
gonna
on.
move past it. The reason why we're stuck up on it is because you're having a really hard time, and you're having a really hard time still trying to defend this person, kind of, in the face of conclusive evidence that you would have seen if you actually watched the video. And this is
I just said that I'm not going to defend him on saying that.
okay. Cut the gems. Space War Now. This is not from his channel now, but I did show this on that full video that is on my, available on my YouTube.
But it's not on his channel.
It's no longer on his channel. It was at the time It was at the time when I was looking at it and talking about it. I believe it probably gotten taken down at this point.
Okay, so
Do you understand what this is, though? Do you understand the analogies being drawn to, and a 2-minute compilation of all of the Jewish media executives and powerful people. Do you know what that is, or what purpose do you think that serves? And then following it with "Cut the Gems, Space War Now."
Okay, yeah, I get it, but I'm just kind of wondering when you're going to answer my question.
Okay, let's keep going.
Was
All right, so
was any of this stuff up at the time PewDiePie gave him a shout out?
yes, it was.
All of it. All of it? Was it all right there on his channel?
Yes, almost all of it. If I'm not, I don't want to say all of it. I don't know if all of it was up. But however, if you watch the video that I did, where I talk extensively about the things that PewDiePie had seen of him, including like different information in the video, you would realize that there were plenty of other red pilly moments, even in the video that PewDiePie said he enjoyed. Which, by the way, again, if you want to hear my perspective on PewDiePie, like I can restate it. I don't think he is a crypto fascist or something. There is a lot of debate on 4chan that he is. Like people think, like a lot of poll people, especially leading up to Christchurch, thought that he was secretly based and red pilled, and that he was like doing their job for them. They called him our guy, but I don't think PewDiePie was that. I did a video on it. I titled it "PewDiePie, Edgy Gamer Bro or Nazi," and the conclusion was he's not a Nazi. He's just an edgy gamer bro sharing memes irresponsibly and sharing channels like ER's irresponsibly promoting them, which he himself apologized for. So, you know.
Okay, so I don't know what we're going to argue about then.
Well, what we could argue about in this instance is like why you're so irresponsibly making these videos. Like, what does that say about you if you didn't understand the full context, you didn't even do your due diligence and watch a full YouTube video, and it's not even that long. It's like 20 minutes long. What does that say about the in-depth analysis that you do? Like for your fans who are, I don't know if you're streaming this on your platform, but for your fans who are watching you, I would really urge them to maybe think a little bit more critically before shoveling all of the misinformation that you ram down their throats. It is really irresponsible of you, now that you have a relatively sizable platform, to just kind of disseminate misinformation in this way, don't you think? And even come across as defending Nazis or crypto fascists, rather.
I wasn't defending what he says at all. I was just defending the fact that PewDiePie shouted him out.
Okay.
I think that's where you're misconstruing everything.
No, well, I mean, you launched
so
you wouldn't say that him like adding a Hitler footage after seeing all of this information that you led in the video, like after seeing this stuff where I literally say like, here's all the things that ER has done, after leaving that in the video and then turning around and being like, oh, well, it's just historical footage. Don't you think that you're purposefully trying to deflate the seriousness of what I was saying there? You are defending him.
Is that really defending? Is me saying that PewDiePie can post whatever links to the channel he wants somehow defending a fascist? That's a pretty long leap to make there.
No, I'm not talking. No. Don't move the goalpost, Sinatra. We'll get to that in a second. I'm saying your statement right before talking about PewDiePie by saying, "Oh, it's just historical footage, you guys." That is what I'm saying specifically that is what I'm saying specifically is a defense. So either you're irresponsible in the sense that
Hitler speech not historical footage.
Are we going to have a semantics argument about this? Did I only mention the Hitler speech?
That's what I was talking about. Did I mention anything else in the video, or did I just mention?
Well, you have been consistently defending him, or at least seemingly defending him, leading up to this moment by saying, well, it was on a different platform, by saying, well, what did he actually say? I mean, he openly admitted it. And before you saw that, you were still like, nope, I don't know. He might be red pilling people on something totally differently. When in fact, if you had watched my entire video, at the very least, you would have a better understanding of all the things that ER has done. I wish you would have watched the entire video. When you're doing like analysis over someone, you should probably watch their entire video before launching accusations or defending someone that he is seemingly attacking. I'm just saying, I'm just giving you a content tip, content creator to content creator.
Well, you just let it off as, oh, he's red pilling people. You didn't bring up the JQ till you had the tweet with you.
I had the tweet
Or
back
the
then as
gap
well,
thing.
and I showed it, I believe, on the stream. But again, I just wanted to see what your perspective was on it. I wanted to see like if you would actively and deliberately try to consistently defend this person until like literally seeing it.
I'm not.
And I also said it in the clip.
ER.
I said it in the clip that you. I said it in the clip that you showed on your video. Like, so you heard it. Like, you heard me say it.
Yes,
in the clip
but
that you
when-
used. You could have cut it out. That's like the thing I don't understand. Why didn't you just cut the end part out and then just go immediately into like Hitler footage? Like, that's just historical footage, you guys. That's crazy that he's just like saying this. Why are you doing that? Like, why did you even
Because I
keep it
didn't
in there?
clip
It
out
was so
the fact
dumb.
that you brought it up.
It was so dumb.
If I was gonna
I would
defend
fire my
him-
editor if you. I don't know if you edit your videos or not, but like he fucked up. Your producer or your editor, if you have one, he fucked up. Or maybe you shouldn't just copy paste stuff from a compilation without fully watching it and fully comprehending what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't have an editor,
Okay.
but
I don't either. I feel you.
the whole point is, I didn't defend him bringing up the JQ. I didn't defend him doing any of that. The only thing I defended was the fact that PewDiePie gave him a shout out. And because right before that one in the video I did, you said he brought up a channel that was related to a Holocaust denier. How is PewDiePie supposed to find out what channels are related to what?
Oh, by the way, that was a live stream, and I had a conversation separately with that content creator as well, just for the record. And that's precisely why I hadn't made additional, like I hadn't actually figured out if that person had like really shit takes or whatnot, which is precisely why I said this person, the first person that they mention is in their related, like top related and subscribed to channels was a Holocaust deniers channel, which I thought was rather suspicious. And if I have this understanding, I'm sure that other people can as well. But I never made that the main point. I never made that the focal point of the conversation. And I openly talked about the fact that that person had not made any like terrible videos. But again, is that the part of the conversation that you want to talk about? Because I guess you weren't aware of the full context of this situation as well.
Well, that's why I brought it up in the video. That was the whole point of me bringing it up in the video. Is how is this is kind of related to the second point. How is PewDiePie supposed to know every single thing that anyone has ever done before giving them a shout out?
Okay? So when
Like
I mentioned this in the
a
second
meme
video, which
compilation.
you probably didn't watch either. You just used a memology compilation of it. In the second video that I did, I talked about how PewDiePie is not a Nazi, but it is insanely irresponsible of him not to do this sort of research. And PewDiePie knows that it's irresponsible as well. One, because he apologized, and two, because he openly admits that he is larger than a lot of these media platforms in the video where he's apologizing. Like, he's admitting that he's larger than Vox when he's flexing and saying that I'm fucking larger than Vox, which is why like Wall Street Journal and Vox are so mad at me, which should also come with a set of responsibilities, right? Do you not think that someone who is larger than Vox maybe should have a set of responsibilities and not dangerously, irresponsibly feature a content creator as someone who he enjoys the commentary of without looking at the video that he was promoting or other videos of that content creator?
Can you define what a responsible shout out would be?
A responsible shout out would be like, I don't know. Here's a person that I enjoy the commentary of. Like, for example, I don't know, Some More News. I like Cody. I'm friends with Cody. He makes great, long, comprehensive videos. I highly suggest everyone that's watching your channel to take a look at his Ben Shapiro video, for example, that he did. It was an hour long. Cody Johnston from Some More News. The reason why I'm comfortable saying that on a large platform is because I've vetted his content and I know what his content is about.
So, okay.
And
let's
also, I am
work off-
not the largest YouTube channel on the platform. And beyond that, the largest YouTube channel on the platform also admitted that it was fucked up that he didn't vet his content, and he will do better. So
Okay,
why are we even having this conversation?
Let's start from that point and move forward. Okay. So we have defined a responsible shout out as someone who has been vetted. So how many?
I was an example, by the way.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
How many things does PewDiePie put in a video? What, maybe 10, 15? He does a video every day. So in the course of making that video, he's supposed to completely vet what someone does on all their social media platforms, take a look at every video they do, and know for a fact that they're not doing anything that could even be possibly misconstrued as right-wing or edgy.
Are you unfamiliar with the video that PewDiePie also promoted, or is that also going to be a point that I have to go point by point and show you exactly what the problems were with because you didn't do your homework before?
Now, I am asking you a
out
question.
video.
I'm just asking you a question.
Yes, I think it's absolutely something that he should look at before irresponsibly shouting out people. That was at the epicenter of my fucking entire video. Yes.
So he should do all of that. That seems a little.
Do you not think that he has enough
unreasonable.
money to at least hire one producer to vet this stuff?
I think that having to hire someone to shout out channels because every fucking left winger on the planet is going to get mad at you is a little ridiculous.
Do you think that that's the only problem is the backlash? You don't think that there is a... Wait, let's actually talk about that. Now that you understand that ER is a crypto fascist, don't you think that it is irresponsible of PewDiePie to platform him?
Can you repeat that? I had a thing go off.
Okay, now that you understand that ER is a crypto fascist, as you yourself personally admitted, after seeing all of this additional context, don't you think it's irresponsible of PewDiePie to platform him?
That is not the point.
Wait.
The point is...
Wait, can you answer my question? You can say
supposed to
yes or
know-
no. It's a yes or no question. Do you or do you not think that it is... Or don't you think it's irresponsible of PewDiePie to platform ER now that you know he's a crypto fascist? Yes or no?
That is not the question.
No, that is the
that's
question.
not what we were talking about.
I mean, we're having a conversation,
What
and that is my question. You don't get to
when I
define what a
platform
question
him,
is.
If PewDiePie knew all of that, then yes, that would be irresponsible. But you're working off the assumption that PewDiePie
No. Irresponsibility
knew.
does not mean that you have the full scope of knowledge of what a person is doing. You can be irresponsible, like a mother who drinks and drives with their child is being irresponsible. They don't need to know that they're definitely going to get in an accident.
Well, the mother knows ahead of time that she's drinking and driving.
Okay. And,
You're
and
assuming
there's a
PewDiePie
non-zero
knew
chance that the
about
person
everything.
that there's a non-zero chance that the person that PewDiePie is platforming has some suspicious shit all over his channel, including, again, if you watch my video, you would know the numerous things that he could have seen that he, I guess, personally dipped and dodged and dived. Also, again, like, it's irresponsible. Is it irresponsible or is it not irresponsible for PewDiePie to promote someone? Now that you have hindsight, now that you have the clarity of hindsight, do you not think that it was irresponsible of PewDiePie to promote someone you understand is a crypto fascist? He literally left a comment on one of the videos, like...
I did answer that question.
Yes, you're saying that it is irresponsible.
No, I said if PewDiePie knew that this guy was saying all this stuff, it would be irresponsible. But people also said that it was irresponsible of PewDiePie to put what the hell's his name? Baked Alaska in one of his things. That's implying that PewDiePie knew who it was.
Yeah, it's a little different. He's not saying like I remember the video in question. He's not saying, "Oh, I fucking love this guy. This guy's my best friend," or "I love this person's content. You guys should go check out this person's content." It was just a fucking 3-second clip from a viral TikTok, why would you even use that as a comparison? It's obviously entirely
people
different than
got
saying, I
just
really
as
like
mad
this
at
guy's videos. You guys should check out his videos.
Because
on his
people
like
got just as mad at him for putting Baked Alaska in a video.
yeah, people get mad at
as-
random shit. You and I are having a conversation about the video that you did of me.
Yes, but that is also context. That PewDiePie got shit over putting Baked Alaska in a video.
What do you mean? People get mad at dumb shit all the fucking time. How would that have anything to do with
Because
the
they were
conversation
saying
we're
the
having
same exact
over
thing that you were saying.
your video of me? And what? Like, I'm confused.
That okay. I'm just bringing up the fact that people got mad at him over that, the same way you got mad at him over shouting out.
Yeah, but I
an
didn't get
anime
mad at him over
review
the Baked
channel.
Alaska shit. As a matter of fact, I think I even defended him on that one because I was like, he probably
So,
doesn't know. So why do you think that it's the same?
Because-
Just because
are
do
you-
you think that those
are
two
you-
actions are the same? Do you think that having a 3-second TikTok or whatever of some random fucking content creator who turns out to be a white supremacist who was at the Charlottesville rally, do you think that that is the same as like saying, hey, you should go check out this person's channel, he makes really good videos?
So what was your defense of PewDiePie when that happened? He didn't know him, right?
I said something along the lines of it's just what I just said. It's just a TikTok video. It is perfectly reasonable for him to not know. It's not at the center of his content. That was exactly what I said.
So how come that defense works there, but not in the case of ER?
Because
How do you know PewDiePie just didn't
wait,
watch?
do you not hear
one
me
or-
when I say this? Do you not hear the words that are coming out of my mouth when we're having a conversation? Those two are entirely different. One is a
I know
random
that.
one is a random fucking TikTok video, okay, that is not at the center of the content. And the
whole
other is
point
saying
you're
go and
assuming
watch this
PewDiePie
channel. Do you not
knew.
see the difference between those two things?
You're
He didn't say
assuming-
check out
you're-
Baked Alaska. If he had said, hey, this is Baked Alaska, he's a really funny content creator, go check him out, I would be just as mad.
You're assuming PewDiePie knew all of that stuff.
What?
I really highly fucking doubt that PewDiePie would shout out that channel if all that stuff was right there to be seen.
I'm saying it was negligent and it was irresponsible. That's the point. I'm not saying that
I think that's where we start talking past each other.
we're not we're not even talking past each other. You just refuse to, I guess, understand what I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that how can it be irresponsible if PewDiePie didn't know?
Well, one, it's irresponsible because he admitted it was irresponsible. Like we have
He
the clarity
admits that he's
of
wrong
we have
about
the
a lot of
clarity of
shit.
hindsight, and you're still defending someone who admitted himself that he was being irresponsible.
How much? Okay.
That's what
Okay,
makes
so-
it irresponsible, by the way.
So he is irresponsible for shouting out a channel. He admitted he was irresponsible for it, right?
Yes.
And still, he owns up to the fact that he was wrong about it. Do you think he's still wrong for it?
Do I think he's still wrong for what?
Giving ER the shout out.
I mean, at the time, yes, and then he corrected himself. Like he technically gave a shitty fucking apology.
Did he
on it.
apologize for shouting out ER?
He said he didn't know. He ran the defense that you ran, but then he said it was irresponsible at a certain point. Yes.
So he said that he didn't know.
Yeah, he did say that he didn't know. I know, which is why I did a second video on why that was bad.
Which
as
was
well.
my whole point.
What do you mean?
My whole point was that PewDiePie might not have known that he did that. So I don't know what else to say here. He said that he didn't know, and somehow I'm wrong for saying that he didn't know.
I'm not saying you're wrong for saying that he didn't know. I'm saying that you're wrong for saying it wasn't irresponsible, which is him not doing his due diligence before promoting a fucking channel to millions of people. this is getting like to a cringy, like pedantic, weird place. I mean, we can keep going.
Yeah, we're a little bit stuck in a rut.
I mean, but I'm confused as to all right, whatever. Like, we can go down.
I guess the whole thing is I just don't.
Do you think that someone is
It's-
irresponsible whether they know the outcomes or not? Like, do you think someone has to know that their actions are going to? Do you think that someone has to know that their actions are going to have a negative effect for them to know that something is irresponsible?
Not necessarily, but in most
Then why are you
cases,
using that as an example? I mean, why are you using that as your entire defense?
well, the whole defense was PewDiePie gave him a shout out, and if he knew all that stuff, he probably wouldn't have.
Okay. But that's still irresponsible, especially when you admit that it is irresponsible, especially when you admit that, oh, I fucked up. Like, let's say
I think
let's
the
say
hard
you
part
did
that we're
something that
having
was
here-
bad, okay? You did something that was bad, and then you followed up by saying, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. It's irresponsible. Would you still defend it by saying, well, I didn't know, so it's technically not irresponsible, or would you admit that that's irresponsible? Do you really not understand what
Loud.
irresponsibility means? Like,
Well, I think that's where we're getting stuck on a rut.
okay, what do you
Is-
think irresponsible means?
Irresponsible is it's being irresponsible. The
Okay.
whole point I'm trying to make here is when you have conversations like these, it's hard to kind of get it off the ground if you don't have one thing that you can agree on before moving forward.
Can you give me the definition of irresponsible without Googling it?
The definition of irresponsible is acting in a negligent manner.
Okay. That's exactly what he did. So
But
why are you
it-
still saying that he wasn't being
But
negligent?
the fact that you still blame PewDiePie for it, you are assuming that he has knowledge of what he's doing.
No, I'm saying that he was negligent and that he should vet his content, which was the main point of what I said. And it's still my point. And it's literally his point as well, which is why it's kind of weird. Like, if you are the largest YouTube channel, you should probably vet the content that you're promoting. Like, and he had plenty of opportunities to even understand that the content he was looking at was bad, with the triple parentheses, with the multiple references to shekels, with
Yes,
the Gab account.
I understand what you're saying. that
PewDiePie
ER did was
neglected
bad.
to make sure, which is, I'm gonna hear you say it. He neglected to make sure. What would you say to that? What would be the word that you would use in that instance?
Okay. Yes, I get what you're trying to get me to say, that PewDiePie was being irresponsible. But loud. But it again, that's all working from he knew what this guy was doing. That was my whole point.
Okay.
Is that he didn't know what this guy was doing.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter if he knew or not. It's still negligent behavior. Anyway, let's
But
move beyond it.
you're kind of assuming bad faith in PewDiePie when it comes to that.
No, the
I
reason why there was speculation whether there was bad faith or not under these circumstances is because of the numerous times that PewDiePie has had brushes with similar memes, and also because even the video that he promoted had numerous references in to red pilling and to crypto fascist memes, both in the description and all over. As a matter of fact, PewDiePie literally commented under the video, and people were warning him, urging him not to comment, that he would blow his own spot, and that like this is a red pill channel, and that he was going to get in trouble for this. His fans and also other people that saw the comment wrote that underneath his comment on the video.
Which is probably why he apologized for it.
Yeah. So anyway, let's move past this. We did
All
this
right.
already. Do you understand why it's irresponsible?
I just thought we were going to move past this. We're still
Okay.
stuck on it.
Never mind. All right, you're right. Let's not go forward with that. Okay. So, are there any other things that you want to talk about in that video? I think there was like, what was there was like some other stuff. We could talk about NDNGO or whatever if you want. But yeah. Oh, the other thing I was going to say is you're talking about the
After the attack
left-leaning
on Eden,
person
no.
like pandering to his audience while also showing a video of me literally not pandering to that left-leaning audience, which I thought was kind of strange.
That's
could you
how I
perhaps
framed the video.
elaborate on that?
That's how. Hold on, I thought I turned those. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna turn the donation alerts off. That's how I framed the video. Is that most of the time you are very left-leaning in your content, aren't you?
I mean, yes, and I was left-leaning in that content as well. The content that you showed of me yelling about Amy Klobuchar, it's still I was attacking Amy Klobuchar from a relatively leftist perspective. The reason why I don't like Amy Klobuchar is not because she's a woman. The reason why I don't like Amy Klobuchar is because she's fucking terrible. She's a terrible centrist, and also like has done numerous awful things to her interns.
Yeah, I brought up a few examples of those things too in the video.
I know, in which you agreed with me, which I thought was strange because then you still said SJW Hassan Piker reaps what he sows when his viewers attack him.
Because you have sown that SJW type narrative in a lot of your stuff. But you do kind of deviate from it, which is why you got however many people were upset at you that day.
Well, technically,
At
no one
least
was
that's
upset
what
at
I
me.
took away
No
from
one
it.
was upset at me except for the right, which tried to make a bigger deal of this. I didn't
Who
get
on the
like
right
a
got mad
single
at you for
person. I
attacking
didn't get a single
Klobuchar?
person from the. I literally did not get a single person from the left or even liberal media to say stuff like, "Wow, Hassan really sure hates women," because they all understood that that was a sarcastic comment, which I followed up by saying, I literally like Elizabeth Warren. She is my second favorite candidate after Bernie Sanders. Obviously, I don't hate women. I'm just saying specifically why I fucking hate Amy Klobuchar. So, again, if you had watched it, if you had watched the full video, perhaps you would have had a better understanding of that as well. But I think you've openly admitted at this point that you don't really watch the full videos.
I kind of catch you when you're on. When you get too political, I shut it off. But yeah, I haven't watched everything you've ever done.
Huh. I mean, you don't have to watch everything I've ever done, but you just said that I promote a SJW type narrative.
I did another video on my channel, and you were part of it. I think it got taken down, but when you were fuck, it was one of the Young Turks ones. Shit, what was it? During the hurricane, when you said shooting looters is racist or something like that.
No, I was actually talking about the coverage of black people versus the coverage of white people, which in that video, I don't know if you watched the full video, I show exact examples of Associated Press calling white people looting different convenience stores during a hurricane surviving versus black people from that same, like literally from that same publication, black people looting. And that difference is perhaps unintentional. I'm not saying that it's like a larger, like there's like a racist conspiracy at Associated Press, but that, it plays into that narrative that like black people are violent, and it is true. Like what I'm saying there is absolutely true. Associated Press did do that.
I think in the example you used, it was white people looting a convenience store, but black people looting a shoe store.
No, that wasn't the example I used. They were both. The video literally shows black people getting out of a convenience store at a time when, because of shitty infrastructure and a lack of proper emergency care spending in that region, they did not know if they would continuously have electricity for the next couple of days, and they did not know that they did not know how long the hurricane would continue, which is precisely why they were in a convenience store grabbing essential items, including toilet paper and water.
Was that the end of your sentence?
Yes.
Okay, I can't tell the way you talk. If that's the case, then I completely agree with you. But
you still made a video of it though. That's kind of strange. if you agree with me, why are you making a video of it and then? to this
Because
day
I
you
remember
think-
in the video you were bringing up people defending their homes. You brought that up. People defending their homes against people of color looting them is somehow racist.
people defending their homes against people of color looting them. There is no instance of like this is a made up narrative. That's precisely why I was making fun of the people who were like they can come and fucking get it. And that's totally separate from, again, in that video, that's totally separate from the other point that I was making. So either you didn't understand the video or that, like, what happened there? Did you get that off of a compilation as well?
No, I got that one off the Young Turks.
But you didn't. So what happened? Did you not see the full video or something?
No, I got the whole thing, but I specifically remember you bringing that up, that it was wrong for people to defend their homes against looters because people are just
Do you
trying
think
to
that
survive.
that was my point? Do you think that I said it's wrong for people to defend their homes against looters?
No, it was their neighbors. That's what it was. Their neighbors.
Do you think that No, I never said it was wrong for people to defend their homes against looters or whatever the fuck. I said that the entire concept is built upon a lie and that people aren't fucking coming in and okay, you want me to pull the video actually? I don't exactly remember what I said, like the exact words, but do you want me to pull the video or are you gonna... I wish you were this charitable. I wish you were as charitable with my videos as you are with ER's videos, right?
I
mean,
did
maybe
mention
you
in
would
the
actually
video
get the
that-
point.
in my video, I mentioned that I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt in every sense of the word.
Well, I didn't watch your video. I didn't even know that you had done another one, so I apologize. But
In the video I mentioned, in the one about PewDiePie, I mentioned that I don't think you're acting from a place of malice. So I'm pretty charitable all the way around.
yeah, I guess. Except for when you were looking at my looter versus survivor video of like a reporter harassing a bunch of poor black people who were bringing like essential items out of a fucking convenience store, which the convenience store owner literally told the police not to go after them and was like, we understand, it's fine. And yet this reporter was like shoving fucking a microphone in their face, trying to be like, you're doing something illegal, sir. It was really fucking annoying. So it doesn't seem like you were giving me the benefit of the doubt there.
Shit.
What?
I just spilled my water.
Oh.
Son of a bitch. Hold on, give me a second. 1 second, guys. All over my damn keyboard. While I'm doing this, do you want to bring that video up?
Let me see if I can find it. I make a lot of videos. Are you streaming this as well on your channel, or are you just
It's
like...
on my stream channel.
Oh, you have a streaming channel.
Yeah, I got a copyright strike, so I'm stuck over here for a while.
Why'd you get a
For, like-
copyright strike? Were you
For
taking-
like 1 minute of Fox News footage.
Oh, that sucks. I wonder if you were taking that out of context there.
Yeah, I spilled the whole
I'm
fucking
just
cup.
joshing with you, Sinatra. Hold on. Let me try to find this video.
Use my desktop, isn't it?
Hurricane Florence has hit the...
I think this is the one. I think I did 2 videos on this, but hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, let me pull up your stream. I might recognize.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Vibe rhetoric leads to maniacs like this guy.
You come down the street looking for problems, you're gonna get shot.
Like in this dude's mind, from the hurt, your main...
Before we watch this video, let me repeat.
You're gonna have to turn it up so I can hear
Yeah,
it.
no, I will. Before we watch this video, let me repeat the context. Before we even see this video, the context in which I mention the damaging narrative of like black people loot versus white people survive leads to fucking psychos who are like, I'm gonna protect my family from these dangerous black people who are coming, right? And that is not a real narrative, and that's fucking ridiculous for people to like be upset over. What are you doing? Packing a chew?
Okay.
Packing a chew there? Yeah. I'm a Grizzly Wintergreen fan myself, long cut, but
I don't chew.
snooze is.
Snooze.
I thought that's what you said.
No, cigarettes.
Oh, you're smoking cigs. Okay. Anyway, all right, let's keep going.
Good old cowboy killers.
Yeah.
Concern should be protecting yourself from the hurricane and its after effects. But this kind of damaging black people loot versus white people survive rhetoric leads to maniacs like this guy.
You come down the street looking for problems, you're gonna get shot.
Like, in this dude's mind, during a hurricane, people aren't out there trying to survive. They're like, this is my opportunity to do rapes and steal your neon Budweiser sign. Like, no one's coming into your ugly-ass suburban house, Chad. Chill the heck out. My mind is absolutely blown at the apathy and hate.
Should we continue, or does that make sense to you that that's precisely what I was talking about?
No, but you made up my point. The guy said that replay his clip again, so I get it exactly right.
Okay.
With that, what Chad said.
Maniacs like this guy.
You come down the street looking for problems, you're gonna get shot.
Like, in this dude's mind.
So what is inherently wrong with what he's saying?
What's inherently wrong with what he's saying is that his conclusion is based on a fucking faulty premise.
So I'll agree with you that most mainstream media narratives are bullshit. Okay, I'll agree with you there. But with what
Okay.
he's saying, there's nothing wrong with it. Why is it wrong for him to defend his and his neighbors' houses?
There's nothing wrong with him wanting to defend his house. I'm saying
And
that.
when did he mention race at all? Why is his comment racist?
What do you mean? Why is his comment racist? Oh, I have the longer video. We can look at it. I mean, I have to find the longer video and we can look at it. But that's precisely what he's talking about. Like he's talking
You're gonna
about
get shot.
people who are coming down his house, who are trying to get into his house, when no one is going to be fucking trying to get into his house. That's literally what I just said.
That's what I said. I said it's about him defending his and his neighbor's house.
He said, if you come down the street looking for problems, you're going to get shot. That, on its own, is a kind of weird thing to fucking say. But within the context of like, black people are looting fucking houses or whatever, which you originally started off your point by saying, that'd be kind of weird, right? Like, you literally started off by saying, like,
Did he mention blacks?
does he have to mention black people? I'm saying that it's paired up with both of the narratives. Like, I'm so confused here, dude. Do you have to literally in every single video have the person say, hey, if blacks come down the street looting and looking for some problems, they're gonna get shot? Is that the only time where you're like, okay, that's kind of weird? Well, actually, you could
No,
literally
that's what it would
literally
take
be
for me
saying
to
that
say
because
it's
that's what it
racist.
took for you to fucking admit that ER is a crypto fascist.
No, that's what it would take for me to admit what he says is racist.
Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Okay.
I don't know. Okay, maybe I just had different expectations coming into this debate, but
What were the expectations that you had?
that it would just be a conversation, and you're sitting here, you're being a little disingenuous, you're quoting me on things that I didn't say, and that's fine if that's what you want to do.
Wait,
It's fine.
wait, hold on. Let's I'm really sorry if that's how it came across. Can you please tell me what I said that you didn't say?
Just a minute ago, you brought up fuck, I forget what it was, but you just brought up something that I didn't say.
Like what?
It was something about Fuck, you just said it. Yeah, total boomer moment.
your neon Budweiser.
Yeah, I'm having a boomer moment. But I thought this would be
Wait, but you're upset about it. You can't remember any of the things? You said I did this, like, did I do it once or did I do it numerous times?
just once when I was cleaning up the water. You said something that I just simply didn't say.
Okay. I wish you would have corrected me on it. But yeah. I apologize, my friend, if I've upset you by putting words
Oh,
in your mouth.
diluting.
That was
Yeah,
not
that's
my
what it was.
intention. But in any case, what I'm talking about here specifically is the damaging narratives of, like, every single hurricane making it seem like it's a fucking life or death situation where, like, black people are fucking going into people's houses and looting, and that is the after effect of that. And they even covered that element of it as well. So this is more so a criticism of media and not a criticism of that person individually, or me saying, like, this guy's out to fucking go out and, like, kill black people or whatever.
Well, that's kind of how you framed your video, is that this is somehow worse off for black people.
Can I ask something? Why are your moderators calling me the F word? I can't say it here because it's
on
a
Twitch.
TOS unfriendly. And also talk about the Jews in positions of power. Are these your moderators that you have personally put up to the task, or is that also just
No,
random
most people-
happenstance?
Most people show up in the chat, get moderated.
Oh, okay. Like Chaos X,
that-
who said talk about
it's
Jews
the
in
rational
positions of
state.
power, or because you were really upset about me putting words in your mouth. I'm fine with your moderators calling me the F word or whatever. It's just kind of weird though that you would get so butthurt over me potentially misrepresenting your position. Well, your moderators are fucking calling me the F word.
Well, am I my moderators? Am I calling you the F word?
No, I mean it's fine. I thank you for clarifying that. You just make everyone a moderator.
Yeah, I was doing that up until recently.
Mm-hmm.
What I use this channel.
One of these mods said the N word. Yeah.
I use this
some
channel
gamer
when I
mods.
when I get taken off my main one. So I haven't used this in a few months. So people are just moderated.
Okay. Anyway, is there are there other things that you want to talk about?
I just wanted to talk about the video.
Okay. So
did you
so we
have
were
any other
talking
issues
about
with-
we kind of like went all over the place. I probably should do a better job of keeping the goalposts as like tight as possible. But we were talking about how you said that I was pandering to my audience, or that I had basically created this narrative, right? Like that I was responsible for like as an SJW. And then you continued to agree with me in that video. So I thought that was strange.
Well, yeah, I can disagree with you on some things and agree with you on others. I don't have to just blanket disagree or agree with you across the board.
No, for sure, certainly. But you made this entire video entitled it "SJW Hassan Piker reaps what he sows," implying that I have cultivated this. I've cultivated this environment myself, while also showing numerous instances where I'm going up against that.
So you have a problem with the letters SJW in the title?
Not really. I was just trying to understand where you're coming from. It just seems a little weird that you yourself admit that you agree with my perspective, but then also say that I'm like, I mean, I guess the video that you ripped was me pandering. Implied that I was pandering to the audience, even though it was literally me not pandering and doing the opposite of that. Implying that I don't cultivate an environment like this, right?
Well, it is your environment, isn't it? You kind of gathered these viewers of yours.
Not necessarily. There are plenty of random people that come into my chat quite frequently, and I I just read random commenters every now and then. I wouldn't say that it's an audience, but the most important part here is that I'm not pandering. If I was pandering, I'd be like, yeah, guys, you're right. We shouldn't say anything bad about women. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you're right. I was wrong. That would be pandering. Also, when you're talking about gathering viewers, do you have any problem with gathering a viewership of yours, including moderators that you have modded personally that say the F word and the N word with the hard R? Do you have a problem with that, or?
Well, I'm not any more responsible for my chat than you are for yours. I wonder, just as a little bit of a test to anyone in your chat, how many of you would self-describe as a democratic socialist, which could be commonly used as an SJW? Because there's a lot of SJW-ish, how subjectively you use the term. A lot of SJW ideas associated with that.
Like what?
Reparations. That's the one that jumps right out to me. Reparations. Tearing down Confederate statues, things like that.
Okay.
I see a
I
lot of
don't
people in
think
the
there's
chat
anything
saying
wrong with
me.
any of those things. First and foremost, when you talk about SJW, I usually go to the pejorative, which is someone who is like hysterical and in the wrong and doesn't like facts and logic, or someone that literally would get mad at a person, a streamer, saying "fuck Amy Klobuchar," because that is immediately misogynistic. That's what I would, and I think that's what you were saying in that video, right?
Maybe a little bit. I guess I could see how you would think that.
I mean, it
Just trying
seems. I mean,
to-
that's the video that you used. That's the video that you literally created this narrative off of. So, wouldn't you consider that like that is like that kind of shallow identity politics that that the right says that they're super against? Isn't that what is the implication there?
Well, you're also assuming that most people wouldn't consider you an SJW. And I think a lot of people would, which is why I use that title.
Okay. Most people would probably look at your channel and maybe consider you a Nazi. Do you think that that's charitable of me to call you a Nazi in that circumstance, especially if you were literally disavowing Nazism in your video, for example? Because that's what I was doing. I was disavowing or shitting on that person who was doing shallow liberal identity politics in that video. So it's kind of weird.
Which was the whole point of the video, that you got shit on by your chat and then kind of went off.
I didn't get shit on by my chat. It was one random commenter. I mean, I'm gonna excuse this because like you probably don't know what Twitch chat is like, but
No, I'm really unfamiliar with Twitch.
yeah. Okay. So everything is SJW. Is that maybe I guess I should get caught up on my terminology. Like everything you don't like is SJW. Like everything you don't agree with.
No, not necessarily. I agree or disagree with a lot of right-wing stuff. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth.
Uh-huh. Okay, let's talk about your opinions then. What are some earlier, what did you say you were? You were fiscally conservative, socially liberal, or the opposite? You were socially conservative, fiscally liberal.
I am socially liberal.
You're socially liberal.
Yeah, so
But then you
gay
follow that up by
marriage,
saying
all
like
that
tearing
shit.
down Confederate statues is a SJW thing. So are you an SJW then?
No. I when I say I'm socially liberal, what I mean is stuff like gay marriage, trans equal rights, things like that. That's what I want, is equality across the board. And I think when we get caught up in things like identity politics, we get pulled back from that.
Wouldn't you say that advocating for gay marriage and also trans equality is literally identity politics?
No, because I don't look at it as this is a trans issue. This is a gay issue. It's a human issue.
Well, that's very woke of you. Some people, look out. Some people might consider you an SJW if you keep talking like that.
I'm also virulently anti-war. Does that make me a hippie?
I don't know. Does it?
I don't know.
So
But,
we have some
I
we have some
guess I'll-
perspectives that we agree on: trans rights, trans equality, gay marriage. I guess I don't even fucking know if that's not even like a contested issue at this point. But so what do you like? What's the difference? What separates you from like the SJWs that you routinely criticize for engaging in identity politics? Then
Because I don't think that one group should have more rights than another one based on nothing but their race, gender, sexual orientation, anything like that.
define more rights for me.
Like, I don't think gays should be treated a certain special way just because they're gay.
What do you,
You know
mean
what I
by a
mean?
certain special way?
Like, they could get away with. Okay, here's a perfect example. Recently, I don't know how much you kept up with it. The gay journalist Carlos Maza went absolutely ballistic, and he used Pride Month as a cudgel every step of the way. It's Pride Month. These people are homophobic. Blah blah blah. Why should he get special attention because he's gay and it's Pride Month? That's the kind of stuff I don't like.
Okay, very interesting perspective. And I think you're going to probably agree with Carlos on this. But Carlos was simply pointing out in non-dissimilar ways to like people getting mad at Gillette, for example. Carlos was simply pointing out that YouTube capitalizes on Pride Month to make it seem like they care about their gay and LGBT content creators, but that one of their most prominent political commentators had routinely harassed him over the course of a couple years, calling him a lispy queer and a variety of other different insults that pertain to his sexual identity. And that he was mentioning how hypocritical of it is for YouTube to claim to care about gay people and then allow Steven Crowder to personally harass this other person over the course of many years to millions of people. I think that you would probably agree with that, right? I wouldn't consider that to be special rights at all.
No, but he needed, and what it wasn't to do anything except Crowder taken off the platform. Don't you think?
I think that it's understandable to seek some sort of to stop that sort of behavior, to engage in something, anything at that point. Yeah, I think that that's a totally reasonable thing to do. If I was consistently calling you, I don't know, I don't know if you have like any sort of, I mean, you kind of hide behind an avatar, so I don't know what your like personal.
Call me a wop.
What?
A wop or something? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, if you were like gay, if I constantly was like, oh, this guy's gay, this guy's so gay, and used various different means to shit on you because of something you can't change about yourself over the course of multiple years, then
I wouldn't care. I just
okay, you
wouldn't
personally
care.
wouldn't care. But if you were getting fucking harassed routinely and your phone number was out there, you were getting doxxed by this person's fans or my fans did this to you, you probably would fucking care. Obviously you cared. That's why you have an avatar. That's why you literally hide your identity, right?
Not really. I've used my face on plenty of things. I don't really hide my identity.
Then why is it not in any of your videos then? Like,
It is. It's in a few of my older ones.
Oh, okay. So if some people were to go in and find your face and figure out all of the bad takes that you had, and in that instance, that's actually not even about something that you can't change about yourself. It would be about your bad takes in general, and doxed you and went after you, I probably don't think that you would enjoy that, right?
That's not what he did. He just kept saying
No,
it's Pride Month. Why
if
is this guy
I
allowed on the
consistently talked
platform?
about you, and then other people went and found out this information from my fan base and doxed you, you probably wouldn't like that, considering that you literally hide your face behind an avatar for the most part. Now you do it at least.
Well, I also have other things to consider. So I don't know if that makes
like
a difference.
What do you
I'm
mean?
not a journalist. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm just a citizen.
You're a citizen with
And Crowder didn't do
150,000.
any
You
of that.
arguably have a larger media imprint than fucking Carlos Maza. Carlos Maza doesn't have a YouTube channel. Like, he makes
But he's-
videos as a worker for fucking Vox, but your media imprint, your media footprint is much larger. You are basically a small independent media organization at this point.
I wouldn't.
Saying
count
that
what
you're
I
a
do as
citizen does
media.
not change the dynamic here.
Okay, I don't think we're gonna agree on this, and that's fine.
Wait, I mean, okay. I mean, you have more subs than I do, dog. I have like fucking 50,000, I think, or some shit like that on YouTube.
Yeah, but you're mostly on Twitch, aren't you?
Yeah. Okay, so
How many you got viewing right now?
how many? What?
How many do you have viewing? Fucking bots.
6,573. It goes.
Yeah,
up
I've
and
got-
down.
I've got like 200. So I think the larger audience is pretty clear.
Anyway, so okay, so my point was, in this instance, my point was, like, you can't hide behind you saying, like, well, I'm just a civilian, right?
I can because I'm not a media organization.
I mean, you yourself are basically a media entity. You're operating functionally as a media entity.
Not really. I do response videos.
Yeah. I mean, okay. To who? To what? To other people. To other, like, do you think that there's a shield that protects you? Because you're, I don't know, because your second YouTube channel only has 200 people. You have 159,000 subscribers. When you make a video, 100,000 people watched your video titled "SJW Hassan Piker reaps what he sows" when his viewers attacked him. I mentioned numerous different points in this video where you have openly either A, seemingly defended a crypto fascist, or B, completely worked off of misinformation that you yourself even provided within context in the clips that you put in the video. 100,000 people saw this. 8.3 thousand people liked it. If we go through the comments right now, obviously plenty of people are not excited about me. So you do have an impact. I would say that you certainly would not be considered just a regular Joe Schmo. You are not some random civilian.
I'm just gonna disagree with you on that one because I don't
Like,
I don't
what do you
have
think,
a
like,
media platform behind
where do you
me.
think the
I
difference
get
is between,
pa-
like, I don't know, Tucker Carlson and and yourself? Obviously a smaller audience, but you're doing essentially the same thing. You're just hiding your face while doing it.
I'm crowdfunded. I don't have giant media organizations backing me.
Okay.
I am just a person in my office with a computer. I don't have media backing.
I mean,
don't have
neither do I
social
really,
media.
but especially when it comes to my Twitch stuff. I mean, I guess you could say that, like, I have the Young Turks' backing or whatever, but that doesn't change anything because Steven Crowder was not attacking Vox. Steven Crowder was attacking Carlos Maza, and he was attacking Carlos Maza personally by belittling him by saying that he was a lispy queer and that, you know, he was gay, as though like that's a bad thing, you know?
That's See, that's where it's complicated though, is because Carlos describes himself, his on Twitter is gay wonk. But he got mad when he was described as a gay
Okay.
wonk.
My name is Black Andy. Let's say I'm a black guy. My name is Black Andy. You think it's okay to call me the N-word?
That's not the same thing.
Words have different meanings within context. Obviously, Steven Crowder wasn't like, oh, this Vox journalist who is gay. That's not the context in which he was using it. He was using it as a pejorative.
I don't think we're going to see eye to eye on this. I just don't think we are.
Why not?
Because what you're saying that Crowder wasn't acting in a comedic way. You're taking that stance. And
Wait. No. First of all, Steven Crowder fucking is awful at doing comedy, but that's not the point here.
I'm not going to disagree.
The point
with
is
you
not,
there.
yeah, the point is not like whether Steven Crowder is funny or not. The point is Steven Crowder is like to millions of people calling this, singling out this one gay journalist and using queer as a pejorative when describing him. And then also selling fucking t-shirts on the side, like that wasn't related to Carlos, but like selling t-shirts on the side on YouTube that said socialism is for F words, which he then changed to figs, as though like we don't understand what was going on there. I mean, it's literally Castro with a flamboyant hand, but
So his T-shirt is the problem.
no, it's not
I
just the
guess.
t-shirt that's a problem. I'm offering like additional context so you get a better perspective of like better understanding of what Steven Crowder represents to understand
my
that he wasn't
understanding, it's
just simply
always
doing
been
comedy
fig.
or using the word in a nice in a nice way or in a descriptive fashion.
If my understanding of it is, it's always been fig.
It's always been what?
Fig.
No, there are actual photos of it not being fig. And obviously it's not fig. What the fuck are you talking about? What does the hand gesture have anything to do with fig? Like what? Come on, dude. Do you really think that he was saying socialism is for figs? Like what does that even mean? I wonder.
yeah,
I wonder what he was trying to say there. Like come on, dude. You're not that fucking stupid. Don't try to
No,
act
I
coy
get what
here.
you're saying. It's obviously I'm not going to say it on your channel, but it's obviously an allude to that.
Okay.
But the issue is, why is that wrong? Why is it wrong to make unfunny jokes?
Okay, I think you misunderstand what is a joke and what is just like straightforward violation of terms of service
Excuse
and
me.
hate speech.
I'm sorry.
That's
I'm out of
that's the
control. I
difference.
apologize for
Unless you consider like I don't know, calling a black person the N-word a joke. Would you say that that's like a funny joke of of like in this and let me build out this analogy a little bit better. A person who is a white nationalist or a race realist calling a black person the N-word. Would you consider that to be like a funny joke or a prank or would you be like, yeah, that's contextually kind of fucked up?
It's again, you're trying to. Che was shot under a fig tree. Is that true? I don't know. The point is, funny jokes and unfunny jokes all come from the same place.
No, one is.
And if you're just saying something to be purposely offensive, then yeah, that's not really cool. But it's your right to be edgy.
Remember earlier in the conversation where we had like probably a 45-minute back and forth about how some people use certain concepts like the JQ to red pill people deliberately, and you tried to play that off as a joke or memes as well originally, and then you understood that it was like backed by genuine
I didn't
hatred
play it
or an
off.
interest in red pilling people to become
I didn't play
Nazis.
it off. I know that's not a good thing. I never said it wasn't.
Well, it took you like 45 minutes to concede that it was what was happening.
No, that's not quite what happened. But I'm not going to sit here.
But you have the capacity to understand like what is a joke and what is like targeted harassment through hate speech.
The whole point of what I'm trying to say. Shut up. The whole point of what I'm trying to say is that jokes all come from the same place of trying to be funny. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, certainly, I guess. Or sometimes, I guess, in certain circumstances, like ERs, you can use jokes to push a narrative, or you can have a different agenda behind it. And if the context fits, I think two fully grown adults can understand the different context behind it. In which case, a joke all of a sudden turns into something that is more than just a joke.
Well, you're going to be hard pressed to get me to say that a joke will turn something into something worse. you're gonna have a hard time getting me to hop on that bandwagon.
I mean, I don't think you're. I don't want you to hop on any bandwagon whatsoever. I just wanted to. I just wanted to get your. I don't know. I just wanted to understand where you were coming from with the Crowder Mazda stuff because you brought it up. You know, like, for example, okay, Nick Fuentes, another white nationalist. Jokes about, on his channel, jokes about baking 6 million cookies and how it's an impossibility. Would you find that to be a haha joke or a joke where he's saying that the Holocaust didn't happen, or at least, at the very least, skeptical of the Holocaust? Given what we know about Nick Fuentes and his background, contextually, which one is it?
I don't really know much about Nick, but he might be trying to make a haha joke.
Okay. I don't know.
My
what else
chat
to say.
is saying, ask Hassan about Devin.
Who's that?
AIU.
Oh my god. That dude is a fucking psychopath. I can't believe that. I'm honestly shocked. I watched one of his videos one time on stream. I think he's done like approximately 100 to 200 videos on me. And even the sheer mention of him is probably going to blow a fuse in his fucking brain and cause him to make like 700 videos in the upcoming weeks. But that dude is, whew. I mean, he's not even intelligent, which is kind of shocking to me that so many people actually watch him. But I guess when you're so deeply invested in partisan politics that, or like you're so deeply invested in saying like, oh, TYT man bad on the internet, that like it doesn't matter if it's like literally a hormonal moron who like lives with their grandparents, I think, making videos where he just routinely says, this guy sucks. This guy sucks. I beat his ass over and over again. And then people are just like, oh, this is great content. This is fucking peak content.
Has he ever tried to debate you or talk to you or anything?
Oh my God. There is no way in hell I would ever fucking talk to that dude. I'll talk to people like yourself. I'll talk to people. I'll talk to every single person on the right that have, I don't know, like a relatively sizable platform, because I consider it to be a good opportunity to engage not just with the other person, but their audience as well. Platform. But there is no way in fucking hell I would. That dude's a psycho, dude. Holy shit.
I thought he had a pretty decent platform.
What?
I thought he had a pretty decent platform.
I mean, he has a decent platform for how awful that one video I watched of his was. I'll admit, but then again,
I don't know how many.
Like I've said before, it doesn't really matter. I think it's just all it has to be is like all you have to do is be like, TYT is bad, and people will be like, yes, I like this content. I will subscribe to your Patreon.
Well, I don't know much about him. I just
I mean, he like tried to he was like, I'll fucking come to your house and fight you, like he is I mean, it's awesome. He's an absolute psycho, probably my biggest fan. And I have talked to fans of his that have engaged me in the marketplace of ideas, and they are just as they're just as stupid as he is, or just as stupid as I would have expected. But having said that, I mean, it's kind of like unironically listening to JLP, Jesse Lee Peterson, and being like, well, this guy's very smart just because you agree with his perspective.
I can't attest one way or another. I don't think I've ever watched a single AIU video.
Yeah.
And the way you describe it, it's probably for the best if he is like that. Yeah,
I mean,
my
he's
chat
like
is saying
he's so
AIU
bad that
sucks.
like even fucking what is it, like Rational Wiki or whatever hates him. Like there are certain people that people on
Who
the
are
far
these
right
people?
and
I have
people on
no
the left
idea.
are like, this guy's a fucking like this guy is a gigantic moron. And he is one of those very unique people. I would say Sargon is another one of those people that like a lot of people on the left and also on the right abhor. But
I used to watch a lot of Sargon's content, but I just can't do it. It's like
Excuse
Tim
me.
Pool.
I'm sorry.
Like I know a lot of
Out of
people like
control.
him.
I
I just don't
apologize for
see
that.
the attraction there.
Tim Pool? Oh, it's
Yeah.
because he is. It's because he routinely calls himself a centrist, and then defends the right almost exclusively
Excuse me.
and attacks the
I'm
left
sorry.
almost
I'm out
exclusively.
of
That's
control. I
precisely how
apologize for that.
someone like Tim Pool has an audience. It's a really good way to make a lot of money. I mean, he basically admits it in his video where he where he looked at the 3 arrows sign and then followed that up by calling it a fucking Antifa extremist terrorist symbol.
Is that not the symbol Antifa uses?
The 3 arrows, like the iron front symbol, is still the same symbol that the SPD uses to this day. It's basically like a liberal symbol in Germany.
Oh, so it's just the symbol for
No,
a
no, no.
liberal
Anti-fascists
party.
use it as well, and it was used during in 1933 as that. But you know, we have the opportunity. We have the opportunity of being in 2019 and not in 1933. So we know that the anti-fascists, at least back then, if you might disagree with what they're doing now, but at least back then were doing the right thing. It's also anti-communist, by the way, just for the record. They're just social democrats. Thank you for the dono. I mean, the subscribers, Ottoman Vision.
Yeah, I saw someone just got gifted a bunch of subs. So is that how you make money on Twitch? People have to buy subscriptions?
There's numerous ways of doing it. Wait, what's up? People are asking me to ask about your YouTube tip menu. What's
My
up with your YouTube tip menu?
Just it's what people can donate.
Like, what's on there?
I have a ton of stuff.
Could you elaborate on what that my chat might be interested in figuring out?
A lot of Dragon
like
Ball
the
Z.
$10.95 Deus Volt, 2019 Clown World, Sanazi, Oy Vey, the Nose, Oy Vey.
Yeah, I let
the
people pick donations, and they set the amount they want for it.
Huh.
So, like, if let's just pick the bomb 4321. It's a really loud bomb sound effect.
Interesting. What is the nose? What does that mean? 4444.
It is a old SNL skit where Farrah Fawcett is singing to I forget who.
Okay. Interesting. What about Oy Vey?
It is in one of my super Jewish subscribers actually picked that one. It is a Jewish song.
Oh, okay.
One of my biggest supporters.
What about Deus Volt?
It's a small gif of a Crusader soldier with one of the Deus Volt things.
Yeah, no, I know I know what Deus Volt is. Are you
I don't know.
familiar with are you familiar with why people use that? Women no vote. That's funny.
It's that's Dick Masterson.
Huh. Interesting. Glad you
Yeah,
glad you guys hate identity politics though. It's like kind of an interesting. I love seeing that. I love to see it. Love to see people who are like, we hate identity politics, unironically put up like Deus Volt shit, which is literally just white identity politics. But
Okay. I like how you
Sanazi
don't.
is
You ask
Sinatra
about,
singing Sig Heil. Very interesting.
I like how you ask about all that, but not the horse cock.
Yeah, I'm not really. I mean, I'm just looking at the ones that I find to be kind of questionable, like Sanazi. Clown World is just like basic honk shit, you know, friend world
Yeah.
shit. Yeah. Remember, because you said that you don't really go on 4chan or poll.
Not anymore, no.
Not anymore. Okay. Is there a reason why you don't do that anymore?
I don't really find anything interesting on there. It's the reason why I don't watch a lot of YouTube content creators anymore. It just doesn't like interest me.
Huh. Wait, what? Pingu English Newt Heil Hitler meme? Okay, that's weird. Okay. Anyway, all right. Well, we got through some of that. let me ask you what your take is. Like one final question I have for you. So,
All right.
what's your perspective on white genocide?
There's no active white people being killed right now, I guess.
Okay. So you think it's ridiculous that people are like,
Uh,
"Oh, it's white genocide."
For the most part, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. People in your moderators seem to disagree. They're saying it's happening and it's bad. Okay.
Again,
All right. Well, anyway. All right. Well, thanks for coming on then. I'm glad we were able to get to the bottom of some things. Do you have any questions for me or?
not off the top of my head.
All right,
My
well,
chat is definitely wanting me to ask you about the Armenian genocide.
Yeah, it happened. I have never said that it never happened, but for some reason, people always come in my chat and say like, "What about the Armenian genocide, dude? Well, you deny a genocide too," and I'm like, "No, I don't." Also, why are you admitting that you deny a genocide?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever claimed that you did deny that. So
No. I'm not saying that you do. I'm giving you additional context as to why. Okay.
all right, yeah. I don't think this was a bad conversation. It's hard talking to someone that you disagree with on a very fundamental level because it's hard to get off that first stepping stone into a real conversation. But I think we did okay. I think we did okay.
Sure. I hope I was able to expand on certain things that you may have not seen originally when you were watching the videos or whatever. But yeah, I hope that you and others who are watching you realize that the left is not a monolith and that there are plenty of people who are willing to engage in the marketplace of ideas. But
Well, I think I try to make this distinction as much as possible between the difference between liberals and leftists. I try to make that distinction as much as possible.
oh well, glad that there are some people out there who are doing that. Most people who consider themselves centrists or whatever don't really make that distinction. All right. Well,
'Cause
anyway,
I know I have a lot of lefty viewers that agree with a lot of the stuff I say.
yeah. Like, would you consider Nazbol and Strasserites leftists?
I don't know what Strasserite is, but Nazbol, no.
It's like the Nazi party
Excuse
that
me.
was
I'm sorry.
more
I'm
interested
out
in
of
the
control. I
socialism
apologize for
aspect.
that.
Still for white people, but socialism more so than the National Socialists.
Yeah,
We're not interested in the socialism and just
Excuse
interested
me.
in the
I'm
nationalism.
sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize.
Yeah,
for that.
I wouldn't say that those are leftists.
Okay. Well, who knows? Anyway, all right. Well, thank you for coming
All
on.
right.
All right. And
Thanks for
have a
having
good-
me. I really appreciate it. Anything you want to
Excuse me.
chill to my
I'm sorry.
couple hundred
I'm
viewers?
out of control. I apologize
No, I'm good,
for
man.
that.
Yeah, I'm sure they've seen the video already. Like, so.
Well, if you guys want more context to it,
Excuse me.
go.
I'm sorry.
What's your channel name?
I'm out of control.
that
I
up
apologize for
Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. HASANABI.
Your YouTube channel.
My YouTube channel is just Hassan Piker.
Well, there you go, guys.
Excuse me.
Thanks for having me. I
Sorry.
appreciate it.
I'm out of control.
All right.
I apologize for that.
See you, man.
Peace, dude. All right. Thank you for the donos. Holy shit. Ottoman Vision coming in hot with the fucking 40 donos.
Excuse me.
God damn.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I
Sorry for
apologize
not
for that.
mentioning it earlier on when we were having a conversation. Oh, fuck. Dude, there is nothing that pisses me off more than, like, Destiny said you were doing a terrible
me.
job debating.
Sorry.
And then,
I'm out
like,
of control.
his
I
fucking
apologize
fans
for
coming
that.
in here. I think the mods did a really good job of just, like, immediately fucking dealing with that shit. But holy fuck, dude. Like, why? Why would you
Excuse
actually
me.
think
I'm
that?
sorry.
Why would you actually
I'm
think
out
that
of
that's a
control. I
commentary that
apologize for
you
that.
need to? Why would you think that that's a commentary that you need me to hear in a moment when I'm having a conversation?
I'm not God. Excuse me.
Someone's Lacey Ann. For the record, Hassan, I'm modded and never drop hard R's. I'm probably the only one, but I exist, lol. Maybe that's the one lefty moderator. Why do you only debate dumb conservatives? Pepe laugh. Oh, yeah. By the way, if you guys enjoyed that content, I highly urge you to subscribe. You can do that for free using your Twitch Prime. How do you use your Twitch Prime, you might ask? Well, it's very easy. You have an Amazon account. Your mom has an Amazon account. All you need to do is fucking connect that Amazon account to your Twitch account to give me a free Prime subscription. And here are the fucking get it going. Here are the snaps.
I'm not God.
Anyway. Stop snapping. I'm a sleeper cell. Papesia number 1.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
You got wrecked, dude. Oh man, that's not nice. I think he did a good job on his own, kind of, but not really. I wanted to make it as entertaining as possible, unlike the Destiny conversation, which I analyzed like briefly on the show the other day, and that was really fucking boring. Jesus Christ. Has Hassan responded to Destiny regarding his stream right now? No. I'm sure he said some shit like, oh no, he's doing a... Like, here's what happened, okay? Are you guys ready? Here's what happened, okay? Destiny, people are fucking adding him. Like, Destiny, look at Hassan's stream. He's having a debate. He's doing a debate. You have to look at it. Destiny joins in at like a moment where maybe I'm like stumbling on my speech or something. Goes, oh no, he looks like he's losing. Oh, fuck. Turns it off. And then everyone was like, oh, dude, he's fucking getting wrecked. Oh my God, why are you so bad? Why are you so fucking bad? Why are you so fucking bad at debating? Like, the fans that went over there. And he's talking about your Kamala Harris video. He thinks that you presented misinformation in it. Ooh, that's actually interesting. Okay. It was regarding your Kamala Harris video. It was a little yikes. I think it was responding to your Kamala stuff, not your debate. I've been gone a while. When did you watch the new ContraPoints video? I watched a couple days ago. He said you are wrong about all the points and is wondering if he's not objective enough and is maybe anti-leftist. What am I wrong about? Like, am I presenting misinformation, or like, are the articles that I used in it false or something, or what is it? Steven isn't even talking about your current debate. He's talking about the Kamala Harris video. Yeah, we were supposed to, we were actually supposed to look at his, we were supposed to actually, if you're not reading, give the money back. Lala Hassan was pointing out the Nazi and clown world shit. That was bad and you should feel bad. How could you have this discussion while I was at work and couldn't watch the end to wrap it up? Live streams, was he not one of the kings of smug? Why do people always, commies need death? Why do people fucking always are like, why are people always like, Sinatra looked weak as fuck. Damn. What? Fuck, man. It sucks that people are like, he thinks that you are indigenous in my framing? What do you mean?
I'm not God.
You mean,
It should have been over when he said he didn't even watch your
said everything in the video
He's
was false and
criticizing.
cop hating? Okay. Said your presentation was loaded. Okay, we can have a conversation about it. Hold on. I have to pee really quickly, and then we'll do that. Fun Hassan's eating streams by giving him money for snackies. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Asoso, for the... Says that most of your points are stretched or wrong. You try to fact check your points, and it seems like you couldn't substantiate your sources. Like what? I mean... I used a Twitter feed to, like, I have a lot of opinions on Kamala Harris, but I used a Twitter feed, which I think they linked in the, I used a Twitter thread, which they linked in the fucking Reddit. Hold on, I'll talk to him in a second. I have to pee. Okay, I'll be back 1 second. Do not fucking leave, okay? Do not fucking leave. I'll be back. I have to pee. Fuck! Okay. I'm freaking back, dude. All right. Thank God. All right. Where is density?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Should have run ads to donate to DSA. Do people always walk past past my window? Yeah. Where the fuck is? Where my homie at? I'm calling him. They're preparing to mass flag when Hassan uploads his debate to YouTube. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Get screenshots of that, guys. Okay? Please. Also, I'm calling density right now. He did not pick up my call. Okay, I thought he wanted to talk. Let me see if he's in his room. He's watching your video. He's on the laptop. Maybe he didn't see. Wait, I'll hit him up in fucking DGG. God damn it. All right. He's finishing your video again. He knows you called. Okay. So what's up? Did you guys? What are some of the main parts? Like, what are some of Destiny's main points of contention in that video? Because I want to know if maybe I did fuck up some shit. Who knows? It's not easy to fucking have a. All right, here. What's up, dude?
My dude Arena, what's up?
I hear that you're fucking pissed, just fucking pissed about my Kamala Harris video.
Yeah, I guess so. People always get critical of me because I always call you out for a random Bernie bro, or not Bernie bro, a Biden bro fact, or not bro. I don't know why I'm saying bro, a random Biden thing, and then people say that I'm just cherry picking issues or whatever. So this video about Kamala Harris came up in my feed, and I was flying on a river flight. And I had nothing to do, so I actually watched the whole thing, and I tried to read into every issue. And I feel like this is a really, really one-sided, not fairly presented video.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Do you want to just walk through it? I guess.
Sure, we can do that. Or we can address your main points of contention, and then walk through that individually. My
sure.
perspective is look, here is my main summarization of Kamala Harris is that she was originally put up as basically Hillary Clinton but black. And she has a similar background, obviously not as nefarious or as awful. There's not as many memes about Kamala Harris or whatever that have permeated through political discourse for decades. But still, she is largely she's largely over prosecutorial and has kind of gone back on a lot of the things that she says on the debate stage immediately after she walked back her statements about Medicare for all twice now, I believe, and then. Some of the things that she's advocated for don't make sense when considering her track record, on sex workers, for example, which is why I think Kamala Harris also is not necessarily great. Oh, another thing that she walked back that was similar to what Joe Biden had said, even after that Joe Biden conversation was the day after. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she said something that was literally nearly identical to what she had criticized for Joe Biden.
Me. I'm sorry.
When Joe Biden
I'm out
did
of
it.
Control. I apologize for that.
Okay, I understand that. But I don't know all these claims. I would have to go through each of these. I'm more curious about just things that were said during the video.
Okay. And by the way, I'm totally willing and able to what do you call it? If I got some shit wrong or whatever, perfectly reasonable. It's a live stream. It's probably not my best.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I don't know. Yeah, we'll see where we wind up on this. So, like on the first issue, hold on. Are you able to turn it down a little bit? I hear an echo myself. It makes it really hard
Sorry.
to
Here.
talk.
Is
Yeah.
that better? I mean, you know me. I don't have a fucking headset, so.
No, it's fine.
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Are you talking or?
Oh, nope. Oh, testing 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, I can hear you
okay,
now.
I don't
I'm
hear
just
anything.
waiting
Yep,
for
okay.
you to.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the very first claim that you opened the video with. Hold on, I'm sorry. Okay. We gotta focus. I still hear the echo, but I can talk through it. Okay, I just need to focus hard. Okay. The first claim that you made in the video was that schools were referring undocumented students to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. There was some 2008 law that she'd written that did that. I don't think this is true at all. It had to do with people that were charged with crimes, right?
No, the main distinction is that if you are arrested, you immediately get sent over to authorities. This was a Gavin Newsom regulation. I think I mentioned that in the video as well. Maybe I didn't, but she not only defended it after that point, but that was like the specific reason for why that regulation existed. Because the previous in previous instances they had not cooperated with immigration authorities as San Francisco is a sanctuary city. So her statements on how she did not know that that's what the law intended are disingenuous. I think that it's not. I think it's not true. I think she did know.
Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the idea that schools were referring children to ICE because they were undocumented is far different than the police department was taking people charged with felonies and referring them to ICE. That's two totally different things. Right?
Arrested without a trial is the main point. There is, like I said, the main point I was hammering in is that the main point that I was hammering in that situation was, again, that it was a reversal of a previous procedure in which they did not do that.
Sure. I'm focusing on that.
Are you upset at like my framing or something? Because I elaborate on it I elaborated on it immediately after. Maybe this might be an issue with the fact that I what do you call it? I use a Twitter thread to which had gathered all of these ideas quite well together, things that I already knew about, but what
I'm saying is the claim that schools refer undocumented children to ICE is not true. It's the police department that refers undocumented persons that are charged with a felony, not convicted, but charged with a felony.
What did I say there?
So,
I don't even remember. What was my exact statement there? I honestly don't remember.
It sounded like schools were just referring children to ICE for being undocumented. I linked the video. We can go through the video if you want.
What? Yeah, we can go through the video.
Sure.
Where was it? What point was it?
Well, here, I linked it. I don't know. Let me listen 1 second.
Yes, guys, fish is in a cone. It's because it's for his own good. Okay?
Yeah, so it was at 41 seconds. Maybe you misspoke here, but you said that she supported a law that forced schools to turn kids over to ICE. Which sounds really bad. Like, holy shit, like an undocumented kid just at a school just gets referred to ICE. It's horrible. But it was more with people charged.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything wrong there at all. That is the same policy we were talking about. Okay, I thought that I misspoke or something. Yeah. So you're saying that you're saying that what? Like that never happened or something?
No, yeah, that's not that. No, it didn't happen.
Oh.
That's not the thing.
Like as in what? Like that the
schools were never forced to refer children to ICE.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me see what I said one more time. Done in the past. Number one,
She supported the law that forces schools to turn undocumented students over to ICE, separating them from their parents. And then she lied about. She lied and claimed that she didn't know that that was what that law was supposed to do.
Yeah. Okay. So here is the here's the exchange that it comes from. Like with Iowa Politics Podcast, which I mentioned there as well. Can you give us some insight on how, from that time when, from whatever reason, you were supporting this policy that was essentially handing over undocumented people to ICE before they had been convicted? Are you saying that the part of that you're saying that never happened is the fact that juveniles were unintentionally also being are you saying that like juveniles were also being unintentionally separated from their families, or what is the?
No, what I'm saying is that the law said is that if you were charged with a felony and you were an undocumented immigrant, you would be referred to ICE. It had nothing to do with schools referring people to ICE. Schools had nothing to do with it.
Okay, yeah, I guess I misspoke saying schools were responsible for it. Yeah, fair.
Okay, maybe because you saw the word juvenile, I would assume that that's schools because of juvenile.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Yeah. No. But I continue on that point, as you probably saw in the video where I talk about how this was a policy that she absolutely defended. Maybe not the school part. Chan said dozens of juveniles between the ages of 12 and 18 were reported to ICE each month, both on felony and misdemeanor charges, and some kids were actually deported as a result of that policy. So kids were actually deported as a result of that policy. I guess the difference is that the school wasn't the one. Are you saying that the school wasn't the one that was reporting on it?
Well, so do you understand? Do you know where this law came from? What the motivation was for this?
Yeah, the motivation is what was something happened where an undocumented immigrant killed someone, and Gavin Newsom was the one that pushed for this policy as the
I think it killed 3 people. After
exactly.
So the goal was a tough on crime approach, which is usually pretty stupid. But the goal was basically that if you were charged with a felony as an undocumented immigrant, you could be referred to ICE. That was the point. But I guess my point was that that it didn't have to do with the schools. That's it. It had nothing to do with schools. Schools weren't involved in this at all.
Oh, okay. So that was what you were upset about. Okay, got it.
Yeah, it was. It was people charged with a well, I'm pretty sure it was with a felony. If you were charged with a felony,
I mentioned that. I mentioned that after. I literally mentioned that in the video that you're talking about. Just for the record, I do talk about the fact that the kids and every single person that was charged were never actually investigated and immediately handed over to the federal authorities, and that that was the unintended consequence, according to Kamala, who said that was the unintended consequence of this policy, when that was the main consequence of that policy. So
it seems like the stated goal.
For me to say schools were reporting it, is that the part that you're upset about? That she said schools?
I think so. I think that's a huge difference, but
okay, but school children were literally deported for misdemeanors because of that without being charged. And
if I have a cop that goes and kills students at school, would it make sense for me to say that schools are killing children?
Wait, what? Sorry, can you repeat that?
If a cop goes to a school and kills students, would it be the same for me to say that students are being killed by schools? That makes sense, right?
But is the school calling the cop to fucking actually go and purposely kill the student? Because in this instance, if they are reported for a misdemeanor, the school reported to the police force for a misdemeanor. That would literally be the school would take part in that. I totally concede that it can be confusing. I totally concede the point that it can come across as confusing.
Wait, can I ask a question? So are you telling me that schools shouldn't have been allowed to call the police if students were committing a crime on campus? Are you telling me that shouldn't have been a thing? Well, I don't understand.
No, I don't think the schools are. I don't think that it's the fault of the schools, which is precisely why I'm saying that's an understandable confusion that can come across. That's confusing on my behalf. That's why I admitted that it was.
Wait, but you just made it sound like it's the school's fault. You just made it sound like the school's fault. It was the school's fault partially for getting kids deported because the school called the police if there was a crime being committed.
I'm admitting that it's wrong. I'm admitting that the confusion is on me, but I also then followed up with I didn't realize that it was going to be this big of a like I didn't realize that this was something that would be that big of an issue, especially considering I literally went forward and explained like how Kamala Harris literally fucking played a part in this and then changed her perspective and lied about what she had defended in the past.
Sure, those are bad, but like one way you can present two people.
There is still fault in this under these circumstances. Like outing undocumented immigrants or cooperating with authorities goes against the goes against what had happened. So unless it was like a literal fucking rape or like an actual serious felony that a person saw and then went after, which from what I understand, and maybe I'm incorrect on this, but like it was literally like misdemeanors and shit. What do you call it? It was like literally misdemeanors and shit. Yes, the school still plays a part in that.
Okay, but
Also,
the school
God,
itself.
it's so fucking frustrating. Oh, God, I can't read your fucking chat. Oh my God. Like instead of it, like this is genuinely a problem where we're having a semantics argument over something that I admit is probably could have been worded better. And then that is enough for so many people to be like, oh, Hassan is a fucking incel. Like, there's people in your chat saying, like, Hassan's incel is showing. And it's so fucking annoying that you guys are supposed to be my fucking allies that you would be so critical and so uncharitable in this circumstance just because Destiny is, like, even looking at this from a critical perspective. This is something that really frustrates me. Sorry, I'm going to calm the fuck down. But it is genuinely infinitely fucking... All right, whatever.
Okay.
I'm saying that the schools are complicit in what was going on. But I probably should have not started off with like schools are cooperating with authorities, even though they were.
No. Schools are cooperating with authorities. Schools are supposed to cooperate with authorities. I mean, I don't think I would want to send
there
my
are
kid
plenty
to a
of
school
places where there are plenty of places where the schools are literally not allowed to cooperate with authorities. That's the entire law, Destiny. Like in sanctuary cities, cities, you are not supposed to cooperate with authorities.
Please. Okay, you got to stop. Okay, hello.
I'm
not cooperating with authorities isn't the same as not turning kids over to ICE. You understand that authorities also means like normal police officers, right?
Yeah, I do understand
So
that.
schools generally cooperate with authorities. I don't mean refer people to ICE, but generally, if there are kids like murdering each other in school or some shit, schools will usually call the police, right?
Yes, do you think that the kids were murdering each other in schools?
I don't know.
Well, if it's misdemeanors, don't you think
I don't know what you mean when you say. I don't know what you mean when you say historically schools don't cooperate with authorities.
No, in a sanctuary city, schools are literally not supposed to cooperate with authorities. In this instance, I mean authorities, specifically ICE. Whenever like a misdemeanor or some shit occurs, and the police departments are not supposed to cooperate with federal authorities as well.
Okay.
So I'm saying that under these circumstances, if a teacher or under these
do you understand that there's a huge difference between saying that a school doesn't refer kids to ICE versus the school doesn't cooperate with authoriits? There's a huge difference between those two things, right?
Wait, fuck. Can you repeat that again? Is schools cooperating with authorities? Is
generally
than what?
We want all schools in the United States should absolutely be cooperating with authorities. Absolutely. Now, we don't probably want sanctuary city schools cooperating with ICE. Those are two totally different things.
Yes. But if children are literally getting fucking deported for misdemeanors without due process, then I would say that the schools are still kind of complicit, especially because we're talking about misdemeanors. Okay, we're not talking about fucking felonies.
My understanding was that it was felonies.
Don't you think that? Okay, well, hold on. Don't you think that this is a fucking like pedantic kind of dumb conversation to have on this point? Because I feel like you are literally expanding upon it, because functionally what I said is not even incorrect, despite the fact that I'm saying that I could have probably mentioned it in a more charitable, I guess, fashion. And then the entirety of the conversation is not about whether like schools are doing this as a consequence of the law, but the entire conversation is actually about Kamala Harris lying about her perspective. Functionally, the schools were still complicit in juveniles being charged and being deported for misdemeanors.
Okay. Um, do you not understand that there is a massive difference between a school just referring undocumented citizens? Hold on. Oh God, it's so hard to speak with the echo in the background. Okay. There's a huge difference between a school just referring children that are undocumented to ICE for no reason versus police people doing it when a person has been charged with a crime.
Oh,
There's,
okay. All
those two
right.
things are
I get it
hugely
a little bit
different.
more now. All right. You're okay. Yeah, you're right. Let's move on.
Okay.
I should have said
Yeah, okay, okay.
schools were I should have said schools instead of hold on. What did I exactly say? 1 second.
I think you said
Straight up.
schools referred them to ICE. Like the law forced schools to report immigrants to ICE.
from
Like
their parents.
one of those is evil. Like if Kamala really forced schools to turn over undocumented kids to ICE, that's insane. What did they go through like all the registry to find every undocumented and turn over? That's crazy.
Undocumented
But
immigrants without I should have said undocumented immigrants without due process to ICE. Would that have been better?
no, but it's not the school doing it. It's the police force doing it once a person's been charged with a crime.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What would be a better way to word that in your mind?
You position yourself as
Well,
aligned
that-
with the progressive.
Just what it said, that police were being told to refer undocumented persons to ICE if they had
Okay.
been not convicted but charged for the crime.
Got it. Okay.
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 Let's keep going. Do you think that that is the most important, most significant part of that fact, or do you think
When
that
I hear somebody say that, hold on. Okay. When I hear somebody say that they've made a bill that makes it so that if you're charged with a crime and you're an illegal immigrant, you get referred to ICE, that sounds like some bullshit ass tough on crime bill that you like. It's probably bad. You
Wait,
probably
hold
shouldn't
on.
be doing
Sorry. Did you look through like every part of this? By the way, I know that we said let's move past it, but did you look through every part of this, or?
Yeah. What part? Yeah. What part?
No, I'm saying like the like I because like there are officers within schools. There are still like authorities within schools, and to my understanding, and I might be fucking totally mistaken, but the previous thing was that youths were only reported to federal immigration authorities if they convicted of felony, but
No, not convicted.
what?
Just charged. Not
No,
convicted of a
the
felony. Just charged with them.
Destiny, why are you not hearing the words I'm saying? I said the previous
Okay.
the previous rule of the land, which is an understandable and reasonable one, is that if you were
okay.
convicted of a felony, then yes, you were you were sent over to federal immigration authorities.
Mhm.
And and then despite the Newsom vetoed legislation, the board had enough votes to override his veto and pass the law without his signature. Despite this, Newsom refused to follow the legislation and ordered the city to continue reporting undocumented juvenile suspects to ICE. So, like not only just functionally, but like school authorities were literally still participating in cooperating with the federal authorities, like with the immigration authorities.
For people that were charged with a crime. Not just going through. When you say, again, the difference is if you have somebody that does something.
Okay, so you're upset that I should have. You're upset at the thing that I elaborated on further in like the next couple of seconds when I mentioned that this was something that changed the previous law, which I just mentioned to you, right? And that was literally like I mentioned further context right after that.
It's not about the context. It's the idea that the statement was that schools are referring juveniles to ICE. That's not really true. It doesn't really capture what's going on. It's people that are charged with a crime are being referred to ICE. These are two totally different worlds.
Okay. But I literally followed that up with context right after.
The context doesn't change anything you've just said. You make it sound like Kamala basically passed a law telling schools to start referring all undocumented people to
No,
ICE.
I talked about how if someone was charged with a crime in the past, that's the only if someone was charged with a crime, and that was the main difference. Like that is the context that you need. I don't understand. I mean, by the way, consequentially they're not different. Functionally they're not different.
They're absolutely different.
How? Like if an officer that is planted at a fucking school is literally an officer that's planted at a school is literally fucking contacting federal authorities because he's like, oh, there was someone here that was charged with a fucking crime, then yes, the schools are literally fucking like they are participating in this. They are complicit.
So should the schools have
Gavin
kicked out all the
Newsom's
police
order.
officers? So should the schools have kicked out all the police officers then?
That would be one way of doing things. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we can move on to the next thing, I guess.
Wait, why are you just laughing and saying we need to move on?
Because that's so fucking stupid. What do you mean? You just want to kick all police
What
officers
do I
out
mean?
of...
Do fucking schools need to have cops everywhere? Like
Some of them do, yeah. What the fuck kind of statement is that? Yeah, of course some do.
What do you
mean?
What? Why? Cops should not be in fucking any schools. I feel like I've heard you debate people a million times over about how like it's kind of fucked up that we have cops in schools to begin with. What the fuck? Wait, do you really?
I feel like you went to a really nice school, and you have
no, I didn't. I went to school in Turkey and in really fucking shitty neighborhoods as well. We never had cops, and in plenty of places in almost all of Europe, there are no cops in fucking schools. This is crazy. It's like mind-boggling to me that Americans like legitimately believe that we need police officers inside of schools. And I've heard you say that it's fucked up that we have police officers inside of schools. But that doesn't change the reality that we literally have police officers inside of schools that were operating as the school authority, also as the police officers that were working with federal authorities. Nothing I said.
Why do you keep saying school authority? They're not operating under school authority. They're borrowing them from the police department. These aren't like cops that like the school like takes on and trains and runs under their own policies. These are people that follow the policies set by the DA. There are cops that are stationed in schools, but they're not like the school's cops. They don't like own them and set policy for them.
Okay. All right. Just for the record, though, nowhere else around the world, and in most places in America, I'm fairly certain that they don't have cops in schools, and they shouldn't have cops in schools
their schools don't get. They said it in other places of the world. Schools don't get fucking shot up like ours do. It's a lot different. In other schools of the world, they don't have fucking school shootings every other fucking day like ours do. Like.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relatively recent thing, but sure. What we're talking about is like 2009 when like school shootings had happened not as frequently as they do now.
Okay.
Anyway, look, the reason why they have like the reason why schools the reason why schools have these cops to begin with, like they could absolutely substitute it with a fucking security officer if that was what was necessary. And yes, I'm not backing down from my sentiment that yes, it is bad that schools have police officers.
Okay, so then your goal...
It's fucking nuts. How could you say that how could you say that a decent learning environment, or how could you defend the notion that the decent learning environment has a literal police officer that at any given moment could like lock up someone and play a part in the school to prison pipeline? I mean, they did this with ICE in Long Island as well, by the way, not just Kamala Harris, but like they straight up yoinked under Donald Trump. They straight up yoinked fucking kids that they deemed were a part of MS-13 exclusively because of like t-shirts they were fucking wearing or things that they overheard them say, and literally deporting them. So, you know, it's pretty fucked up. My position is that no, they shouldn't have police officers in schools. And even if you have police officers in schools, they should not cooperate with fucking ICE.
So do you think it would be fair to say that if somebody was arrested in a mall for stealing by like a mall cop, that it was like an actual police officer, would you think it'd be fair to say that malls are referring undocumented immigrants to ICE? Is that like a fair statement?
If malls had like cops and that I would use a different.
If malls had cops and sometimes those cops arrested people, and then the DA had a policy where if you were charged with a misdemeanor or felony, you were referred to ICE if you were undocumented. Would you think it's fair to say malls are referring undocumented
first of all, malls
immigrants?
are still public, so it's a little different. I mean, I would consider like a school to be a I would hold the school to a higher regard, like a higher value than a fucking mall.
That's exactly backwards. Malls are private and schools are public.
Excuse me.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I'm saying
out of
that
control.
I'm saying that I
apologize for
still,
that.
regardless. Okay, I might be wrong on that distinction, but I'm saying that I would still hold a school in a totally separate way. I would think that having police officers at a mall is way more reasonable than having police officers at a school, where a place where the public congregates is an understandable place to have police presence. Whereas the school having their very own resource officers, which is a separate distinction from a fucking police officer, given the fact that like resource officers have, I'm fairly certain, go through different sets of training and like and are not like, they're not operating as like full blown fucking state troopers basically. That yeah, schools should not need to have them, and they shouldn't even have them.
Wait, do you think school resource officers never refer children to police stations for like crimes or
No,
whatever?
of
You don't think
course
that
they
ever
do. Of course they do. I'm saying that that's bad across the board, and certainly when you understand that those people might get fucking deported.
I guess I don't understand. So you're saying that you shouldn't have any police or resource officers at your school at all, otherwise the school is complicit in what the DA like sets as policy? Is that?
Well, my opinion, which I carefully mentioned in that after the statement, is that it is a bad policy and was countered quite rigorously, which Gavin Newsom didn't care for, which Kamala Harris literally defended and then lied about defending.
Sure,
or
and it
sorry,
was probably a bad policy because they were referring people to ICE based on charges and not convictions. That's the bad part. But it has nothing to do with schools referring children to ICE. Schools didn't do it. It had to do with police charges.
I agree that it was a bad policy because you could throw out due process and fucking and kick out children from this country. Yes, that's the.
Well, I don't know if it's about throwing out due process, but like, it's
charging someone is different than a conviction, right? Like,
yeah, but they're not being convicted of a crime. They're being deported for being an illegal immigrant.
I understand, and I don't. Obviously, I have a problem with that. Regardless, if they actually had committed a crime, and if they were charged and they had due process and they were deported after they were convicted, then yeah, that's a completely understandable situation. Unless it was for a fucking misdemeanor, we can have a conversation about that. That's a separate conversation. But
I don't know what due process means to you. So due process like means that if you are charged with a crime, right, you have a right to a public and speedy trial and all that shit. That's like due process. If you're referred as an illegal immigrant under current U.S. standing law, you can be deported for that. That is, there is no due process needed for that. We're not violating due process.
We all operate with that understanding, which is why at no point should any institution that is tasked with educating kids should be playing a part willingly or unwillingly in the deportation of juveniles without even their day in court. That was my point, and I think that's your point as well.
No. There is no day in court for an illegal immigrant to fight being an illegal immigrant. That's not the due process we're talking about.
Why do you think sanctuary cities exist? Like, why do you think this regulation existed that Gavin Newsom wanted to overturn?
Well, sanctuary cities exist because a lot of their population, I mean, there's a whole host of reasons. You don't want people that are living and contributing in your city to feel like they're going to be fucked by the cops anytime. You don't want to discourage people from reporting crimes, especially sex crimes. Maybe you don't want to cooperate with authorities for political reasons because people don't believe in, the ICE and all that dumb shit. I mean, there's a whole host of reasons. What do you mean?
I know. And that's precisely why the school should not play a part in that in any way. That's my point.
But what I'm saying is that assigning the school blame here doesn't make sense.
Do you not think that like resource officers are technically under mandate by the school in some respects? Like, of course they are still operating under orders from the DA, but like, of course they could be kicked out of the school. There are plenty of different ways of dealing with it if this law is supposed to be enforced.
Okay, let's say that I'm going to my house, okay? Let's say that I see two shady people hanging around outside my house, and I go inside, and I'm actually like nervous. I don't know if they're going to rob me or what. They're like hanging out.
Also, due process is still required for deportation, but
that's
to figure out their immigration status.
Sure, but we don't care about that, and I know you don't care about that because you don't care about due process for deportation either. Because if they weren't legal, I don't think you would still want them deported, right? So we're not talking about due process for that. Let's say that we have two people that are standing outside. They legitimately like make me nervous. I don't know if they're going to rob my house or whatever. And I call the cops. Let's say that the cops show up. They arrest these two people for loitering or being threatening or whatever. And then they find out that they're illegal immigrants and they refer them to ICE and they get deported. Am I, as a homeowner, like the person that like reported them, am I now complicit in like deporting illegal immigrants? Is that on me? Do I have
Yes.
a liability now? Okay. So should people just never ever call the cops ever then?
Yeah, I suggest against that. Yes.
Okay. I mean, we just have like a totally fundamental view of this, I guess.
Yeah. But to some extent, for certainly, that is my.
Well, no, not to some extent. We are completely diametrically opposed on this issue.
I guess we are.
I guess like when I started the video off, it sounded like it feels like there was like
it's kind of shocking that this analogy that you're using is like, I mean, you're not in any way associated with the fucking random strangers that are standing outside of your house, Steven. Whereas as a fucking school, you are absolutely associated. You have a responsibility to educate these children.
No,
so you have more of a connection. So you have a better understanding of maybe we shouldn't fucking cooperate with the authorities. So we are technically complicit. It is a terrible analogy that you just used, and it is a rather reactionary one, which I don't even think you agree with.
It's not a reactionary one, okay? It's a totally valid question. Let's say that a woman gets raped by somebody that's Hispanic. Do you think that when she reports it to the cops, is she being complicit now?
Of course not, but that's entirely
Wait, why not?
different.
Why not?
Because she's victimized by a fucking crime. It's not a random misdemeanor of a student. Like she's being victimized by a fucking crime by a stranger or even someone that she knows. That is entirely different than like a resource officer being like, "Oh, I just saw you fucking steal. Sorry, guess you're out of here, buddy." And like kicking fucking 14-year-olds out of this country.
Sure. So let's say that a woman is at a party. She starts walking home and she's being followed by some people and she's getting nervous. She doesn't know if she's going to be assaulted or what. Let's say that she calls the cops there. Cops arrest the two guys and they get reported to ICE because they're illegal immigrants. Did that woman, is she playing a part then in calling the cops and getting illegals deported? Should she not have done that?
This is hurting my brain, dude.
It's hurting your brain because
a random stranger walking and feeling threatened by random people is entirely fucking different than, like I said, a school participating in this thing that they know they shouldn't be participating in. Like a school or their resource officers are not doing everything they fucking possibly can to stop.
You said to never call the cops. So I'm asking you if you really feel that way. You said you should never call the cops. So it sounds like you don't actually feel that way.
Okay. You, in the comfort of your own home, calling police officers because you saw some random people that scared you is a little different than a woman walking home at night or a man walking home at night alone and feeling threatened by the presence of other people. They would still be somewhat complicit, but it's not the same. Under that circumstance, it's still weird that they fucking call the cops, and I probably wouldn't, and I would urge someone else to not do that as well, but it's more understandable, and it doesn't really matter, because under none of these circumstances do you have an obligation to the person that you are fucking calling the cops on. Do you see what I'm saying?
You're giving me like one of the most privileged arguments I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, you're literally telling me that, like, well, if you're a woman and you're walking down the street and you might be scared because people are following you, it's pretty rude of you to call the cops. It's a pretty mean thing to do, dude. Don't do that. What if you've got a person who lives in a neighborhood where there have been a lot of break-ins? What if it's somebody who's had their house broken into before and are worried that somebody's going to do it? Like, it's easy for you to say, like, oh, well, you should never, ever call the cops ever. I don't know if you've been in these situations or if you know people that have been in these situations.
Yeah.
That's a pretty shitty thing to say to people that, like, maybe are actually fearing for stuff like that. Like, I feel like it's a really crazy thing to be like, oh, you should just never, ever call the cops ever.
Why the fuck would you say it's a privileged argument when
because you're making it because it's a really privileged argument.
Dude, ask the fucking people that live in poor neighborhoods if they choose to call the cops under these circumstances or not, okay? Like, what are you talking about? It's a privileged argument. Have you talked to a person who lives in a fucking poor neighborhood? I'm confused, like, right now. Like, what? What?
Okay, so you legitimately think then you should never call the cops. So then going back to the earlier thing then, a woman gets raped,
under most circumstances, yes. I don't believe it, yeah.
Okay, so let's say two people break into your backyard and they're going through your shed. Should you call the cops then, or is it just your shed, so it doesn't matter? You shouldn't call the cops.
No, if they're breaking into your, if they're breaking in, it's different. Yeah. Again, different circumstances. where a random person, not a fucking institution, that was previously urged and understands what kind of responsibility they have for the children that they're educating. So, yeah, I know that you're trying to narrow this as best as possible to figure out if I'm like morally consistent and if I will abide by my principles. And I guess it like shocks you a little bit, but one, it's kind of weird that you said that it was a privileged perspective that I have when most people that don't have privilege are hold the same exact belief, for the reason that police officers don't actually increase security in a neighborhood that they're dealing with, especially if it's a fucking poor neighborhood. And two, like a misdemeanor could be just like getting arrested for a fucking misdemeanor and getting booted out of this country is obviously a bad thing. And if it wasn't such a fucking bad thing, they wouldn't have fought so hard to maintain the sanctuary city status to begin with. Again,
only
it is
reason
literally
I'm
a
asking
semantics
this-
argument because functionally the outcome is still the same.
But it's not. That's so okay. So you said that if a school has a police officer there, that the school has a tacit endorsement of every single thing the police officer does, like everything the DA says. What I said was, does that mean that anybody that calls the cops ever then is tacitly endorsing everything the DA says? And then you said, well, you should never call the cops, and that's why I give examples where it's
No,
like,
I said
do
you
really
shouldn't
believe
call
that?
the cops if you feel threatened by random people in your home. And then I followed that up by saying, if you feel threatened and you're walking home and these people are like menacing or threatening you, then if you genuinely feel for your safety, it's still not great. I've been under similar situations like that before where I chose not to, and I probably wouldn't, given the consequences of what might happen to those people, especially if they're like people of color or poorer people. The police is kind of famously not very good at dealing with poor people under those circumstances. But if someone is like breaking into your fucking house, then yes, it's entirely different. Why are we? Oh my god! Oh no! Why are we so? This is the first point that we're like fucking going back and forth on that I elaborated on afterwards. Like literally.
It's a good point because my view is that of this video, it sounds like in the cops.
You're
Like that's
breaking
what
up.
I hear. Like it feels like this entire video is just a video of you talking about how much you hate cops. Like that's what it feels like. Almost every single point comes back to is that just you really hate cops. And then in this conversation that we're having, like I don't know, I feel like a lot of these like points are like insane.
What
Like,
difference
so-
does it make if I hate cops or not, Destiny? Like, look at the fucking video. Did she back down from her statements and lie? I'm talking about Kamala Harris, okay? Like, stop getting so caught up on the fact that she used to be a cop or whatever the fuck. And look at the actual
You're the one
context.
that's throwing the word around like Gestapo and shit. I'm not caught up on her being a cop at all. Like, that's your whole point of this whole video is constantly bringing up how horrible and evil cops are.
I mean, I largely is that what you want to have a debate on? Like whether cops are good or bad or something?
No,
Like look at the
no,
video.
and
Look at the video. Hold on. Look at the actual
You
video where
literally
like
called the
I'm
video
talking about her
Kamala Harris.
statements and how she lies and how that's relatively hypocritical. I'm talking about who she chooses to prosecute versus who she chooses not to prosecute under certain circumstances, and
Sure, and we'll
why
get to those.
that's kind
Yes.
of bad and indicative of like what interests or what moneyed interests in even some instances like Mnuchin can guide her to do certain things or not guide her to do certain things. And that,
Sure.
to me, is absolutely important in a political candidate that's going to be the president that is literally spreading this like progressive fucking attitude now.
Sure, and we'll go over those things in the future. I'm really curious on this idea that you should like very rarely, if ever, call the cops. Like, okay, so I'm just curious in this situation.
Okay, but
you're
we're
a
talking
woman-
about the video. Let's not get caught up in that. We can have a
No,
separate.
it is-
We can have a side argument
you took
about it.
Here. So we have no. It's not a side argument. It's a central argument. The reason why this is important is because you said that a school that has a resource officer on school grounds is tacitly endorsing everything that the DA has told that police officer to do, which I think is ridiculous. Just because you call the cops doesn't mean that you support every single thing the police department does. But now you're telling me that that's true, so I'm testing you and I'm asking, okay, well, let's say a woman is leaving a party, two guys are following her, and she calls the cops. Is the woman now like morally culpable if those people get deported by ICE? Is that like her fault?
I said it already to a certain degree. Sure, not entirely, but.
What does that mean? Not entirely. This is like the most weaselly thing I've
Because
ever
if
heard.
she's
So, yeah,
fucking
she does
scared,
share-
if she's fucking scared, it's understandable. If she's fucking scared, it's understandable to call the police officers. But again, you're hammering down something that is not related to the fucking main conversation or the main points.
Well, so the main point that I brought up was that schools don't refer people to ICE. The police department does if somebody is charged with a crime. That's my main point.
Will we move past this if I say I agree with you? I was 100% incorrect for using for saying that the policy for reading the headline and then elaborating on what was happening. Is that fine? Because like the headline in that article was Kamala Harris reported positive reported arrested undocumented juveniles. ICE.
I guess. Yeah, we can move.
All right.
Yeah,
You're
we can
right.
move past this
I shouldn't have.
thing.
I shouldn't have used it. I shouldn't have said schools. I should have said school resource officers. And if you were to say like, well, it was because of felonies or misdemeanors, well, I did actually elaborate on that later down the line. Instead of saying schools, I should have said school resource officers tasked with upholding the law. Okay.
That's wrong too. It wasn't school resource officers. It was people that were charged with a crime. So if you say that, if a resource officer arrested a kid and then he was charged with a crime, then yes, then we're 100% in agreement.
Okay, that's what I mean.
God.
Stephen no. More like Stephen Boom.
Okay.
Truancy.
Yeah. A school resource officer that caught someone in the process of a misdemeanor, which would be, like theft or like a fist fight between kids.
Okay. So the truancy thing. Talk to me about how you feel about this.
I think that using intimidation tactics and using the state in this sort of way to force parents into making sure their children have to go to school is awful and indicative of Kamala Harris's perspective on how to use the law and how to use state-sponsored violence, or the threat of state violence, rather.
Okay. What else do you think Kamala could have done?
Not force that. Not put that in place.
Okay. So I'm curious. Let's say you have a situation where you have a parent or two that are just lazy. They don't really want to send their kid to school, and you're the DA. Do you think that you should just leave it be and say whatever, and then the kid just doesn't go to school, or do you think you should try to take steps to?
No, you should
that?
use as the DA. You don't really have a lot of power in that regard. But if you were a more progressive DA, then you of course don't do anything about it. And as a independent civilian, independent citizen outside of that, you use your fucking power to vote and force for education rather than and like force for better education, better funding for education in those regions, rather than use your fucking powers to be like, we're gonna scare the shit out of some mothers, including like one of the I mean, there was like a homeless mom who was threatened by police officers. She was a fucking parent of like 3 children. Like, there are actual real victims of this. It's not like the image that you're portraying it in your mind,
so
where it's
you
like,
just said
it's not the image that you're portraying in your mind, where it's like, oh, these mothers are just lazy. Yeah, okay, fuck it. They're lazy. They shouldn't go to jail, or they shouldn't be threatened with jail either.
Okay, let's just focus on the thing with the homeless mom. So you realize that the end result for her was that her kids got back into school and she had no charges brought against her. Everything was dropped. So she wasn't a victim of this. That woman that you're citing is an example of this actually working in an incredibly positive way. Because they brought in law enforcement, they were able to get her connected to the school resources, they were able to get her kids going to school, and all the charges against her were dropped. The end result, at the end of the day, was her kids that weren't going to school are now going to school.
So you find this to be a successful program, then?
If your measurement of success is getting kids to go to school, then in that case, it seems to have been.
Okay, what if I fucking put a gun to every parent's head? That's a successful program, right? Because every single parent and every single child ended up going to school. Like, what a ridiculous a metric of success you have here, where you're literally where I'm using this as an opportunity to showcase the willingness of Kamala Harris to utilize the monopoly that the state has on enforcing certain rules through state violence, through the threat of state violence, through stealing people's fucking freedoms away from them for not even a truancy, for truancy violations. And you're saying that, well, just because it was a threat, it's okay.
Okay, I don't know what the monopoly on state violence has. I mean, I don't know if we're going full libertarian with these arguments.
No, but the state does have a monopoly on violence, right? Unless you think that the black mothers were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna actually fucking 360 no scope these police officers are coming in. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we want the state to have a monopoly on violence, don't we? Isn't that like, do we want other people just like murdering each other randomly in public? I don't understand. Like, don't we generally, as the public, like entrust the state with our, with our violent enforcement of laws, things like paying taxes and shit? Don't with things like living healthcare,
Not
things
in
like
all
dealing with our.
circumstances, Destiny. I think you know what my perspective is on that, given the fact that you yourself have also argued about how violence could be morally justified. I'm sure that we're not in disagreement here.
Yeah, I agree that it could be, but in an ideal world, we would absolutely want the state to have a monopoly on violence. We don't want normal citizens enacting
Again,
violence
by
unless
the
we
way,
feel the need
we're
for.
talking about enforcement in this circumstance, and we're talking about what that says about Kamala Harris, and you're caught up on like the seventh layer of like something I said about the state having a monopoly on violence. Why are you doing this? Let's have a conversation about what this says about Kamala Harris, in which you literally said that if the results are, if it's just the threat of jail time and that the results are positive, then it's okay. You and I have a fundamental disagreement here.
Okay, because my problem is that the way that you're framing all of this makes it seem like Kamala Harris is literally fucking Rita from the fucking Power Rangers. She's like the worst person in the world.
Do you not think that
But
it is unnecessary? Do you not think that this was excessive force? Do you not think that locking up, or the threat rather of locking up mothers for truancy is unnecessary or excessive? If you don't think that, if you think that it's not unnecessary, then we can have a conversation about that.
I don't know where I would fall on it. I think I lean against it, but you have to understand
Then
that,
why
like,
are you having this argument with me right now? If you
because I
possibly
don't care
lean
about pushing a
against it?
political agenda. I just want to have a good conversation about the issue. And saying that she's walking around threatening homeless people to kill them, blah 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 blah, is a bullshit way to have this conversation. It's not really a good framing of it, right? The way that it's presented is that there are a lot of parents whose children are going to school that, with a little bit of help from, whether it's scary looking fucking homicide agents or whatever, could be connected to school resources that will get their kids sent to school. As somebody that talks about cyclical poverty, about all these systemic institutional fuck ups with people, one of the most important things your kid can do is actually fucking go to school. It's one of the best ways to break the cycle, is to actually get your kid in school.
I agree.
Every day. So,
and I think you and I also agree.
Wait, you ramble so much. Let me just finish this, okay? If you're the DA, and as you said, you have very limited resources to do things, okay? You can't pay kids to send their fucking kids to school. That's not your power, the DA. But if you're the DA and you're prosecuting crimes every day where you're seeing fucking 16, 17-year-olds dead on the fucking street, and you have a way to utilize your police force to get kids to go to school, that seems like one of the most positive ways you could ever apply a police force. Not on the fucking corner cracking kids' heads for fucking dealing weed, not rolling around neighborhoods looking to fucking fuck some people up, but actually getting parents to send their fucking kids to school. That seems like one of the best possible ways you could utilize the police force.
Yeah, when you're a hammer, everything starts looking like a nail. I understand. But under these circumstances, she should not be trying to solve this problem as a fucking DA. And the way that she tried to solve the problem is something that you and I agree is excessive and unnecessary.
I mean, it would depend on the application. With the way that the law is worded, the idea is that you have to try, police officers will make sure that, but the school, or I'm sorry, that the student and the student's family knows that they are being contacted, that everything is going to be done in order to get these people like actually going to school, and that legal actions are only going to be threatened as a last case resort when the parents have not made any effort to cooperate with the school. I don't think that's that bad. If you've got a bunch of parents that aren't sending their kids to school and the kid is just fucking jerking off all day or whatever and they're not doing shit, there has to be accountability there. That's part of being a fucking parent, is making sure your goddamn kid gets to school. It's an important part of his life. Like we know this too. You know this. Like, how frustrating is it for a police officer to deal with a school whose life has been fucked since he's fucking 4 years old because he's got parents who don't give a fuck about him? How frustrating is it for a teacher to deal with kids, right? Teachers need to educate kids better. Well, I can't do it. The kids don't even fucking go to school. If you have an opportunity to make kids actually get their ass in a fucking seat in a classroom, it seems like a relatively positive thing to me. I don't understand. I mean, like, we can argue whether or not, like, is it good to do this with the police force? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We use a police force for other things like CPS, right? That doesn't mean fuck all if you don't have a police force behind it. So, I mean, I don't know. I just don't think it's this like one-sided, horrendously fucking evil issue where cops are threatening homeless moms. And that one example you cited that actually shows the law working in an incredibly positive way. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
Okay.
I'm not God.
Okay. Thank you
BTW,
for your
what a
point.
misdemeanor can be.
Like I said, the DA should not try to deal with this in any way whatsoever, not by over prosecuting kids for the crime of like, getting caught with like a dime bag or whatever, and certainly not by trying to or threatening to jail their mothers. That's my point, and I think that says a lot about what Kamala Harris's perspective is on how to use her powers how to use her powers at the time to solve a problem.
So
That
if
is
you, if
literally
there
what
are
I
parents,
mentioned
sure,
in the video as
curious.
well, by the way.
Yeah, I
And then
understand. So I'm
and then
curious.
did you not see her talking about how like I mean that was unrelated to this one. That was unrelated to the truancy thing. Well, she talked about it as like as a swimming success, which I take issue with, obviously. But then like this is a like an entire analysis of her perspective, looking at like her understanding of like funding schools versus funding prisons, and her track record shows that she is on board with funding prisons and saying that the funding of schools is a laughable, idealistic perspective. I think you
That's
and I would both
absolutely
agree
not what she
that
said. That's not what she said. She even said at the beginning of that statement you clipped that conceptually she's on board with it. But realistically, you have to fund your prisons. And dealing with idealistic progressives that just want to defund all prisons and defund all cops and throw everybody out of everybody out of jail, blah, blah, blah. That's an overly idealistic.
Wait, is that what the opposing side was doing? They were saying we need to defund all prisons now. We're at like all of a sudden the entirety of the Democratic legislature of California was a bunch of prison abolitionist anarchists. No, and I fucking went in extensively to talk about what circumstances led to her saying that. Destiny, come on, why are you? I'm honestly
Wait, what do you mean?
confused.
She literally says in the video that you have to address crime in a community. That's all she's saying. I don't think it's that like hyperbolic. I don't think it's the word like, why do I have to be Pax Matter? There are people in cities that don't feel safe. You have to address that. And just screaming, build more schools, not more prisons, doesn't really do anything to alleviate those people's fears. And if there's anything you should know as a citizen of the United States, it's that people are fucking motivated by fear to vote for shit. It's why we were in Iraq. It's why we voted for the Patriot Act. It's why Trump is a fucking president.
Okay,
it's
but
why Brexit happened.
I know, but I don't agree with that. I don't like that. And I have the right to be like, I don't think that that is a good way to go about it or a good way to farm for fucking votes. That's like, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Do you have additional information as to why that would not be Kamala Harris's actual perspective when she literally voted on a bill that also followed that protocol?
Wait, what do you mean on perspective on what?
As far as like funding,
you're saying that
not schools to
funded?
prisons directly, but like it ties back into the truancy stuff, and also the thing that I mentioned before of like of following through on Gavin Newsom's reversal of a sanctuary city provision, all fit into that same exact narrative.
But it doesn't. You're picking and choosing what you want. You're ignoring the fact, for instance, been and support people like dreamers. Kamala has always been in favor of protecting the city's sanctuary status. That's one of the reasons why they gave, now I don't know if it's bullshit or not, one of the reasons why they gave changing that law is because they were worried that it would, if it was charged in court, that the city would lose its sanctuary state status. I don't know if that's true or not, if she was trying to cover her ass. It kind of sounds like she was trying to cover her ass. But historically, no, the narrative doesn't fit your point of view that Kamala Harris is some illegal immigrant hating DA, because it seems like she supports other things that are in favor of illegal immigrants, like the dreamer stuff.
Okay. You can be in favor, dude. That's literally what my point is. That my point is that on certain issues, she advocates for things that she does not advocate for, or that she does not show in her track record. That's my point. Is that Kamala Harris, like the entire video, is based around, and my summarization was literally that Kamala Harris says one thing, but she doesn't actually show that she has done that same thing throughout her career when she had the power to do so. That's my point.
I understand that, and your conclusion.
Like, she literally got fucking PolitiFact fact-checked for like half the shit that I have on here. And PolitiFact is like relatively liberal.
The PolitiFact stuff had nothing to do with the claims that you're making, though. Or it's different than the ones that I'm being of. So, for instance, in the PolitiFact article, it agrees with me that Kamala Harris is not using schools to send children to ICE. It was using the police force. It was based on convictions.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, not convictions, but charges. But it was based on criminal charges. It wasn't just the fact that.
Yeah, which she lied about and said that she didn't know what the outcome of that was.
I don't disagree with you there. That was obviously the intended purpose of the law. She obviously lied there. That's what fact checked her.
Yeah, that was the main point of that, by the way. That was the main point of my argument there. Okay. It wasn't like I don't know. It wasn't that that there could be miscommunication, or that I could have caused so much confusion on the school issue. I'm saying that she's a bad candidate because she's not consistent, and this is the same metric that I would apply to most candidates, if not all of them. All of them, actually, not most candidates, all of them. Now, it depends. It depends on like what they're advocating for now, or what kind of behavior that they're exhibiting now. In regards to like Elizabeth Warren, for example, like her being a Republican through the George W. Bush era and Reagan era, it's kind of weird because she was a full-grown adult. But ultimately, like, I think that she has shown throughout her entire fucking career that she is a dogged supporter of consumer protections for the most part. She's she's attacked Wall Street throughout her career as well. Like, I respect that. So that it shows me consistency. That shows me growth. That's something that I care about. And makes me believe that she might be genuine when she says stuff on the fucking podium. Kamala, on the other hand, is the opposite of that. So, of course, I'm going to look at her track record and call it into question, just like I've done.
Sure. And that's what we're doing. We're looking
just
at
like I've done for Joe Biden, just like I've done for Pete Buttigieg, and just like I've done for, I guess that's it for now. I will continue to do more.
I'm just going through the pillars that you're basing this argument off of. Has been radically inconsistent in the past. I don't think somebody that says that they want to deport people that are charged with felonies is the same type of immigrant hating person that Trump might be, because he wants to like block immigration
Wait, did
from
I say
Muslim
that? At which point did I say that Kamala Harris is like the same kind of rabid immigrant hater that Donald Trump is? Why do you what?
You're not, but that's the narrative that you're trying to set up. Maybe that
no,
the narrative.
it's not. No, I'm
Okay,
not
I don't
saying
know.
that
I'm sorry,
Kamala.
hold on. Can you just tell me what you? Can you just tell me then? Because I don't know.
No, I don't think Kamala Harris is okay. I don't think Kamala Harris is a rabid immigrant hater to the same level of Donald Trump.
Not the same level. Tell me what her position is on illegal immigrants. I'm curious.
She's pro DACA. She's pro DACA recipients. I don't know if she is pro amnesty. Probably will say that she is. I would question that though, especially if she got into a position of power.
So do you think she's like relatively pro legal immigrant then, or?
I would say that she is probably going to do the exact same thing that Barack Obama did and claim that she's pro-immigrant or claim that she's for amnesty, not really push for any sort of meaningful change or not really start the pathway towards citizenship that she probably promises on the podium. I don't know if she did. And then continue down the same fucking track record as Barack Obama, which we now regard as like deportation king, which we now look back at as a president who at least still kept some children behind bars. Now there's obviously fundamental differences with why Donald Trump is doing that versus Obama, but it was still cruel and unusual back then, and it's part of the reason why I fucking hate the Democratic Party.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you, or do you think that I'm wrong and she's actually a
I
champion of immigration and
like
she's going to do amnesty measures and take all the children out of the fucking take all the break out all the children from the deportation centers?
When you give a 20-minute speech about what you think people, I don't disagree with any of that if your facts follow. We're analyzing the underlying facts though. You just talk for 20 minutes about how you blah 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 blah. Of course I agree with that if your underlying facts are correct. That's what we're looking at right now, is if the underlying facts you asserted are correct. Because if they're not correct, then your conclusion doesn't reasonably follow.
Wait, what?
Excuse me.
What part
I'm
of
sorry. I'm out of control.
what part of her
I apologize
track
for
record that I brought into question made you feel as though it was my facts were incorrect? The part where I said schools rather than resource officers at schools who saw juveniles potentially committing a misdemeanor that they charged with, because I didn't elaborate on that. That's the underlying fact that's correct.
I mean, we were going back to point one, I guess, but yeah, those are two monumentally different things.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess, yeah.
Sure. So just, I mean, like, so for anybody listening, the idea that people that are charged with a crime are going to be referred to ICE is monumentally different than saying that schools are just referring all undocumented immigrants to ICE.
Stuff too, by the way. Like, I mean, not a great way to deal with that, but I guess you don't.
It's the only way that a DA has to deal with it, and if it's working.
Okay, you're the DA. You're not supposed to be fucking dealing with it. That's my point.
What do you mean?
That's why I said
You're
your
the DA.
hammer. It all looks like a nail to you.
So you pass the buck to somebody else? If you have an ability to combat a problem, if you're the person
Yes,
who's
as a
watching your
DA,
officers,
you have the power to do things. Okay, you have the power to either prosecute or over prosecute or have leniency. In this case, progressive DAs should usually apply leniency, especially under a circumstance where we're talking about fucking truancy.
so the most important thing a DA can do is nothing. That's what your argument is.
Yes, that's precisely what I'm saying.
Okay,
Just like
so
you
all
shouldn't,
cops are
if you're a
bastards.
progressive DA, like the
why
one in
not just
fucking
make a
Philadelphia,
35
for
minute
example, you should
Why
not
not
be
just make-
fucking charging people with bullshit misdemeanors over carrying marijuana. Like I literally promote these sorts of people who do who do demonstrate leniency when they're making these sorts of decisions as the fucking DA. So yes,
Why not
I am
just make a
100%
35
consistent on my
video?
position on this.
I'm sorry.
Why not just
I'm
make a
out of control.
35-minute video that's saying all cops are bastards? You don't care about anything else. Just say DA
I have
should
done that
fucking
before,
nothing.
and I will continue to do that. Thank you, Destiny. But why are you so caught up on these like literal semantics arguments
Excuse
here
me.
instead of
I'm
like
sorry.
looking at
I'm
Kamala
out of
Harris's track
control. I
record?
apologize
Nothing
for
you have
that.
said thus far has been like, this is entirely wrong. You exhibited false information. Maybe you should look at like the way you look at my videos and the way you analyze the
Excuse
things
me.
that I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
Because
I'm
I
out
feel
of
like it's a
control. I
little
apologize
fucking
for that.
painted by biases. Like I don't understand.
You literally call the police Gestapo like multiple times in your video, and you obviously have a massive hate motive for all cops. How am I the one biased here? My problem is that the underlying facts are not correct, and anytime we move away from one, you keep bringing them up again. It's like when I
Yes,
argue
I say
with
ACAB as well. I don't think that they're all fatherless bastards, just for the record.
Sure, but this is like every argument I've ever had with a race realist who's like, well, I think this thing. And it's like, well, hold on. Like, these underlying facts don't make sense. And then when you start to address some of the underlying facts, they keep retreating back to their higher level position, ignoring all of the other underlying facts that were incorrect. That's what it feels like. You're
Destiny,
like, we're trying to
none of the
establish-
underlying facts that I brought up were literally incorrect. You openly mentioned that you agree with me that it's not a good idea to it's excessive and over prosecutorial to fucking use your powers as the DA to lock up or even threaten to lock up mothers for truancy. You agreed with me, so obviously it's not just a fucking.
Do you understand how you're framing this? Like, lock up mothers for truancy. What about parents that were just too lazy to send their kids to school without
Dude, you
getting
sound like a
kicked in the
fucking
ass from the police
reactionary. Do you
department?
not hear yourself? You're like, what about those lazy parents who just didn't want to send their children? Yeah, what about the fucking homeless mom? I'm telling you, like, there are plenty of fucking
Why do
people
you
who are
keep
in
going-
between.
Okay, hold on.
What
Okay,
is important
okay.
here is what Kamala
Why do you
Harris did with her powers, showing me that she is willing and able to fucking use like I said, state violence,
Why
the
do you
threat
keep-
of state violence
Why
to
do
get
you
someone to
keep
do
going?
something.
Why do you keep, first of all, we use state violence to get people to do everything. You don't disagree with that because you're in favor of taxes. So that is a dumb libertarian argument. I don't know why you keep saying that. We always use state violence to motivate people to act in the best interest of the state. That's literally why the state
Yes,
exists.
and
It's
there
to
are
secure all
certain
the
things
rights
that I
of the
agree
law.
with, and obviously, how can you not see this? There are certain things that I agree with in regards to state violence. There are certainly things that I disagree with, like truancy, when you're utilizing state violence. And your answer to this, basically, and maybe I'm fucking strawmanning you, but you've been doing that the entire time this debate, so I'm just gonna say it. Maybe your point is, well, it doesn't matter if people are threatened because there are a lot of lazy mothers out there, and also it worked because it increased school admission by 20%.
Who is supposed to make
then
kids?
let's go out to let's round up all the fucking kids and force them on the buses with guns. It'll increase school admission by 100%. It's excessive. You already admitted that it was excessive. Why are we having this argument?
Who should be making kids go to school?
Positive influences, positive reinforcement, okay? Not negative, not pushing kids to go to school. Positively getting learning environments, especially in underfunded areas, to have good programs, to have good teachers, to have better opportunities so that kids can go to school. Basketball programs, basketball leagues, like sports leagues, additional resources, additional resources given to schools so that they, like computers, shit like that. Not a fucking cop that's threatening your mom with going to jail.
Okay, let's say the
You and
kids
I
still don't
agree
go to
on this,
school.
don't we?
Oh my god. Let's say the kids still don't go to school. Who should be in charge of doing it at the end of the day? Or do you just say, fuck it, just they don't have to go to school? Who cares about systemic, who cares about cyclical violence or cycles of...
Steve,
No, I'm curious. Can you just answer the question? Who should force them at the end of the day? Or should...
you're like literally
Wait, can you not
forcing
answer
me
that
into
question?
an
You can't answer
unrealistic
it.
fucking corner right now with
It's not.
like
This
a
happens.
certain
Wait, you don't
percentage.
think-
Obviously, it shows that when schools are more funded, that the admission goes up. So like that's the point, right? We're not trying to get to 100%. We can't get to 100%. It's
I'm not.
fucking
I'm
unrealistic.
asking you. Who, at the end of the day, if the parents aren't doing it out of laziness or whatever, who
Why
should
are
be
you
involved?
saying that ends justify the? Why are you making the ends justify the means argument in an argument where you agree that the ends are? I mean, the means are fucking excessive. Like I don't get it. Am I
make the ends
confused
justify
by
the
this?
means argument all the. I make the ends justify the means argument because I'm a consequentialist, so I will always make the ends justify the means. Okay.
Well,
But
you
that's
weren't a
not relevant to anything we're
consequentialist
talking
when
about.
it came to
That's-
schools and when it came to schools being a part of the school to deportation pipeline. So obviously you weren't a consequentialist there, but I guess you're a consequentialist under this circumstance because ultimately it
Because the
justified
consequence of
the means.
because-
Wait, hold on.
What?
But
No,
also,
wait, no, you
I'm
don't
out
let me
of
finish
control.
a single
I
thing.
apologize for that.
Let me know when you're done.
okay, go ahead. Hello?
Okay. Are you calmed down?
I am. Are you calmed
Okay.
down?
You gotta let me finish a single point, dude. Holy shit! You
Okay,
fucking
sorry.
four
Go
times as much.
ahead. Go ahead. I know.
Okay.
I'm
So
cutting you off.
you
I'm really
literally,
excited.
you literally just said, okay, I'm in favor of
not
consequentialism when it's
God.
making kids go to school, but I'm not in favor of consequentialism when it's deporting kids. No fucking shit. Because deporting people, I generally consider to be bad. Making kids go to school, I generally consider to be good. How the fuck is that confusing to you?
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Okay, you're right. I misunderstood your point. Can we? What was your question? Let me just answer.
My point is let's say kids aren't going to school because the parents are being lazy or whatever. At the end of the day, do you think the state should force them to go to school, or should it be okay if parents just never want their kids to go to school? They can just
Yes,
stay home and
it
not
should
go
be
to school?
okay for parents that never want their kids to go to school in this ridiculous fucking hypothetical straw man that you literally created just now to justify your perspective. Yes.
Okay, let's use a more realistic example. Do you think the state should have the power to force kids to get vaccines?
Yes.
Why? Why that but not attend school?
Herd immunity. There are better ways of. If push came to shove and people were literally like, "Oh, I'm not gonna actually fucking get vaccinated. I'm not gonna actually get vaccinated. You can come and take it." Liberals or whatever the fuck dumbass anti-vaxxers go for, then yes, at that point it should be at the fucking it should be at the barrel of a gun, at the threat of state violence.
Okay, so you're
But there
saying
are
that
better
state
ways, which you and I agree on, that we could get kids to go to fucking
We're not
school.
at
I've
that
seen you
part
argue
yet.
this
We're
point
not-
a
we're not-
bajillion
we're
times
not-
over. So
we
why are you
are
fucking
not-
putting out? Why are you
because-
pulling this reactionary straw man out of your ass? And like there is an epidemic of fucking lazy families that just don't want to send their children to school.
We are not at there are better ways yet. We haven't even gotten to that part of the argument yet. Okay, we're not even at that part of the argument yet. Okay, so if you
Oh my God, there's
believe
gonna be so fuck. All right, go ahead.
if you believe that the state should enforce violence here on an issue that would improve the outcomes of all of society, because that's what we're talking about when we talk about herd immunity, I don't understand why it's so ridiculous to think the state should also be invested in making sure that kids actually show up at school.
Because I would argue, and I think you're going to go against
I'm
this, but I would
not
argue
God.
that like not getting vaccinated and not creating herd immunity is like infinitely worse than a person potentially not going to school in this ridiculous hypothetical that you have created. Now we are arguing in this ridiculous hypothetical. We have moved so far beyond the fucking points of the video that I don't even understand why we're here.
Okay, so you keep calling this a ridiculous hypothetical, but the example that you keep citing me is literally the hypothetical that Kamala Harris advocated for working. So I don't know why you keep calling it a hypothetical.
Because I already mentioned to you that there are justifiable instances of state violence, and that was not one of them.
Okay, so at the end of the day, if kids don't want to go to school, so I guess call it a ridiculous hypothetical, but if the kid doesn't want to school, parents don't want him to go to school, then the state shouldn't do anything about that. They
Yes.
should just be allowed to stay home.
Yes, let's just let these, in this ridiculous hypothetical, again, I'm not letting you fucking frame this as though it is the rule of law, it's certainly something that is happening all around the fucking world. Yes, in that ridiculous fucking hypothetical, we should just let kids run amok on the streets and we shouldn't jail their parents. Like,
Okay,
it's
all right,
fucking nuts. I mean, let's just operate off of like the crazy fucking, very reactionary sounding straw mans, or reactionary straw man hypotheticals that you're fucking creating right now. Let's just operate off of that. There's no reason to look at the video. There's no reason to look at like my analysis of what I think it could happen potentially under Kamala Harris. Let's just look at your hypotheticals. Is there another one? let's just move past it. Let's go to we did the truancy one.
So like my hypothetical are generally that if there is a vested interest in the child, the state has a vested interest in the child always. This is why we compel, for instance, men to pay child support if they leave their fucking single moms, right? Because the state has a vested interest in the child. I think that one of the best ways to break cycles of poverty is education. So I also think the state should have a vested interest in a child going to school. If that means enforcing it with state violence, I'm okay with it.
And the DA should do something. Like, for example, the DA should involve themselves in every matter that they possibly can, and use the state in this regard, especially if the ends justify the means, right? Like, it's okay. Like, going forward, for example, if there is, I don't know, if there's like fucking, God, I can't even come up with a fucking analogy. It's so insane. It's so insane.
Okay,
It's literally the most insane analogy I could come up with is literally locking up mothers or threatening to lock up mothers to get their children to go to school in a system where this fucking problem, the main problem, is underfunding, which you know and you agree with.
Yep. But we both agree that Kamala Harris can't do anything about that.
Yes, and shouldn't. No, not anything.
So
should not do something about the other element as well.
Sure. So let's say that,
for example, opiate addiction is a problem, right? Opiate addiction is a gigantic problem in this country. It's an epidemic. Should Kamala Harris lock up fucking people for opiate addiction if the ultimate result is that these people in jail will get proper treatment and in the form of, like, I don't know, they'll still have their freedoms removed, but ultimately they're still getting treated in jail. They're being put in solitary confinement, but hey, they don't have heroin in their system anymore. Yep, that's a win for me. I'm Stephen Bonnell. I think that that's a good situation. Let's not deal with it from a form of like leniency in regards to the DA, and then focusing on rehabilitative programs, which a lot of progressive DAs do all around the fucking country. Let's not make sure that we give like Narcan to police officers. Let's just jail them, because ultimately, if less people are doing heroin on the street, that's good for me. Homelessness. Let's not fucking focus on. Let's not focus on. Like building sustainable public housing for homeless people. Let's just fucking throw them in jail, because ultimately there will be a shelter over their fucking heads. Won that argument too. Destiny, you were killing it with this DA analogy, dude. I mean, the ends justify the means, Destiny. Why aren't we doing that?
Because in every example you gave, the end is bad. In my example, the end is good. I don't know how you can't understand the difference.
What do you mean? The end is the same. It's still, the end is the same. Less people. Technically, people got robbed of their freedom under these circumstances, but technically they stopped, I don't know, they stopped doing heroin.
Why do you keep giving me all of these weird libertarian arguments? Why are you concerned about people's freedom? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Why
because
are you
I think
all these
that,
like, libertarian platitudes at me?
This is not a weird, why are you saying that this is a weird libertarian argument when obviously my entire perspective when it comes to the criminal justice system is that cops should dial it way the fuck back, and so should DAs, and not involve themselves in matters that other people can solve.
Oh my God. I'm saying, I don't know why you keep saying this is like freedom, or like, this is so weird. This is like the capitalist argument or the libertarian argument. I don't know. We're not talking about freedom here. We're talking about like policies that improve society. Like, that's what we're talking about. Like,
yeah,
so when you ask me, when you ask me, do the ends justify the means? You go, what if we throw all the crackheads or homeless people in jail and put them in isolation or solitary confinement? Those sound like pretty shitty ends. So no. But when you say, let's do a policy that gets more kids to go to school, oh, those sound like pretty good ends. Depends on what the means are, I guess. So if in your analogy, to make your analogy work, let's say that we locked up all the opiate abusers, and when we put them in jail, let's say that they got treatment, and when they came out, they weren't addicted to opioids anymore. Yeah, I probably would be in favor of that then. Hell yeah, sure. If that actually was the result of that, then sure. But obviously that's not what fucking happens in our prisons. People go in, recidivism is insanity.
All around the world, however, in the real world where we all exist in, you and I both know that there are numerous different ways of dealing with this problem that don't involve locking people in jail. It's not a fucking libertarian perspective for me to have a more rehabilitative approach to criminal justice, to the criminal justice system, which includes DAs being more progressive and dialing it way the fuck back, and letting other elements of society, or letting all these other institutions actually take control of a situation that they can fix in a much better manner, which is my point, and my point across the board.
If your other institutions are failing and they're not addressing the problem, and you have a way of addressing the problem, why wouldn't you want that person to step up and take charge?
Wait, what point of like threatening to fucking jail mothers is not threatening their freedom, by the way. You don't have to be a fucking libertarian
Excuse
to
me.
understand
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm out of
I said I
control.
don't give a
apologize
fuck about
for that.
freedom. I've never argued in favor of freedom. I don't care at all about it. It's not something I'm ever concerned with.
So wait, you don't I'm confused. Would this be like if the situation got to a point where like some moms, because they were repeat offenders or whatever, like actually got locked up in jail, would you then be I guess more upset? Is that the only reason why like using the threat of jail time is acceptable only because they didn't like literally send the mothers to jail?
I mean, it depends on what they got in jail for. If the parents were just literally being lazy, they didn't send the kids to school.
Truancy is the
Yeah,
point. Truancy.
but in the Kamala Harris law, it was if the parent made absolutely no effort to contact the school or to get together with the school to figure out a solution for their children. So in that case, yeah, because as a payer to the state, which I pay with my taxes, I have a vested interest in the outcomes of children around the United States. When they don't go to school, when they commit crimes, when they do all this shit, it costs me more fucking money. It makes
All right,
my
got
cities
it.
less safe. Like,
no,
yeah.
I understand
So,
your
yeah, of
position.
course, yeah.
Yes, I understand your position. Okay, got it. I am because like the outcomes of that would be much better for the children. You're right. They would go to school, but they wouldn't have a mom, which is fine because at least like they're still going to school. So yeah, no, that's a cool
Sounds
and
to
very
me-
reasonable
so-
and very good way to go about this.
But the better way is if your parents are lazy, just hanging out at home, and you're just running around fucking all day in the front yard because your
Where is
parents
this?
don't
Like,
fucking to go
this
to
is
school
why I
now.
say you sound fucking reactionary. Lazy
You
parents.
just gave me a reactionary thing. What are you talking about?
Dude, you make it seem like there's like a problem of lazy parents out there who are making the personal choice, individual choice, the not send their fucking
what other
children to do
alternatives
nothing
are there?
about
What
it.
al-
When
what
in
other
fact you and I
alternatives are
both
there?
know
What-
that it's
what-
a cause,
what-
it's a consequence of
oh,
underfunding.
okay.
Instead
What
of
other-
addressing the
what other
problem,
alternatives
you're
are there?
exacerbating the problem. You're making it worse. A DA
Okay,
should
what
not
other
be
alter-
dealing with these issues.
what-
That is my main point, and
What
that's
other
still my main
alternatives are
point.
there? What other alternatives are there to the parent being lazy if the people don't actually get charged with something unless they've made no effort to contact the school?
What other ways of improving efficiencies would you try to enforce through state violence or the threat of state violence? Are there other stuff
glad
like,
you asked. I
like if
probably-
you don't go to
first of all, I like how you
college, if you don't go to
I like how you
college, or if you don't
totally
get married,
avoided-
should we also fucking lock them or threaten to lock people up in jail?
I like how you totally avoided the question because you know that the answer
I
is
like how
literally
you're not answering my fucking question.
Sure. So I think that in cases where we can do very great public harm and it can be alleviated by enforcing it with, I guess ultimately with police, I would generally be in favor of those things. So things like paying your taxes, things like probably forcing kids to go to school, things like vaccinating children, things like being forced to provide for your kids. So for instance, if you malnourish your children, if they're not getting the proper nutrition at home, if they're like starving to death, yeah, stuff like that. CPS should be involved.
If they're
yeah, I guess stuff
starving
like
to
that.
death, not because like the parent is personally fucking making them starve to death, but because they live in a fucking food desert and the person doesn't have enough money, that is a perfect situation in which, no, the DA should not be dealing with that. The DA should not be fucking locking the mother up in jail for that. Yes.
Okay,
so
so there
thank
are
you
two
for
options.
using an
There are
analogy in
two
which you have
options. Yeah,
owned
gotcha.
yourself.
Okay, yep, I understand. I owned myself because in your analogy, you would let the kids fucking die because it's not right for the DA to do anything. But at least the DA didn't step in and do anything.
No,
That
I
was
wouldn't.
ingenious. I love that one. Son.
No,
Right,
I'm
don't send
saying that the DA shouldn't even handle this.
The problem is they're not being funded by food stamps. They don't have access to food. So instead of going in and get the kids, just let them fucking die because man, that would be wrong. That's your analogy, dog. Are
I
you
can't
serious
tell-
right now?
I can't tell if this is like an extended bit you're doing to like trigger all the leftists or something that you're gonna say later to be like, oh, I'm just purging my audience. But like, it's honestly
Okay, let me pose a hypothetical. I'm super curious, okay? Let's say that you're the DA, okay? Let's say you have a section in your city where there are kids starving. You can send the cops in to take the kids from the family because they can't afford food, or you can do nothing. What should you do?
do nothing.
Okay, that's it. So you let the kids fucking starve and die. That's cool.
Yeah,
so
that's
what's
the
next
only
part? Let's go.
alternative outcome there, right? No, do
That's what I
nothing
just said.
in my
No, stop
within my
passing the buck.
powers.
Stop
Don't use
passing the
my
buck.
powers as a
Stop.
DA. I've already mentioned this a million times. I don't know why we're going back to this point over and over again. Yes, as the DA, you should do nothing. You should not fucking forcibly remove the children because there are fucking children who are starving in a portion of your city because you understand that it is not a consequence of their parents individually being like, I'm gonna fucking kill my child.
Okay, sure. So you would let the children starve.
I mean,
if
do you
that
think
was
that
what
like
was gonna
poor people
happen.
should be in jail? Like, I don't get it. Like,
I'm curious then. So you have a section of the city, the children are going to starve. You're the DA. Should you send the cops in
Why
and
do
get
you
the
think
children?
there are
take them on
different
the ground?
departments within the government? Why do you think there are different institutions that deal with different problems?
You
Because
literally
sometimes a fist is not what is necessary, okay? And that's what the fucking DOJ is. That's what the fucking DA does. It is a fist. You enforce certain things. And you have like like almost a borderline fascist perspective. Like you have such an authoritarian perspective right now that you sound like fucking Stalin. Like you sound like a tanky.
Okay, so this is an easy question, okay? You're the DA. No one else is dealing with this problem. You have a group of kids that are going to starve to death in poor families.
What do you mean no one else is dealing with this problem?
Just what I said. If no one else in your city is dealing with the problem, should you send the DA in? Or I'm sorry, should you send the police in to take the kids? Or do you just let them starve because it's not your problem? Because you shouldn't do anything. Okay.
Let him starve in your ridiculous hypothetical once again.
So this isn't a ridiculous hypothetical. It's literally what was happening with the Kamala Harris thing. She wanted to get more kids to go to school. Schools in California don't get proper funding. If you follow any California news, which I know you do, you know the teachers are striking right now because they're not getting fucking paid. So if they don't have the funding to do it and kids are going to school, Kamala said, well, fuck it. I'm going to do what I can to help this problem.
Yeah. And I'm saying over
That she
and over
shouldn't have done
again, I'm
anything. She should
repeating
have sat
myself
by and
over
just
and over
watched
again, she overstepped and used, and you admitted this, excessive tactics. You admitted.
Stop saying I admitted anything. What I said was I'm not totally sold on the idea, mainly just because I haven't thought about it much.
Mainly because you want to still make this point and argue with me as though we're disagreeing, when in fact, it's just fuck it. All right, whatever.
Because one is the difference between like
I can see it. I can see you own me. You own me on this too. Kamala Harris was good on the truancy. Let's move past it. Okay. What else?
This is like the difference between like being a good leader or being an effective policymaker versus being like an ideologue that's like trapped like so high off their own farts that they have like no idea like how to make effective change in the real world, right? Like on one end, we could sit on our ass and go like, oh well, you know, another department should deal with this. We can't do shit. Like it's not our job. Blah blah blah.
No, I'm saying it's bad for the DA to deal with it. I'm not saying that another department should deal with it. I'm saying it's bad.
I'm saying if nobody else can deal with it, why wouldn't you as the DA? If you see the outcomes of this, when kids don't go to school, they're on the streets and they fucking kill each other. If you're involved in this directly and you have a chance to stop it happening directly, and nobody else is stepping
I said
up,
you're right.
why
You're
wouldn't
right.
you step up and do it?
Look, can we move past it? You're right. You're so right. The DA was good to threaten mothers with truancy, and it was a successful policy. You defeated me in the marketplace of ideas once again. Please, can we move past the next point? Because like all you're doing is overwhelming me with ridiculous hypotheticals that do not exist on the fucking planet. So let's just go. You're right. I'm a beta. I'm a loser POV.
Sure, I
let's
understand.
move past to the next point.
Literally, so just to state the facts, every hypothetical I pointed to has a direct analogy to exactly what we're talking about. I don't think I've used a child rape analogy once. Oh, I should have earlier. If I said if a child was walking home from school, should they call the police? Because then it would have been a child rape analogy. But okay. What was our next point?
Okay. I don't know. You're the one who watched it.
What was this ridiculous point about Kamala not prosecuting Steve Mnuchin or whatever, Mnuchin? I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Okay.
And then bringing up the fact that 5 years later, she got a $2,000 donation. Like that was a quid pro quo or something for his multi-billion-dollar, like, what?
I think Kamala Harris's failure to prosecute Steve Mnuchin is indicative of her is indicative of her perspective when it comes to defending those in positions of power, and absolutely showcases that she is not going to be tough on Wall Street crime or instill tough regulations that are an absolute necessity. That's like a perfect example of this. I even mentioned in the conversation that like she was one of the few votes that said no for Stephen Mnuchin for the Treasury, but at the time she refused to prosecute Steve Mnuchin, which is a giant fucking problem for me. As far as the quid pro quo goes, I think it's still important that her campaign was one of the few people that the Donald Trump Trumps and Steve Mnuchin paid into. It shows that not that she's like interested in reaching across the aisle, but more so interested in can get favors from very far right wing or wealthy donors.
So, okay, I understand. Okay, so in your world, tell me why Kamala Harris didn't push for charges.
I already said that because she wasn't interested in in pursuing like the widespread misconduct.
Why?
Because these
She
people are
corrupt? Does she
wealthy,
just like the
Destiny.
big
I
banks?
don't understand. What do you mean? Why? Like, why did
So-
the Barack
so-
Obama administration not fucking go after any of the CEOs? Like, why did the Barack Obama administration only? Why did Eric Holder? Why was he satisfied with like bringing down a couple fucking random lower level employees in the aftermath of 2008
because a
housing
lot of these
market
people
crisis?
have huge super PACs that get tons of donations from a lot of these large corporate
It doesn't have
interests.
to be a quid pro quo. My point is that it's like. Wait, do you
So
not
I'm
understand
curious
why
if
this
that
is
had a-
indicative of a perspective in not prosecuting financial crimes? Like,
Well, I'm just asking you why.
Sorry, you're right. Actually, you're right. It's probably because she was too busy. She was too busy doing what the DA should be doing, which is forcibly send children forcibly send children to school by threatening to lock up their mothers. She was probably busy elsewhere doing what the DA is supposed to be doing.
Sure. Okay. So let's read. I don't know how to pronounce this. Munition spokeswoman Tara Bradshaw said, "State attorney generals have no jurisdiction to investigate federally chartered banks like OneWest, and that banks like OneWest are regulated exclusively by the federal authorities. When OneWest pointed that out to the California Attorney General's office, they withdrew their subpoena." She said, "OneWest did provide some information to the Attorney General's office voluntarily, and they did not pursue the matter further." Going down, a former senior lawyer in the California Attorney General's office told Politico that staff were divided about the strength of the case. There were indicia of violations, no doubt, but whether we could prove those in court was the question, the person said. And as you said, Kamala Harris voted against the confirmation of this guy for the Treasury thing or whatever. So
Wait.
I don't understand where you're getting this idea that there was like some massive fuck up of her where she just decided not to prosecute because she fucking loves the big banks or whatever. I don't see that anywhere.
Because
I
she
could
never
not find
talked
it where
about
that's at.
how. Because she never talked about why she decided not to prosecute or how the decision was made, and even under those circumstances where she was talking about Steve Mnuchin, like she didn't even fucking allude to the fact that this had happened under her watch, that she refused to prosecute. Also, what you said about federal mandate is completely incorrect. What are you talking about? District attorneys absolutely have the power when they're, maybe I'm mistaken on this, but district attorneys absolutely have the fucking absolutely have the power to prosecute when the victims are in their state.
Okay, it could just be Politico is just completely posting false information without correcting it. Then I'm going to side with Politico, but I guess it's possible. I haven't looked into that. That maybe they just completely and totally lied about this, and Kamala Harris and the entire DA office was so stupid that they dropped it without knowing that they'd gotten
if I'm not mistaken, and I will do this again, I will look into it further, but I believe it was Kamala's decision not to prosecute. Her team was interested in prosecuting. There were internal memos that showed that that urged her to prosecute because there were thousands of violations. Widespread misconduct was the word used.
Sure, and the misconduct, because I read that memo, because every single story that you try to find on this, all of it links back to that one Intercept report, which I don't even think contacted Kamala Harris or that DA office for comment for whatever reason, but every single thing points back to that Intercept thing. When you read that report,
yes, they did. The first line of that Intercept report is General Kamala Harris on Wednesday vaguely acknowledged the Intercept's report about her declining to prosecute, like insisting that she's obviously aware of it.
Okay, it didn't seem like they'd reached out to her to comment on this article, or maybe they did. Maybe
and
that's
she
what
said it is a decision my office made. We went and we followed the facts and evidence, and it's a decision my office made. Harris said we pursued it just like any other case. We go and we take a case wherever the facts lead us, and But
Sure.
the investigation
And
into
it
what the memo
sounds-
called widespread misconduct was closed after Harris' office declined to file a civil enforcement action against the bank. Harris' statement on Tuesday doesn't explain how involved she was with the decision to not prosecute or why the decision was made. She also would not say whether the revelations would disqualify Mnuchin for the position of Treasury Secretary. The hearings will reveal if it's disqualifying or not, but certainly has a history that should be critically examined, as do all of the nominees, Harris told The Hill. She added that she would review the background and history of all cabinet nominees, blah, blah, blah. This goes into like the further detail of why all the nominees are bad or whatever.
Sure. Okay. You realize that states. Okay. You realize that states have like resources that they can allocate to certain cases, right? If they felt like we just went through this with the whole Trump-Russian stuff, right? That you can have a lot of stuff that looks real bad, but that state doesn't always feel like they have like enough evidence to actually bring forth a case and win. That generally, when the state doesn't feel like they can win a case, they're not going to bother doing it. There's not a grand conspiracy there. That happens all the time.
Yeah, and I criticize in most of those circumstances, like Cy Vance, who failed to prosecute the Trump administration, or it's not the Trump administration, sorry, Cy Vance, the district attorney in New York, in Manhattan, said that refused to prosecute Ivanka and Donald Trump Jr. Way back when. It was exposed that there was malpractice going on or whatever the fuck in their housing practices. And he refused to prosecute them, and then literally got money in campaign contributions after that. Kamala Harris has gotten a fuckload of corporate donations throughout her entire career. Her average donation was, I think it was like, what was it? Like her small donors were, the average of her small donors, not from like campaign super PACs or whatever, was $200. And she even got money from Mnuchin, which I mentioned in the video. And obviously,
Wait. Why? But look what you're doing. Look how you're muddying the waters.
I'm not muddying the waters. I'm saying that is indicative that she is always she has a vested interest in maintaining. She's a vested interest in not prosecuting those in power, prosecuting those who have a lot of fucking money.
This is like the race realism argument. Like every time, like you just like
How is this race realism argument? How is this analogous to race realism?
How are you going to tell me that a $2,000 campaign donation 5 years later to a lady that didn't even vote to confirm him is examples that she has
you're not
vested
hearing what I'm
interest
saying.
in?
I said she gets. She has, throughout her entire fucking career, gotten a shitload of money from fucking corporate donors. As a matter of fact, that's the overwhelming majority of her fucking donations, including one from Steve Mnuchin, which I will not mention going forward in this conversation.
What are the average donations to like every Democratic candidate? Is that even that much higher than normal?
No, that's why I hate the Democratic Party.
Wait, but then
It
this
used
isn't a
to be
critique of
different.
Kamala
It
Harris.
used to be
This isn't a critique
smaller.
of Kamala Harris. This isn't a critique of Kamala Harris. This is just a critique of politics in general. Why are you focusing on Kamala?
Oh my God, because Kamala Harris represents business as usual politics. That's literally the point I'm making, that she is a regular Democrat, which is why she's bad. Did you not watch the fucking video?
Okay. So based on all the statements that I've seen for this, here's another one from CNBC. This is Ian Sims.
Wait. Why are we moving past this? You literally said that it was analogous to the arguments that race realists make when I was talking about how Kamala Harris, a regular run-of-the-mill Democrat, is getting a fuckload of money from corporate, a fuckload of campaign contributions from corporations and the wealthy.
I don't even know if that's true. I don't even know because you haven't even demonstrated that. I don't even know if that's true.
Wait, no. Let's not go to the fucking next topic. What do you mean I haven't demonstrated that? What are you talking about?
Saying that her average donation is $200 isn't evidence of massive corporate backing.
Okay. Kamala Harris donations. I mentioned it in the video. There is like,
Not to mention that, and another thing, when I looked into this whole prosecuting banks and everything, when the United States was looking to settle with, like, after the 2007 financial crisis, California was one of the only states under Harris that wouldn't agree to a 50-state settlement. She withdrew California from that because she thought that they weren't being held accountable enough. California was the state to lead that under Harris in backing out of that 50-state agreement because she didn't think that they were being held accountable enough for what they've done. So I mean, I don't know. I just don't see.
I'm sorry. Wait. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I was looking for Kamala Harris's like average campaign contributions just to.
Sure. Well, let's find that. We'll find that, and we'll wait for that.
No. But go on. What was your point? While I'm looking for that, like I think I can. respond to your
Sure.
statement.
That there was when the United States, when all 50 states were looking to reach like agreements or whatever for holding financial institutions accountable for everything that happened in 2007, California was one of the only states, or maybe the first state that led abandoning that 50-state agreement because Harris said that she didn't believe that they were being held accountable enough for the crimes that they had committed in the 2007 meltdown.
Okay. Yeah, a beautiful talking point from someone who wants to appear as a populist.
So
It literally, it matters not to me what you say when you're running for re-election or what you say. What matters to me is what you do. And if you are doing the things that you're not saying, then fuck that. Who gives a shit? That is the whole point. That, like, this isn't just like regular purity testing. This isn't just like fucking cancerous, like Bernie bros shitting on a random person. And I really want to make this clear. It's a track record of a political operative who is interested in becoming the fucking president and and has demonstrated thus far that she will say whatever the fuck she needs to get to that point.
Okay.
I'm so confused. Like, what? Okay, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, just reading another quote from the CNBC article. There was no question that One West conducted predatory lending, and Senator Harris believes they should be punished. Ian Sams, National Press Secretary for Harris's campaign, told CNBC in an email. Unfortunately, the law was squarely on their side, and they were shielded from state subpoenas because they're a federal bank. The California Justice Department's memo noted that the investigation was hampered by our inability to subpoena One West, which she could have filed civil enforcement action.
And her wife Heather have donated almost $465,000 since 1995. Heather gave $2,700 to Clinton last May, and since 2000, the couple has given $13,400 to Clinton's Senate and presidential campaigns. Really interesting. While the majority of her cash this year went to Republicans, the couple doled out funds to Democrats. John Kander, who lost the Missouri Senate race, is not like a significant enough money. It's $250. Senate race Michael Wilds defeated New Jersey, and Kamala Harris, 2000, the newly elected California senator. Another interesting note: Bloomberg reported Mnuchin could save millions in taxes with help from 1989 rule passed secretaries such as Henry Paulson. Satisfy conflict of interest rules. He could sell stock without paying taxes on them as he puts money into the gains of the Treasury notes. Okay, that's unrelated. Anyway, obviously.
Wait, what is this about giving to Clinton? Wait, what? So now we're going from Steve gave money to Kamala Harris, and now we're looking at who
mentioned
else
this to
gave
you in
money.
the beginning of this conversation before my hair started fucking whitening as the conversation progressed. Clinton and Kamala Harris are basically the same, except Kamala Harris is black. That's a literal point that I brought up for you. I said that they are corporatists. They are in favor of reinforcing the status quo, and that's precisely why I just.
You're doing the race realist thing. We're going over the facts one by one. You can't keep going back to your upper position. Like, oh, she's all these bad things. We're going over those things as part of this video. Stop painting everything with a broad brush. We're going over the finer facts right now.
Okay.
We don't need to
Let's
paint with a
keep
broad
going
brush.
over the finer
Okay?
facts
This
of
idea,
donations.
this idea that like somebody donated to her and also donated to Clinton, therefore she's bad. That's a ridiculous argument. Nobody believes that. We could play that same game with probably any politician and literally declare them to be a Nazi.
I have to pee so bad. Hold on.
right.
I'm gonna pee, but at some point we're gonna table this for a brief moment, and then we're gonna fucking get back to it in a second. Okay. Kamala Harris raised more than $12 million in the first 3 months of 2019 with big bucks from Hollywood and Silicon Valley. God, these fucking articles are so cancerous. They never reveal like the average donors at all. Holy shit. The first-term senator spent about $4.3 million in her White House bid. $9 million from her Senate account. $15 million on hand. God, okay, just give me who fucking is giving her the money. Okay, more than a third of her total.
Sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize.
More than a third of her total, only like close to a third, more than a third of her total came from donors who gave $200 or less. So almost 2/3 of that came from donors who gave more than $200. Okay, about 98% of Harris's contributions were less than $100, and the online average donation was $28.
Hi.
According to her campaign. Oh God, I gotta pee so bad. Although those figures cannot be independently confirmed because small donations don't need to be reported individually. Yeah. So as I mentioned in the video, close to 2/3 of her donations. I'm gonna pee myself. Close to 2/3 of her donations came from donors that paid more than $200. Which, by the way, when I talked about her Senate campaigns and using her Senate funding. You can do that. You can get money from big donors and literally fucking switch it over to your presidential campaign. So technically, those also count. Hold on, I have to pee. Anyway, I'll be back in 1 second. You can continue if you want.
What's up, guys? Are you reading Twitch chat? Yep. What mic is that? I'm just using that built-in mic in the laptop. Destiny, why pretend to care about the poor? I do care about the poor, my dude. That's why I advocate for policies that I think would benefit them. I don't know if a son realizes all the steps before a parent is sent to court over their kids not attending school. Yeah, maybe.
I'm back. Okay, are you ready? Oh, fuck. All right, are you ready? Kamala Harris has raised a grand total of $6.9 million in campaign contributions. The number of contributions from individuals of $200 or more is 7,000. 7,000 individuals only gave her $200. Sorry, 7,000 individuals made up two-thirds of her entire funding. Okay, is he there? Is he still here? Are you here?
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Okay,
proving,
hold on. I'm going to give you the totals. Paul Weiss, $52,000. University of California, $51,000. Zifrin Brittingham et al., $32,000. AT&T, $29,000. Alphabet, Google, $20,000. Ross Associates, Lowenstein, Mac and Andrews and Forbes, $19,000. Lionsgate, $18,000. Like, CAA, $17,000. My point is, she's getting fucking large donors from the corporations in California and the wealthy in California, so that which is obviously in line with her perspective of not prosecuting those in positions of power.
Wait, I'm sorry, I don't understand at all. How can I thought you're limited on like $5,000 for your donation? What do you mean by?
The way that they get around that, because she also has mentioned that she wants no PAC funding, because another Bernie thing is that you make executives pay a fuckload of money. Like executives, like individually pay thousands of dollars.
Okay, so
there's
what do you
also
have
no
to do?
limit.
Wait. So hold on. No. So for some of the companies that you're bringing
and
up,
also,
right? So wait. Can I please finish one fucking? Oh my god, you ramble. Okay, so these are Bernie Sanders' top contributors from 1989 to 2020, right? $400,000 from Alphabet, $360,000 from the University of California, $176,000 from Microsoft, right? $143,000 from Apple. So am I supposed to take these donations and prove now that Bernie is a massive corporatist as well, or what?
Yes. If Bernie's track record showed that, and then beyond that, if Bernie's average campaign contribution wasn't significantly less, and the individual donors that gave to Bernie weren't like, the difference is someone who's a Google employee giving fucking $27 to Bernie Sanders is entirely different than a fucking executive at Google and a corporation giving thousands of dollars to to Kamala Harris. I love that though, that you think that there's no context in this. There's no way to analyze this any other way.
I just don't think looking at like campaign contributions.
Is it going to be better
like
if I say that you're making like a race realist argument here, conflating the two and making it devoid of context completely?
Well, no, because I just want to drill down on the individual facts. You're the one trying to paint a broad narrative, and I'm only interested in like these individual things. Like, what is the acceptable average donation for you to not be a corporate sellout for a Democratic candidate? I'm curious. What does it have to be? Since 200 or whatever is too high, I guess.
What? Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say?
What does the average donation have to be for you to not be a corporate sellout? I guess. What is the number? Is it like over 200 is too much? Is it less than 100? Is it less than 50? Does that have to be Bernie amount?
No, people can make $200 donations. I'm saying that more than a third of like only a third of her, like a little bit more than a third of her donations come under $200. The rest of it, the overwhelming majority, come from, like the 2/3 come from large donations. That's my point.
I don't know what is the point? What I'm asking you, what percentage is good? Like, what does it have to be? Wait, can you send me the link too that you're looking? I'm just curious.
Yeah, hold on. Where the fuck did it go? Here. This is one. Also, more importantly than that, again, let's just so we don't lose sight of the conversation that we were having. It is literally I was saying that her donations also follow along with her track record as to why.
No, stop doing that! 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 You can't. When I'm getting you on something, okay, which is what's happening, you can't just go, well, but it also matches all these other things. No, it hasn't. We've gone through every other thing you said, and everything's been wrong so far. Okay, so you can't just
what
keep
the
saying.
fuck are you talking
every other
about that
thing.
I've said that's wrong? What
The
do you
Steve
mean?
Mnuchin shit or whatever, the idea that they had the ability to prosecute like a federal bank, that's not true. The idea that she just randomly chose not to do it because of donations she got later or whatever, it doesn't.
No, I
just,
didn't
like,
say
really,
that she
really
did it as a part of like donations that she got later. I said that it's I have been very consistent in what I've been saying to you. The fact that she got donations from Donald Trump, Stephen Mnuchin, among so many other corporate sponsors to her campaigns throughout the Senate, and also during her presidential nomination, is indicative of her perspective that she is not interested in holding those in positions of power, especially financial institutions, and held their feet to the fire. That's literally what I'm saying. If you
Okay,
think,
let's go. Wait. Hold on. So your evidence of her not holding the feet to the fire is who's like donated to her or whatever. Okay, I don't care. So LA Times article, okay? So this is the 50-state thing I was talking about, okay? California Attorney General Kamala Harris will no longer take part in a national foreclosure probe of some of the nation's biggest banks, which are accused of pervasive misconduct and dealing with troubled homeowners. Harris removed herself from talks by a coalition of state attorney generals and federal agencies investigating abusive foreclosure practices because the nation's 5 largest mortgage services were not offering California homeowners relief commensurate to what people in the state had suffered, Harris told the Times on Friday. The big banks were also demanding to be granted overly broad immunity from legal claims that could potentially derail further investigations into Wall Street roles in the mortgage meltdown, Harris said. It has been a process of negotiating and sitting at a table in good faith, but ultimately, I have decided that we're going to go our own course and take an independent path, and the decision is because we need to bring relief to Californians that is equal to the pain California experienced, and what is being negotiated now is insufficient, Harris told the Times in an interview. So this is like an example of like actual legislation, actual big things that Harris was involved in, where it seems like she was advocating on behalf of like at least the people of California. Not to mention the fact that Harris was the sole author of the bill that went on to make illegal the thing that Steve Mnuchin guy actually did to fucking get rich.
I'm sorry, what's the last part of your question?
The California Homeowners Bill of Rights, which made the dual tracking shit illegal, which One West was cheating homeowners in the first place. That dual tracking thing, which I think is what let them like it let them like post date documents so they could foreclose faster or some shit or whatever, right?
Yeah,
she
that's
literally
not just
authored
One West, by the way. That was like common practice with it. Wells Fargo
Sure,
did that.
I don't care.
Point.
It doesn't matter. She authored a bill that literally made that practice illegal.
Okay,
and she
I understand. But like,
So
I
where is this
literally
idea-
brought
where
up
is
the
this huge-
Obama. I brought up the
I don't
Obama
care about
administration
Obama.
as
Why
an
are you bringing
example.
up Obama?
Just
I
listen.
don't care.
Just listen. The reason why I brought up the Obama example rather than a fucking hypothetical or an analogy like you do when we are having a conversation is because it is another demonstration of the Obama administration instilling regulations but not actually prosecuting the fucking criminals in the first place. That's my point. And Kamala Harris did not do that. You say that it is because she did not have the mandate. I'm saying that she did.
Okay, well, I'm really surprised that nobody else has come out like saying that had a mandate and didn't follow it through. I guess I don't understand. So you think that the whole office just lied when they said that they can't prosecute? That everybody was just making that up and nobody like figured it out, or?
I don't know what the exact details of how this is not being more talked about. No, I don't know. I can't speak to why the media refuses to cover certain elements of the track record of certain campaigns. I mean,
I guess I don't understand. Like, it seems like
Do we think that like sometimes the media just doesn't really cover this sort of stuff. I don't know. Don't you think that that's
So
like,
I mean,
that
I
happens
if we want to
routinely?
appeal to like media conspiracy, I mean, we can do that. But it
Wait,
seems
the
more
article that
likely
can you send me the article that you're reading off of?
for what?
The Kamala Harris prosecution, like failure to prosecute. Because I
Here's
mentioned that they had civil enforcement to do so, and that she failed to do that. But Harris delivered the news. Where is it?
No, hold on. This is about the 50 big banks thing. I have to go back and look because I got 50
Wait,
million
what is
fucking
this?
things
Yeah,
open right
what
now.
the fuck?
This is about California withdrawing from the 50-state coalition.
Okay. The CNBC article.
Wait, hold on, real fast. What was the initial claim about Kamala's donations?
In my video,
No, about what you just said about percentages or whatever.
I said that 2/3 are 2/3 of our donos come from. I mean, not 2/3. Yeah, 2/3 of our donos come from more than $200.
Okay, even more of Bernie's comes from. So 63,000 donation or $63,000 of the 450,000 raised by Bernie in Q1 so far has been from people under $200. So even
Okay.
Bernie doesn't pass this metric that you're setting.
Okay. Again, like I said, it's a little different when it comes to a person who has openly advocated for the same fucking shit his entire career.
So then why bring it up at all if that doesn't matter?
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Of course it matters. If,
You literally
do you
just said the
understand how these
percentage of
donos
donations-
work? If it's an individual if it's an individual where the average donation is $18 fucking dollars. Wait, can you repeat that again? Can you repeat what you said again?
Sure. So $63,000 of the 450,000 raised by Bernie in Q1 came from people contributing less than $200. So that means like 350K or whatever of his, or 380K. So most of the money that Bernie's raised so far has come from people donating over $200.
Wait, I have to look this up. I don't think you're correct, because I think his average is like literally fucking. Wait. Are you framing it as like in this insanely fucking narrow time frame too? Am I crazy?
I'm going by donations. What do you mean under the current election cycle? I'm not going to include.
Okay, under the current election cycle. Wait, hold on. What?
Hold on. Here is the FEC link.
No, he keeps. Oh shit! I keep clicking on the same one. He's saying under you over. What? Hold on. So $851,000 raised from January 1st to March 31st, right?
You have to download the Excel spreadsheet.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is annoying. Hold on. Dude, by the way, like Bernie Sanders has raised $18 million from individual donations averaging $18. Just for the record.
Okay.
Like his average donation is $18. Let's see what Kamala Harris's is.
Wait, I thought you just said this doesn't matter. We were going by track record.
No, track record is still incredibly important, but I'm trying to understand where you're coming from with the numbers that you put together, and I'm seeing something different. I'm downloading the Excel spreadsheet, but I don't have Excel. He raised $18 million last quarter, and the average donation is $18. Which, by the way, like I said, track record is still incredibly important. He's saying under $200. You were saying over $200. Oh, wait. You said that. Wait, can you? Fuck. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again with what you said? Bernie's individual donors. I mean, Bernie's donors. Bernie's donors.
Here's the question. Hold on.
Over $200 were.
Here's the question. We have to make sure that we're like.
Wait,
looking
no,
at the same
hold
number.
on. Because I said very specifically, I said Kamala Harris, 2/3 of her campaign contributions come from donations that are over $200.
When you say campaign contributions, do you mean total amount of money raised or the number of contributions? Because, for instance, I could have 10 people contribute $1 to me and one person contribute $1 million to me and say the majority of my contributions came from poor people. But what does that mean? Like the number of people that donated or the actual amount of money that you raised? These are two fundamentally different questions. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do understand. I was giving you individual donors. And you, I think, were telling me like what percentage of the donations were coming from. I don't know.
Where the money is coming from, sure.
Okay. So you said, sorry, what? Fuck. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I've been on since 2 p.m. My brain is like, I haven't eaten yet. My brain is starting to fucking malfunction. But I said that Bernie Sanders is, fuck, if only I could find the average of Kamala Harris. She says that her online donations are $28, but the online donations is not what's important. I want to know what the overall average is. Does that make sense?
Sure.
This is dishonest. The average encodes the number of people who donated. I study stats. Okay. Kamala Harris raises close to 12 million in 3 months. Bernie raised 18. More than any candidate aside from, she has pulled in large sums from online donors while also aggressively raising money on traditional fundraising circuit, an approach that Mr. Buttigieg is also employing with great success. The Harris campaign said Friday that she received donations from more than 279,000 people during the second quarter and raised more than $7 million for total online. The campaign said that its average donation is $40, lower than the $49 average reported by the Biden campaign, but higher than the $18 average cited by the Sanders team. Campaigns often point to small average donations as evidence that they are attracting a large pool of grassroots supporters. The campaign said it received 63,000 in the first 24 hours after the debate, more than half of whom were first-time donors to her presidential bid. It was the best online fundraising day of her campaign so far. It's really.
So, like reading this Newsweek article, Bernie Sanders, since the launch of his presidential bid, the Sanders campaign said 99% of donations were $100 or less and currently has 30 million cash on hand. They received 900,000 donations. In his first quarter, Sanders raised a little more than 18 million, roughly from 900,000 donations with an average donation of $20. Since the launch of Kamala Harris's campaign, 98% of contributions to Harris were less than $100. And her average donation, according to the campaign, was $39.
Wait, I told you that. Wait, you told me that Bernie Sanders. Am I fucking crazy? Am I like misunderstanding the Excel spreadsheet? Or does it say that the overwhelming majority of Bernie Sanders's like individual donors have donated less than less than $200?
Okay, this is what I'm trying to illustrate the difference between these two things. Okay, let's say that I have $1 million. Okay, let's say that 10 people gave me $1, one person gave me $1 million. I can make two different statements about this money that I have. I can say most of my contributions came from poor people because 9 of them donated $1. Or I could say most of my contributions came from wealthy people because 99.99% of my money came from one person. But these are two fundamentally different claims. Do you understand?
Okay. Yes.
So I don't know. The claims that I make, I'm just linking articles. I don't know what you're comparing for Bernie. Here's a Newsweek article that I have that seems to be comparing like similar numbers. This right here, it doesn't seem like they're that far off from one another. Sanders is saying 99% of his donations were $100 or less. Kamala Harris is saying that 98% of her contributions are $100 or less. It doesn't seem like that big of a difference.
Kamala Harris says 98% of her contributions are $100 or less?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Can you send me that article?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Is it the Newsweek one?
Yep. So scroll down to Kamala Harris.
Okay. Democratic Q2 fundraising numbers, blah, blah, blah. Or is it just in second quarter, or is it overall? 6 million.
Oh, it sounds like second quarter fundraising level. The average donation, according to the campaign, since the launch of her campaign. So this is from the launch of her campaign. 98% of contributions to Harris were less than $100.
Okay. Wait, so why would Kamala Harris's average contribution be so much higher than Bernie Sanders's then? Is it because Bernie Sanders has more individual donors than Kamala Harris, certainly. But
okay, so I don't know where your numbers are coming. Reading this correct, but it's saying that the average donation according to Kamala's campaign is $39. The average donation according to Bernie's campaign is $20.
Okay, hold on. What the fuck? $42 average, but 98% of people donated little versus Sanders is $18 and 99% of.
Destiny Hassan's point was about her Senate campaign. Oh, was it? I have no idea.
Oh yeah, that was I mean, it was, but it doesn't matter because this is new information that I'm shocked to find out as well. My sentiments were about who was giving money to Kamala Harris during her campaign. Yes, but you're making it seem as though Kamala Harris has hold on. According to the FEC receipts, 84.9% of donations to Bernie are under $200. 66% of donations to Kamala are under $200.
Like, I think that the problem, this guy's trying to read like how stats work. I don't understand what he's saying, but I think I understand what he's getting at. But like the problem is like if I have like 1,000 people that donate $1 to me, right? And I have like
I'm not God.
one person, or I've got like 10 people that donate like $5,000 to me, my average donation is going to be massively skewed because those two people are like donating so much more money. Does that, like, a few people can like, it's not like a normal distribution, or like if your average donation is $50, that means that some donate 20, a lot donate 50, some donate like 80. It doesn't distribute like a normal distribution would. It's going to be massively disproportionate at both ends, most likely. That's my guess. I could be wrong on that, but I'd be shocked if it was like if it was a normal distribution in terms of our campaign donations go. I'm guessing that most people probably donate a very little amount, and the people that donate a lot probably donate a lot more.
The 2% of big donors covers a much larger percentage of her campaign contributions than the 1% of big donors that Bernie Sanders has gotten. Am I crazy? Like, is that
apparently this is called a chi-squared distribution?
Am I muted? Do you not hear me? Hello? Steven, are you still here, or am I muted? What the fuck?
It's called chi-squared. Oh, my bad.
Oh, you can't hear me? You fucking muted me?
You muted Hassan? Did I?
I don't think he did.
No.
I can hear him. Yo. What the fuck?
Wait, hello? I think he's muted. Or maybe you pushed on push to talk?
Wait, I can't. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? Wait, hold on. I don't know what's happening. Hold on. I'm gonna disconnect and then reconnect. Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh. Yep, I can hear you now.
Okay, I
Hello?
don't know what the fuck happened when you were talking about the donations. By the way, thank you Chapo for the raid. Okay. Bernie Sanders, 14% large donor, 58.1% large individual donors for Kamala Harris. Wait, 14% large donor. Yeah. I'm looking at Open Secrets and the summarization for their Senate campaigns, and I believe also for the presidential campaign. And it's telling me, and I can send you these summarizations as well, but it's telling me that Kamala Harris's small individual contributions under $200 is 33%. Her large individual contributions, which are 58%, she has very little PAC contributions.
Wait. So what does this mean? Like the percentage of people that donate, or the percentage of the money that she has is comprised of?
The percentage of her donation come from large individual contributions. Like 58% of her donation. That's what we were talking about before as well. You see what I'm saying? Like when I brought up Bernie Sanders and the difference between Kamala Harris, I told you that Bernie Sanders' small individual contributions under $200 is at 73.7%. His large individual contributions is at 14%. Versus Kamala Harris, the amount of money that she's raised from large individual contributions is at 58%, almost 60%, and her small individual contributions, which are under $200, is 33.8%. So across the board, she has raised like an infinitely more amount of money than Bernie Sanders. Like not more money overall, even more money actually, but.
Okay, so like
That's what I was trying to say.
Well, no, but it doesn't say anything. But this is starting to get into like kind of complicated number shit here.
Wait, why? But like that percentage.
I'll explain why. Just open these two links, scroll down to where you see small individual contributions.
Okay, so wait.
So you see where it says small individual contributions on both of these. Okay, so here it shows that Kamala Harris, of all the money that she's raised, 34% of it comes from small contributions, correct?
Mm-hmm.
From Bernie Sanders, it says that his small individual contributions have made up 73%, right?
Yes.
Okay, but these numbers can still be. Firstly, I don't even know if we still care about these numbers because you said earlier, but we'll say we do. Okay, these numbers could still be.
But like we've been having this conversation for the past fucking hour.
Because you brought it up. Okay?
I know because I said track record and independent donations are important.
I can't finish. Okay.
And you wanted to fucking go down this route, and now you're saying it doesn't matter because you realize that fucking you're wrong. That you totally misrepresented Kamala Harris's funding. What the fuck? Come on, Destiny. I'm trying to be as charitable as possible to you this entire time while you're fucking throwing up insane analogies half the time.
Okay. No, I'm not. Okay, stop. Okay. Are you listening to me? Okay.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. On the Kamala Harris thing, let's say she has 4,000 people that donated $1. Okay? Okay?
Okay.
On the Bernie Sanders thing, let's say that he has, so if Kamala Harris has 1,000 people that donated $4, Bernie Sanders could have, let me break out a calculator. He could have had, he could have had 150 people that donated $100.
Okay. And you're saying that Bernie Sanders...
Don't tell me what I'm saying. I'm telling you exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that these numbers don't necessarily mean that somebody has like a wider support from like a smaller base. That on and it might be the case. I'm just saying that like on Kamala's, there could be 4,000,
with the average, paired with the average and the difference between the average, don't you think that it's understandable that Bernie Sanders has a significant more amount of individual campaign contributions? Like individuals, you think there's a secret conspiracy of fucking millionaires who are spending $200 at a time?
It's not a conspiracy of millionaires. It's basic math. Okay, it's not. We're not talking about amount of people that are donating. We're just talking about the size of the donations. Okay, 150 people could donate $100, and that will significantly boost your small individual contributions. And 5,000 people could donate $1, and it won't make much of a difference there compared to the small individual contributions. Because we're not looking at the number of people donating. We're looking at the average amounts of money that are being donated compared to the total pool of money that's on hand. That's why in that Newsweek article, apparently Bernie said that 99% of his contributions come from people that donated, what was it, less than $100, and Kamala Harris said 98%, where it wasn't like that significant of a difference. These numbers are really complicated. I don't think this matters. The reason I'm saying it doesn't matter is because you earlier said it didn't matter. But if you want to focus on it, we can. But I'm just saying that these numbers don't necessarily say what you're saying they're saying. Does that make sense?
What do you think is happening with Kamala Harris's campaign that is entirely different than Bernie Sanders is for some reason, where small individual donors are like, how are they getting around it? Like, what is
getting around anything? What do you mean?
Because you're saying that, okay, Kamala Harris has raised $4 million from small individual contributors, right? Under $200. It makes up 33%. Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, has raised $15 million from small individual donors. What do you think is the difference there? Like, I don't understand. Like, do you think that there is like, maybe I'm really stupid and I'm not understanding.
I think that both people have a lot of support donors. Since the launch of his presidential bid, the Sanders campaign said 99%
We
of
can't look at the
donations,
median, guys, because we don't fucking know.
Sure, we don't care about that. Bernie Sanders has 99% of his donations as $100 or less. Kamala Harris said 98% of her donations were $100 or less. So, I mean, it seems like both of them have like the majority of the number of people that donate are people that don't throw as much money at them. That seems to be the case. Can you just
explain? Wait, but maybe I'm not understanding, but like, what do you think is, like, what do you think is happening on the Bernie Sanders, like, hypothetical, what do you think is happening on the Bernie Sanders campaign where like, where are people maxing out? Like, are people maxing out with like smaller contributions? That's not happening on the Kamala Harris campaign, which, by the way, you would still have to max out at what is it, like $2,000 or was it $2,300?
I don't know. I haven't looked at those numbers.
No,
I'm just saying that like these numbers don't necessarily like some grassroots.
I said that both track record and donations matter. We're talking on the donation side, and you're giving me like you're telling me that you don't know what. Like, you're saying that it could be that the Kamala Harris campaign has only raised $4 million from small contributions, and then the large individual contributions could be still small. Is that what you're?
What I'm saying, okay, your initial argument was that grassroots, like whether or not you're grassroots support and whether or not you've got the policy to back it. So we've gone over arguing different Kamala Harris's policies, which I don't think are as bad as you make them sound. Now we're arguing over funding sources. And from the earlier thing that you cited,
the track record,
the earlier thing that you cited made it sound like Kamala Harris, like all of her donors were wealthy. You said something like 2/3 of her money came from big donors or whatever.
I said 2/3 of her campaign contributions comes from over $200 donations. That's literally factually correct. We're looking at it right in front of us, and
but that doesn't say whether or not most of the people donating are wealthy or not.
So you're saying that like wealthy people are fucking donating to like what? That makes no sense. Am I crazy? Like, are you saying that like wealthy people are secretly fucking donating to Bernie Sanders with like individual contributions, despite the fact that like it seems like they hate him, including Dan?
Okay. What I'm saying is that saying that Kamala Harris gets most of her money from wealthy people doesn't say that most of the people donating to her are wealthy. Does that make sense?
Okay. All right.
Here's an example. Let's say 1,000 people donate to one guy donates $1,000 and 999 all donate $1, right? In that case, I could say 99% of my donors donated a small amount. However, 50% of my money came from large donors. Does that make sense?
Yes, but what I care about is what percentage of your money came from how much of the money that you raised come from large donors. That's what I care about.
But you can make an argument for both cases here, right?
No,
Maybe
you
maybe
can't,
don't
because
just-
Bernie Sanders' large individual contributions are 14%
No,
in
What
comparison
you
to
just
Kamala
said-
Harris's
no.
large individual contributions is at 60%.
You can't say the argument doesn't work because it wouldn't help Bernie Sanders. That's what you just said. Okay, that's not an argument. Okay.
Wait, what are you? Am I losing my mind? Like, what am I looking at? Do you think that like, unless you think that like poor people are fucking
No,
somehow?
it's not. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you have 1,000 people, if one person donates $1,000, okay, and the 999 of them donate $1, you can make two statements. You could say most of my support is from poor people. 99.9% of people donated $1, or you could say, well, that's bullshit.
But it
Half your
doesn't
money came
matter.
from rich people.
But it doesn't matter. We're not talking about that. We're not
What-
talking
so
about
what are we
most.
talking
We're
about?
talking about what percentage of your contribution, how much of the money that you've raised, what percentage of the totality of the money that you've raised come from large individual contributions compared to small individual contributions. That is literally my main point. That has always been my main point. And you've been fucking going on these like weird, different fucking journeys, basically telling me that like the FCC report shows that like Bernie Sanders' small individual contributions are actually Bernie Sanders' small individual contributions are like much larger than we previously thought, or something. Like you said, like 2/3 of it come from large individual contributions, similar to Kamala Harris. Like I'm confused. We're all over the fucking place. When the only argument that I've made thus far, the original point that I made is that the track record and individual donations. The track record and how much of your money that you're raising come from large individual contributions is absolutely indicative of whether or not someone is like whether or not someone is someone I'm interested in.
Okay. So,
Am I wrong
okay.
about this? Like,
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters.
Point?
Because I don't think it matters like where the like if most of your donors are donating $2, that somehow that means you're like somehow more. I don't know. It's just not that important of a thing to me. But I just didn't like the framing earlier where you made it sound like all of the people donating to Kamala Harris were these rich people because of the way that you made it sound earlier, and that like all the people donating to Bernie were poor people. Like I don't know.
Oh, so you're saying that it's inappropriate of me to say that like someone making a $200 donation or more is indicative that they are what do you call it? Indicative that they are wealthy.
I don't even remember the original point at this point. Was
I
the
said,
first thing you said?
the overwhelming majority. She has a lot of corporate sponsors, and that the overwhelming majority of her campaign was funded by large individual contributions, which the data backs. I said that more than. I said that 2/3 of her. I said that 2/3 of her campaign is funded by large individual contributions. That's what I said, and that's what I've been saying, and that's what I'm gonna keep saying. I don't know. That's the fact.
Okay, I mean, I'll dig into the numbers later. I mean, it's.
Are you not like? Do you?
What?
Okay. Whatever. It's fine.
I don't know, like these sweeping things. These numbers could be skewed like so fucking hardcore, like in one way or another. Like it's like insane. Like apparently, like people are telling me based on this on the FEC site that like over 8,000 people have maxed out like $5,000 donations to Bernie Sanders. And on Kamala Harris, people are saying like that number is like half or less than half.
Yeah.
So I don't
know
know,
how many
dude.
fucking psychos are love Bernie Sanders and like are giving so much money to Bernie Sanders? Like, do you think that do you think there's honestly a conspiracy of like
so
wealthy people? Do you think there's honestly a conspiracy of wealthy people who are just like secretly maxing out with under $200 donations to Bernie Sanders, and like that's why he's secretly propped up?
No.
Okay, then why is that argument even a necessity when we're talking about how much of Bernie Sanders donations are coming from large individual donors?
I don't know. Okay, we're moving on from this topic. This is cancer. Okay.
Okay.
Did Kamala Harris actually support 3-strike laws? I couldn't find that anywhere. Maybe I didn't look hard enough.
Oh, yeah.
I found an article that said that in the early 2000s, a person could be in prison for quite a while for relatively minor crimes because strikes laws. While it was implemented differently across different states, the general idea was that a person who committed 3 serious crimes would serve blah, 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 blah. The 3-strike law was especially harsh in California for a few reasons. For instance, misdemeanors often counted towards a person's 3 strikes. People were charged twice for the same crime, et cetera, et cetera. As Attorney General of San Francisco, Kamala Harris pushed the state on a path to easing up on the 3 strikes rule. She did this by refusing to prosecute individuals for life sentences unless their 3rd crime was considered serious or violent. Hey, it's that discretionary thing you were talking about earlier. By 2012, the state as a whole voted for the same change through a referendum. So I'm curious, where does this idea that she supported like 3-strike crimes come from?
Okay. Hold on. I have to go back to. I don't even fucking remember what I said. Holy shit. Ay ay ay. I am so defeated, dude. Like you've owned me into oblivion, Destiny. I'm at. It's 10:30. I still haven't eaten anything yet. What did I say?
Okay, listen, I love you very much. We don't have to go through the whole thing,
No. I would love to continue
initially,
this
listen. Like a few weeks ago, we got into a big argument because I said that I felt like people that pull for Bernie will pull shit way the fuck out of their ass to shit all over other Democratic candidates. And I got a lot of heat from your community and my community in regards to that because apparently you look into people like Biden way more than I do. And I have no business saying something like that when I've only looked into a few points of yours that I disagreed with. So when this Kamala Harris video came out, I decided to spend my 3-hour flight looking at every single point of the video, and most of these have been like pretty grossly misrepresented on like at least one point. So I mean, like, I guess that's just my frustration that there's like 35 minutes of like these totally.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I'm grossly misrepresenting all of the positions that we walk through one by one, including the donor stuff. In the end,
I don't know about the donor stuff. I'll give you that one if you want. I don't know. I don't care about the.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Destiny. It doesn't fucking matter. You are like you're engaging in like some of the most insane fucking semantics arguments because I feel like you're butthurt by the fact that your audience said that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like honestly, I'm sorry, but it literally sounds like that because like we agree on fundamentally every single fucking thing that you have brought up. And you have exhausted me with insane hypotheticals the entire fucking time. Hypotheticals
you're the one
would
saying
never
that
exist. And it's shocking to me that you're making this seem. Numerous times you made it analogous to race realists in the way that they fucking argue, and it's crazy. I don't know what else to say.
You're telling me that I'm giving you insane hypotheticals, and earlier saying that a woman that calls the police because she's worried about 2 men falling in an alleyway, that she should be considered partially responsible if they get deported by ICE. You're saying, like, how are you the one saying that I'm making the insane statements that schools ought to dismiss all like resource
I said
officers?
I wouldn't do that.
Oh, come on, that's such a weasel. Wait, what?
What do you mean? I said that it's entirely different and understandable that she fucking would call the police under those circumstances. I wouldn't personally do it. I've been in similar situations where I haven't done it.
Wait, how is this relevant to
she's still partially responsible, but ultimately she is not. Like ultimately, it's not the same as you fucking calling the cops from your house because you saw random people sitting outside. That's literally that was the entire argument.
Here's my challenge for you.
Why are you changing the perspective? Like you don't need to do this. Your
Your
audience already loves you, and they're gonna probably think I'm a fucking dumbass. After this conversation anyway. You don't have to go above and beyond to like strawman my position and come up with insane hypotheticals and then fucking gaslight me in the end of the conversation by saying, oh, like you said that a woman calling the cops would be bad because she would be responsible for it.
This is why This is why I specifically asked you these questions with absolute razor fucking accuracy. I specifically asked you if a woman called the cops because somebody was chasing her, or because there were 2 people in an alleyway that she felt like they were posed a threat to her. If she called the cops and they got deported, is she partially responsible for that? And you said yes. I specifically asked you that.
I said that she shouldn't. I said that I wouldn't do that. And it's
why do you say I wouldn't do that? This is a train wreck's answer. You're really giving me a train wreck's answer.
Oh God! Is there ever a conversation?
No. This literally reminds me. Because
I said it's a fucking bullshit analogy, regardless. Because the woman is not responsible for those random people, but the fucking school is. That was the main point. So yes, on your fucking faulty ass analogy, I said yes. Okay. But like, this is insanity.
Wait, so how is this an insane analogy?
I don't even know what I said. I hope someone can fucking clip it, okay? I fucking hate this shit. Every time we have this conversation, you I know I cut you off quite frequently. I know that, right? But so do you. But for some fucking weird reason, the entire thing turns into Hassan kept talking over Destiny, and Hassan was like so fucking dumb or morally lucky in an instance where like we literally agree, and you've done some of the most disingenuous debate tactics that I'm finally gonna start fucking calling out every single time that you do it. It is like talking to Ben Shapiro, literally.
Okay, if you want, I would be curious at the end
Thank
of
you,
this.
Zerka, for the raid, by the way. Fat raid.
You can go through this video, you can watch it on the stream. If you feel like I used a disingenuous debate tactic, or if I strawmanned you, or if I did something bad, fucking quote it in the video, and we can go back and we can visit it at every point. I think that every analogy I used was on point. I think that every hypothetical I used was on point. But if you feel like I've engaged in some disingenuous, creepy Jewish mastermind tactic or some shit, go back, find it, and then point it out to me, and we can go over it. Okay?
What? I didn't say you did creepy Jewish tactics, okay? Just chill.
Oh, sorry. I heard the Ben Shapiro comparison and the creepy tactics, but
okay, that doesn't. When I say Ben Shapiro's argument style, it was adopted by Destiny.
I know that you didn't mean Jewish. I'm just kidding. I know you. Semitic. I'm sorry. I was being edgy. Okay. Listen, I love you. If we could keep talking about it if you want, but
no, it's okay. We'll continue this. We'll continue this debate in part 2. Okay.
Okay. Just so you're prepared next time for the 2. My other points were, you said that Kamala Harris was like shielding the Catholic Church or wouldn't prosecute the Catholic Church from sex scandals. What she wasn't doing is she wasn't allowing her department to release old files related to people that I think had been accused of sexual crimes in the past. Quite a bit different. You can argue it's semantics or whatever. There was that. Then you said something about having trans women refused medical care. I don't know if Harris is involved in that at all. I couldn't find anything about that.
Yeah, no, she did. She refused to sign off on gender confirmation surgery for certain trans individuals under her custody.
Okay, yeah, I'll look for that again because I couldn't find that. There were weird things about sex.
But I'm sure you're gonna be like, well, they were criminals, so they don't deserve it, like, or something at this point. I feel like you're like.
Okay, I also invite, if you think I've said anything in discussion where I've been inconsistent with my system, I absolutely invite you to point it out, because I think everything I've said has absolutely been very rigid, and from start to finish we can go.
But I think it's not necessarily a productive conversation to go over your argumentative style. It's just more semantics. When functionally you and I agree.
You're saying semantics because you're saying like school is the same as police force. When I challenge you on that, you're saying, well, that's just semantics. It's not semantics. It's absolutely necessary to the conversation.
It wasn't even, dude, holy shit. It wasn't even fucking the main point of that conversation. The main point of that was like you picked that part, which I said I could have reworded in a better fashion from the jump. And then you fucking went off on like a 2-hour conversation that we had over whether like the schools were responsible, and the truancy argument too. Holy shit, dude. Anyway, look, we can, like I said, we'll talk about it again. We'll rewatch it or something. I'm sorry for keeping you up this late, but yeah. Well, okay. I'll go over the debate on my chat, and you can too. I'm sure there's going to be like 7,500 fucking threads on your. Don't delete any of them, even if they're shitty towards me. Do not fucking delete them. I want to see all the threads.
What? Most of the threads on my subreddit are positive of you. Most of the ones posted on your subreddit relentlessly shit on me. Why are you victim-handing yourself?
No. Wait, I know.
Why did you just say that?
I know.
Wait, then
I'm saying even to spare me of my feelings, don't delete them, because I know that most of them will probably shit on you instead. So don't delete those either. I want to look through your audience's. Your audience is way better, and mine is as well. Very good at like picking apart our debates and having offering good post analysis.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right. I'll see you later, buddy. Peace out.
All right. Peace, dude.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
I love, by the way, for the record, I'm looking at the fucking sub already. Hassan tonight. Fuck them kids. Like, that's what I said. That's what I said. Fuck them kids by locking up their mothers. Okay. Sure. Damn, we got fucking content up the wazoo tonight. Holy shit. We got a Destiny debate that needs to be cut. We got a Destiny debate that needs to be cut down. We got a fucking Sinatra debate that needs to be cut down. Oh my God. What a great time not to fucking eat the entire day. Holy shit. You guys better fucking subscribe to me right now. Oh my God, dude. His moral system would 100% put the school at fault for any deportations, by the way. Also, his moral system would also put fault on a girl who called the cops, like in his analogy. I don't know why he's acting like you're so crazy.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
I mean, this was fucking content town, population, us.
I'm not God.
The reason why your guys' audience is so good at picking apart your debates is because you guys are really bad at debating. I'm not very good at debating. I admit that.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Shit. Sorry. Here you go, guys. Subscribe if you like this content.
I'm not God.
Thank you, Lucky Pom Pom. Thank you, Too Fresh TV. Thank you, Cillion. Pixel 36. You realize that he doesn't care about any of these issues. He only cares about winning the argument / debate. Yes, I do realize
I'm not God. I'm not God.
Am I okay? So the last stat conversation, more power to you. Thank you for the thank you for the subs. Autumn and Vision, thank you again for all the fucking gifted subs. Holy shit.
I'm not God.
Jail's mothers loves crypto fash, hates the poor. No, none of that. Don't read Reddit, please God. Oh, I'm gonna fucking read shit out of Reddit, dude.
I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Joking? Are you joking? Dan sending DGG to Hassan's chat feels weird, man.
I'm not God.
Why people happy?
Debate the Dobre twins on the ethics and planking. For the stats on donation, I'm pretty sure he was looking at a different link.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I'm
control.
glad that we had the
apologize
open
for that.
secret link towards the end because I was fucking confused by the stuff that Destiny was talking about. Destiny will delete everything contrary to his position. I don't think he will.
Excuse me.
I think he's.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
out of
maybe
control.
I'm
I
wrong,
apologize
but
for
usually he does not delete them until it's like overwhelmingly in opposition to him, or it's like already been mirrored at a different.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Mirrored in a different
I'm out of control. I apologize for
post
that.
or whatever. Hey, bro, I don't think you and Steve are cut out for debates after that one. I think you should both learn under the wings of Maximus, a.k.a. John Zerka.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Honestly, I think I did a pretty good...
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Sup, OT Stark. Thank you for that. What
I'm
is this?
not
Mischief
God.
saves Maya?
Maya!
What the fuck is this?
Don't call me babe. No one is free under capitalism. Maybe you should just go back in your birdcage, okay? Matthew, you have nothing to lose but
What
your
the
chains.
fuck?
Quack.
What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh.
Maya!
Oh my god. That is... What is this game?
Harris.
used to be
This isn't a critique of
smaller.
Kamala Harris. This isn't a critique of Kamala Harris. Son. This is just a critique of politics in general. Why are you focusing on Kamala?
Oh, that was bad. Yeah.
Oh my God! Because Kamala Harris represents business as usual politics. That's literally the point I'm making. That she is a regular Democrat, which is why she's bad. Did you not watch the fucking video?
Okay.
It
Harris.
used to-
Okay. Dude, that I lost my voice. I lost my means to debate. I'm done.
I'm not God.
I really find it frustrating that Destiny isn't willing to give up any ground during a debate.
Amazing.
I don't know why. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why Destiny won't like concede. I feel like he comes at it from like a previous perspective. Like he comes at it from like his pre-established position, and it all just it goes downhill from there. Where it feels like we're just fucking sparring for the sake of sparring, rather than him like understanding. I don't know. What is this?
He's dead! Be gone, Destiny.
Hi, fish. Whoa, chill.
I'm sorry.
Who are you? We saved Nebraska Destiny! He can finally go home to his son!
Fuck that.
That's beautiful.
This is an incredible game. Like honestly, this is I can't believe the like fuck man the things that fans will do. Holy shit. I need to play this game now. I watched the part with me in it already. Okay. Fuck, dude. Holy shit. I am so fucking tired. Jesus Christ. I can't believe we did 5 hours after that Raw show. God damn. I wonder if there's anyone who came here for the first time ever watching the Raw show and then just stayed through the entire video of me debating centrist Andy and then a double centrist Andy Kamala fan after. Like, I'm saying for the first time ever. Stop saying me, guys. I know all of your names, okay? I know all of you individually. I know everything about you, just like I know Kamala Harris's soul, okay? That's the worst part. Like, Destiny's not even a fucking Kamala Harris fan.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I
Oh
apologize
my
for that.
God. Oh my God. I literally mentioned this in the fucking beginning, dude. I literally mentioned this in the beginning. Look at this fucking clip. Oh, never mind. That's not the clip that we're looking for. Where the fuck is the clip? Someone send him the clip right now of me saying, I know all of this information, but I utilized a Twitter thread that summarized it perfectly. I literally mentioned it in the fucking beginning before we had a conversation. We are watching the Twitter thread. Thanks for the content, bud. Oh no, that's so fucked up. That is so fucked up. I bet he's that is so fucked, dude. I bet he's like, oh yeah, he just fucking repeated what he saw on the Twitter thread rather than like all the additional information that I added. Okay. Okay, I fucking knew it, dude. I knew it. Why does Destiny act like he's such an honest debater, and then literally in the aftermath, as I'm trying to say like nice things and be like, hey, I don't really know, I'm gonna look through this. Why does he fucking do this? He never wants to fucking lose the argument. Never wants to. He will belittle me. He will fucking literally belittle me and make it seem like I didn't know what the fuck any of that shit was, and I was just simply repeating shit that I read on a fucking Twitter thread verbatim. That is so fucked. That is so fucked. When I openly admitted, I said, I know all the shit that we're talking about, but there was a great Twitter thread that that summarized the points, so I went point by point on it. That is so fucked up. That is so fucked. That's so fucked. I never want to lose, but I fucking concede all the time. Chill, dude. He didn't say anything like that yet. Well, okay, listen. I'm mentioning this ahead of time so that this fucking narrative doesn't get like, so that this narrative doesn't get fucking plastered all over. To be fair, you kind of gish galloped, I guess. Come on, Musar. What the fuck? Now you're gonna go and like he's fucking memeing, dipshits. He's a fan of Destiny, okay? He's literally a fucking Destiny fan. Chill the fuck out. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thanks. Thanks. Like, how quickly will DGG, how quickly will fucking DGG utilize this and make it seem as though, like, we're actively participating in deplatforming my friend through my mods? Yeah, no, it's just a meme. This is just like a race realist argument, right, DGG? It's just like a race realism argument. Oh, I know. Dude, it's such fucking bullshit. Yeah. Oh God, it's so fucked up. Like, why does DGG feel like I've personally fucking attacked them when I'm having a fucking... Yeah, check his DGG logs, you fucking dipshits. He's literally in DGG as well. Like, what do you mean? What do you fucking mean, dude? Why is it that everyone just like immediately feels like I've destroyed Daddy or whatever, and I've destroyed all of them when I'm debating Destiny? It's so fucked. It's so fucked. You guys are ruining our friendship. You're causing us to fucking drift apart, okay? If you take this shit seriously, and I know that there's gonna be a bunch of fucking there's gonna be a bunch of people who like hate me in the subreddit who are going to fucking take this narrative and run with it, and we're going to constantly fucking talk about it over and over and over and over again until it like becomes an actual problem. Wait, did Sinatra says just say that he's all right? I've always said that. Anyway. Sinatra hit his power levels big time on your stream? Oh. Well, I mean, I don't think he did a good job hiding his power levels. I mean, he like... What the fuck is this? Oh, he's an edgelord troll? Well, it certainly seemed like... I mean, he was hiding his power levels, but like that doesn't change the fact that he got fucking... Where the fuck were you guys?
I'm not God.
Happy birthday. Wait, happy birthday, Kurosaki. Yeah, spam feels birthday man for Kurosaki. The guy literally has a donation alert that associates his identity
so I'm giving
on
you an
YouTube
extra
with Stick
$1
Okay, well, you
because I
guys...
feel like you did better. Hopefully you and Stebbin can do more RL streams together in
Crane.
the future.
Okay, first of all... All the articles that he gave you didn't prove any claims you made in the video. How come you're not seeing this, man? I know I am seeing it. We had a fucking 3-hour debate in regards to that. What do you mean?
I'm not God.
Love your shit, bro. Keep it up.
I wish you guys told me more about... I wish you guys told me more about him. I didn't know anything about him. That's usually a problem that I have when I'm talking to people. But I wish you guys actually told me more about this person so that I... He said Kamala couldn't prosecute. Is that right or wrong? I think that's wrong. Kamala absolutely could have prosecuted. Or they could have brought forward... fuck, what is it called? It's like a... Who has ever heard of Sinatra Sings? Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about him. I think if you would have spoke to him about the idea of racial inequality, he would have blamed it on cultural differences, and he would have went down the race realist pipeline. Yeah, I don't know. I think I really flipped him around a lot on all the stuff that we talked about so much that I just didn't want to like go into another... I didn't want to go under another like I didn't want to go into another fucking conversation. Check who he follows on Twitter. I don't fucking know, dude. Oh my god. My man, oh no, I should have done that. Foreskin Groiper, anti-Antifa fan, unknown archive, black disabled trans queer. Oh my god, Keck shit. Tulsi Gabbard, of course. Where are all the good men? That's Mr. Reagan, my boy. He follows Vosh. Wait, what the fuck? I follow him too. I don't know why that didn't. Joey Salads for Congress. Edward Snowden. News Shoot. That's another fucking... Isn't this guy, am I crazy? Isn't this like literally, what's the name? Isn't this, what's his face? He didn't bite on the white genocide shit. Yeah, I know. He did. Isn't this guy like, fuck. What's his face? I remember when being a racist required that you had to beat up someone of a different race or burn a cross or something. Now all you have to do is get the label is to refuse and go watch a Disney movie. V is real bad. Hangs out with a blood sports Nazi crowd. Yeah, I thought so. Steven said in the beginning of his stream that this night might burn the bridge between y'all. I don't think so. I mean, maybe on his end, but no. On Keemstar's podcast, Baited on YouTube, they invited the host who talks shit about you on as a guest. Yikers. Nice. That's so tight. Keemstar can suck my cock, dude. Get mad, bitch. Hey, instead of having fucking conversations about me on your little podcast, why don't you come on mine? Keemstar, dude. Fuck. You lift trains after 5 minutes. I don't think you'd last longer. Keem will never debate anyone he doesn't know. Keem knows exactly who the fuck I am. He was dick riding PewDiePie pretty hard at the time when we were like talking about. At the time we were talking about PewDiePie's videos and shit. He like tried to do a logic bomb on me. With like you literally promoted ER. I'm Keemstar. He has been in this chat as well. He's just, God, he's the worst. Thank you, Tanya. That is, she said, all your OGs have your back. We love you. How is Destiny this bad at math? Slippery Steve. Is it me or Hassan only cares about these numbers? I don't know why they are making this so complicated. I'm pretty sure the part where Destiny was confused with the percentage isn't the number of donations, it's the monetary value. At first on the website I was confused, but then you add up the numbers, it makes more sense. Doesn't Bernie have 3 times as many donors as Kamala, though? Is there any reason to suggest that there would be a linear increase in large individual contributions as she was as popular as Bernie? It was nice knowing you, brother. Save these last few moments before you get sent to the gulag. Even if it's correct, it's overly pedantic and fucking stupid, as Destiny doesn't fucking know either. Based on the information presented on both of them, Hassan's assertion was by far the most likely to be correct. He isn't, but okay. Yes, sorry. 30% of donations over $200 is actually the same as 70% of donations over $200. I am thankful that I've finally seen the light. The percentage was the amount of money contributed and not the percent of people that were small or large contributors. Kamala Harris gets a lot more money from large donations than Bernie. This is fucking inarguable. It was the entire point Hassan was making. It's just like he seems to know enough about stats to know that looking at mean or median in isolation can be misleading, but he hasn't reached the point where he knows how to contextualize or interpret them properly. It's like hearing correlation does not imply causation, and concluding that if two things are correlated, it's impossible to determine whether or not there is any. The donation was the only point that density lost on? No, I don't agree with that. I unironically disagree. When Destiny owns me, I say it. There are like few debates where I've reliably defeated Destiny in the marketplace of ideas. I would say that the Trump is a successful Republican is one of those debates. And I would say that the other one is probably like, I would go 50-50 on like some of the socialism conversations that we had. But on tonight, the truancy take was so fucking garbage. I'm sorry, dude. I love Destiny. And I think he's an incredible he's really good at debating. He's really good at overwhelming his opponent. He's really good at confusing them, making them seem like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Even in instances where they absolutely know what the fuck they're talking about. And I think Destiny, if anything, showed that tonight with the way that he debated with me on a subject that I probably knew more of than he did. And he did a really good job of like still keeping me on my tippy toes. And it also shows me that he's willing to go the extra mile and literally argue for points that he would normally not argue for in an instance to win the conversation. That is exactly what you need to do to effectively learn how to debate. No, I will never do that because I'm not going to be fucking caught in a conversation where I'm arguing for things that I don't believe in exclusively to win the argument. Like if I come across as advocating for something I don't believe in, it's probably because I'm doing a bad job arguing my point.
Byzantine Awu for $1 says, seriously, South Africa white genocide? Fuck, I didn't think of that. That's a laugh coming from the Armenian genocide denier. He actually believes in the Armenian genocide.
See? Charitable.
Eric Peters for the 432.
Charitable. Doesn't that mean your belief isn't the best argument? No. In order to defeat your opponent in the marketplace of ideas in a debate, you don't actually have to make the best possible argument. You don't actually have to, and sometimes it's just all about framing, right? For example, in the truancy argument, Destiny did a really good job of defending his point, despite the fact that it sounded like something that an insane person would say. From my perspective, like I would never openly advocate for what the stuff that Destiny was advocating for, and I don't even think that he believes in that. But he was doing it, I think. He literally posts a Hitler pic 5 minutes later. Okay, I'm not gonna do that, dude. I'm not gonna watch through to see like him posting a Hitler pic. Also, we already had this conversation, remember? We already had this conversation, guys. Remember, he's going to say it's a historical photo. There's nothing that fucking triggers me more than like the morally lucky shit, but also when Destiny says I'm privileged, like he accuses me of being privileged or like my take is privileged. That shit like really gets to me. I probably shouldn't say this because I know now that like a lot of people from DG who are watching me currently are gonna fucking weaponize the shit out of that. But like I'm right. The ground that I will concede, or the ground that I will give him on, is like me saying, what do you call it? Me saying that like it was, me saying that schools were like, the policy directly reflected schools, like literally directly sending children to get immigrated by collaborating with authorities. I could have probably. I mean, I don't think that there's anything wrong with the way I said it. Functionally, it is that. It is absolutely that. Like, that's exactly what happened. Why do you argue with Steven if you think he's just disingenuous, only interested in winning debates? I think that's pretty fucked up to just dismiss everything he believes in as him just lying. He could be wrong and believes in it anyways. One, I love to argue with Destiny because he is the smartest person that I argue with consistently. Two, I know that despite our disagreements, I still love him. And three, I think that the reason why I'm not accusing him, but the reason why I'm saying that I don't think he believes in certain things that he's arguing on behalf of in an effort to win that conversation over and under those circumstances is like precisely what I mentioned in the debate as well, Arcane Failure. For example, like the state enforcing by force to send children into like to take children away from their parents because of a systemic problem. And I did call him out on that. So the other, but ultimately it doesn't matter. He's an incredible debater, and I would rather I would of course rather debate someone like Steve and get better at debating. Anyway, fuck, what was I gonna say? There was another thing that I wanted to. No, I mean him being like annoying at debating or whatever is not a bad. Like he's like, it's like debating fucking Ben Shapiro, dude. That's. Anyway, let's look at. Remember when MLK was threatening black communities with jail in order to get children to schools? Oh, wait. So do you believe he's intentionally being disingenuous? If so, why debate him? I already said that. I already mentioned why. I don't think he believes in it. I'll stand by that statement. I don't think he believes in it. Judging by what I've seen him say under different circumstances, I don't think he believes in it. In some of the things that he's saying, not all of them, of course, but some of his statements, I don't think he believes in. And what I mean by that is like, fuck, I think I literally heard him like talking to Frank or Sinatra, whatever. I watched. I was watching the Sinatra debate that he had where he was like talking about predatory loans, like payday advance loans and how predatory they are when disseminating his like determinist perspective. And I remember us having a conversation when we literally, someone should clip this, by the way, not me saying this, but find the argument where he was making about payday advance loans and how predatory they are in that determinist conversation that he had, like personal choice conversation that he had with Sinatra Speaks, versus how when I and Destiny were talking about anthropology or whatever, Anthony, whatever, the fucking psychic kid, he said that it's absolutely like the personal choice of people that it's absolutely the personal choice of people who like are being financially irresponsible, who go in and take payday advance loans. Like that's a perfect example. That is a perfect example of him like maintaining one position in one debate and then that same like the opposite position in another one. Maybe he changed his mind, but why would he change his mind in a more regressive, reactionary way? Because the Sinatra conversation was like a year ago. What up, Will? Pretty sure that's just not true. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. All right. I'm going to look this up now. Try to see if I can find it. God damn it. Now you're making me do this.
A bullshit hypothetical. If we were to take 100 people that were born with that, but it
Yeah,
says
but I'm not
nothing to the
disagreeing
main.
with-
Okay, well then if you don't disagree
I'm
with
not
me, then what are we
disagreeing.
this choice? And you're going, okay, but there are 3 people. As a contradiction to everything I'm saying. So I'm saying that like
Well, I'm not
of
disagreeing
10,000
with you
people, 9,000 of third.
out of it. Like I said way before, 2 things can be true at once. But it ultimately, I don't want to do this. I'm tired of getting made with an academic pursuit. I'd be lying. Because if I were to sit here and say in their environment when they, let me try this. I get what you're saying. And I agree with you to the extent that people have to.
Fuck.
That
Where will I?
people
I will never
debate.
find this.
It's not
now. There's no transcription. Steven mentioned on the stream that he's still going more towards Bernie or Warren in the beginning of the stream. I know that. I know that Destiny is a Bernie fan. It's like a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It's not about positions. It's about testing the validity and soundness of the statements his opponents makes through hypotheticals. Do you think that he's hard on you because he doesn't think that your points hold up to harsher scrutiny and it would be better to have a discussion about your particular issues rather than having a heated debate about your stuff? No, I don't mind. Like, I don't think it was like, no, I don't think it's just harsher scrutiny, dude. Like, harsher scrutiny is like asking questions about why I said certain things, or I guess testing the moral limits of my perspective, maybe, or like the things that I believe in. Wait. If a child skips school is on site, not making the Stalinist point while he was saying you argue like a race realist. Anyway, I don't know. I can't find this one now.
Something that anybody in academia engages with seriously. It's not something that anybody in the business world. You don't. You really just.
Nobody was sitting there like, you know what you have to do now? You have to go play video games.
How bad his league play is, he'll fight his hardest for any victories he can outside of that. My league play is worse than Destiny's, so that doesn't mean anything. Anyway. Okay. Fuck. I hope someone finds it. One's in our Ant convo when on Trainwrecks, and then the other is like one was in our Ant convo on Trainwreck's podcast that first night, and then the other is like I don't fucking know. The other is like on that the personal choice debate. See, this is what I fucking mean. Like, just want to say, even if Destiny kind of dunked on you, we still love you. Hassan just kept admitting defeat, though, because Destiny was unwilling to give any ground. Destiny did the same thing in his kill stream debates. Pepe laughed. Destiny lost his debate. 100% your entire argument is pedantry. You lose. I like Hassan for the most part, but I think his sub needs to stop giving him a free pass when he argues in such bad faith, but has the audacity of accusing Destiny of being disingenuous. He plays the victim card really well, and this sub loves shitting on Steven and giving Hassan a pass with the love shit because he harps on how much shit he gets, when in reality, the real circle jerk is stating on Steven. I agree with this so much, lol. Sorry about your internet points, though. My last 5 posts have all been downvoted. It is what it is. Like, imagine talking about being a fucking victim, Andy, and then, like, being like, oh, man, my post has been, like, fucking downvoted, dude. Oh, it is what it is, dude. It's so frustrating hearing Hassan debate at the same level of some right-wing Trump supporter, especially at the end when you use bad debate tactics. Such a classic one to hear from like, this triggers the fuck out of me, dude. This shit triggers the fuck. This is like, look, I'm going to be honest. This is like the Destiny fan base at its worst. And I have this too. I have this absolutely in my fan base as well. There are plenty of people who probably don't fucking really listen to the argument or already agree with me. And they turn around. They're like, Destiny, you fucking suck. Destiny, you fucking suck. Like, but I just can't fucking stand. I can't fucking stand when people are just like, when people are just saying shit like, oh man, you fucking, you know, you just lost, kid. What the fuck is wrong with this thread, lol? Does it get linked to R. Hassan Piker? Most young people hate Kamala, nothing more. Destiny Mass on ban. Remember, he deleted it. Considering the debate is going, I wouldn't be surprised if purge is coming. Literally arguing it's the law in a discussion about what the law should be. Also, apparently, it's completely normal to have cops in schools. Gonna have to be after Hassan's debate with Sinatra says, which means late or early as fuck. I feel like this is it, guys. This is the debate where Steve turns into a communist. Surprised he can't substantiate a thing he said. The classic Hassan. What? How the fuck could you? How the fuck do you look at that and the outcome of that is he can't substantiate a thing he said? It doesn't matter how many people are fucking downvoting it, okay? It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. I'll never understand lefties who think the state attorney general has the power to rewrite the laws of the state without Congress. Critiquing her as a legislator doesn't make any sense. The majority of her career was non-legislative positions, not to mention. Okay. If she's better than Biden, wouldn't she be at least worth considering? Yes, that is true. She is better than Biden. But, like, Biden is literally absolutely the fucking worst. Okay, well, there's no
lazy parents out there who are making the personal choice, individual choice.
What other alternatives are there? What other alternatives are there?
You and I both know that it's a consequence of underfunding.
What other alternatives are there?
You're
What other
exacerbating
alternatives
the
are there?
problem. You're making it worse.
Okay, what other
VA
alternatives?
should not be dealing with these issues. That is
What
my
other
main
alternatives
point.
are there?
Did he mute me or something? Really, really, really helping your... Wait, what? Like, why am I not here? Did he mute himself or something?
My main point.
What other alternatives are there to the parent being lazy if the people don't actually get charged with something unless they've made no effort to contact the school?
What other ways of improving efficiencies would you try to enforce through state violence or?
No, you just kept talking, fam. Wait, I didn't hear any of him saying like what other. I heard him say this on your stream. If you look at this entire debate and think that I didn't actually put out numerous different alternatives, if you think that I do need headphones. Holy shit. If you think that I didn't actually if you think that I actually didn't put out numerous alternatives to how in solving this problem, and you think that I'm morally fucking lucky because I didn't do the thing that I absolutely fucking did, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't hear him, but whatever. I've mentioned. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Personal context. I'm a fan of both participants and generally lean towards Destiny for his ability to rapidly deconstruct, debunk real-time common conservative rhetoric. I watched Hassan's video and tuned in at the start of the Bernie versus Kamala discussion, so I'm interested in dissecting and discussing. First, Hassan's takes on Kamala were generally correct, although a bit exaggerated. Destiny confused Hassan on the 200 statistical piece, which was a good debate technique against someone less prepared than Hassan, not honest argumentation. 200. First, the driving point that Destiny successfully muddied. Kamala is a regular corporate Democrat politician without a clear vested interest in her masses. Her track record and campaign donation statistics demonstrate this. Destiny saw an opportunity to potentially debunk this upon first glance at an article he was reading during the debate, which would have been massive if it worked out. Unfortunately, getting this pivotal point wrong, conceding the issue, made it seem like he wasn't read up on otherwise common knowledge of candidates' respective histories. Hassan did good to not allow them to move on from this blunder. Things got heated as they do, and Hassan's emotional moments made his point seem weaker throughout. This is true as Destiny as well, but significantly less frequent. This could potentially be from fatigue and annoyance Hassan had from Destiny's debate tactics from the 200 topic mentioned above. As far as time spent speaking, I didn't notice a huge difference between the two. Hassan most likely spoke for longer overall, but a lot of his time was spent repeating his points, almost verbatim instead of rephrasing. Furthermore, Destiny continually rightfully criticized Hassan for stating several different points at once to back up his conclusion. However, near the end, Destiny stated, "We went through each point and I already proved them all to be bullshit. This is just as effective and just as dishonest as Hassan's gish galloping." Hassan remained ahead throughout this one for me personally. I wish Destiny didn't pick the battles that he did and instead stuck to policy. Hassan should take away from this when to move on and when to force the semantics of an argument when he's confident of his knowledge as he did tonight. What are your thoughts? Nothing so far, but I don't know. When you get off the school bus and there's a school safety officer in the building, fuck you guys, man. Fuck you guys, okay? Bootlicker is the left's version of SJW. Argument for rarely, if ever, calling the police. I feel as though Hassan did not properly articulate this point to a degree that Destiny should have been challenged on, and as such, I'd like to cover some more hypothetical scenarios. Firstly, I would assert that you have culpability for what happens when the person you are calling the police on, irregardless of the circumstances. Oh, God. Someone's going to say irregardless is not a real word, and that own him into oblivion. As such, you should never call the police except in instances where the benefit would outweigh the consequences. For example, if you're bothered by people loitering outside your home, you would outweigh the consequences. Yeah, you should not call the cops. In an example of schooling, the schools absolutely have responsibility for what happens to the students as a result of having a resource officer. If a school were to choose to have an RO position there, then the consequences of that will be arrest, or in this instance, potentially deportation. If the school wanted to avoid these outcomes, they would instead hire some form, You should call the police when danger is imminent and to an extent which you cannot protect yourself, period. The problem arises when people's bias leads them to falsely believe danger is present. What does rarely, if ever, mean if you're using the submission title? 27% of all police calls alone for non-crime emergencies, according to the DOJ. Why do you believe that they shouldn't be loitering? If they're on your property and they aren't committing some other crime against you or someone else, what's your business with them? Obviously talking about the legal definition of loitering. That wasn't Destiny's point. It was that Hassan said that they were turning over people to ICE. Functionally, they were turning over people to ICE. I already said that I should have done a better job of describing what that means. I think the debate was good. I highly recommend people watch it and give accurate analysis. Oh, you found the payday statement?
Let's say I offer them I offer them the ability to have $100 now, or they could make an investment of $50 into a bank and withdraw that in 4 years or something like that at 15% interest. That depending on the education level of this group, I could make a probabilistic determination of what they'll choose. This doesn't mean that every single person will make the wrong choice, but based on their level of education, I could probably estimate that like 85% of the people here will make a suboptimal decision, right? Much the same way that in our world today, rich people don't go and get payday loans. Middle class people don't get payday loans. It's usually lower class, financially illiterate people that will procure these payday loans because they don't have the net. Now, everybody has the same choice that they could make to do it, but it's usually the people that don't have all the information they need to make the best choice that are capitalized on by these types of people.
I guess
technically not. I don't remember exactly what he said with Ant, but maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe I was mistaken then. Because he's still making the assertion that people are making like financially irresponsible choices. But he's backing that up by saying that it's their environment that is it's their environment that's making them make financially irresponsible choices. We'll see. I want to do a comparison between the two. I think Density had a problem with the way you framed arguments, not the arguments themselves necessarily. Oh. Do you agree that no one wins if the left is fighting amongst themselves? True. I don't consider Destiny and I having these sorts of arguments like leftist infighting, though. Another debate one? What is this? Okay, hold on. I have to go back to, I don't even fucking remember what I said. Holy shit. Ay, ay, ay. I am so defeated, dude. Like, you've owned me into oblivion, Destiny. I'm... Wrecked, dude. By the way, it's now 12. It's about to be 12 a.m. Still haven't eaten today. Maybe I should just stop eating. I operate way better when I'm fucking hungry, dude. Holy shit. Hold on, I'll be back. I gotta pee. Bots flood this channel so that we can't get a word in. Bots. What? Why? Don't do that. First of all, I have to say neither person had a really good understanding of statistics here. Destiny was smart enough to recognize the edge case of using exclusively this kind of statistic, but he didn't go any further than giving the example and hoping everyone would understand why it matters or what the difference is. So there are several statistics you can look at in regards to that. I say the most effective ones are median, most common, amount of donations, mean, average. or percentage of contributions over under some dollar amount. And aside, as Destiny's chat apparently mentioned, donations follow a chi-square distribution apparently. So unlike a normal distribution, it is skewed towards larger numbers. This means the mean average will always be higher than the median. This only tells you not to be alarmed that the mean is higher. I don't feel like looking up more stats. If you're just looking at the links, we see a percentage of dollars donated to each candidate. This tells us how much the money they're getting is large amounts or small amounts. It gives you the idea of where the income is coming from. This is absolutely a relevant statistic because intuitively, if you're getting most of your income from large donations, you're going to be incentivized to care more about the income stream than small donations. You can make arguments about secondary factors, but that is what the data is evidence for, that Kamala is getting more of her income from larger donors, so she's got more incentives to follow their interests and probably has already demonstrated her value to those donors more than Bernie. Destiny kept repeating the point that the statistic isn't a big deal because one person donates $1 million and 10 donate $1. This gripe isn't entirely without weight, as knowing the percentage by dollar doesn't give you that information. You don't know the actual number of people doing the donating. As said before, the percentage by dollar gives you important, but not all. I also heard them mention that Bernie had 99% of his donations, not by dollars, by number of donations, were from small donors, while Kamala had 98. Destiny said this and then said that it was so close that he didn't think it mattered. The problem with looking at 99.98 is that the 1% versus 2% donations being large amounts. So maybe the decimal points rounding up makes this more or less a difference. But that's literally twice as many as large individual donations, a 200% difference. You're going to realize halfway through it forms into copy pasta. Wait, it's not copy pasta. Kind of funny how Destiny keeps looking down on Hassan for not knowing what different statistics, words, and math mean when Destiny can't make a successful analysis himself and had a position opposed / highly skeptical of the more accurate one. Maybe they were both just really heated, though. Destiny could be a bit more charitable. I think his arguments were pretty pointed and went in good directions, but he just hammers Hassan on random statements without genuinely trying to understand his perspective. Hassan has been doing a much better job at this. He constantly asks people to explain their perspective so he doesn't strawman them. No matter how precisely you quote someone, even in context, you would still do better in a live debate to have a dialogue about what people believe than hammering on statements without relent. Like on the cop stuff, Destiny was smart to get Hassan to admit that he didn't want cops in schools and so on, but he was very aggressive about it, and he puts everyone off and makes the debate hard to be productive. Love you too. Oh, that's what Sinatra's audience was saying as well, by the way. They were saying that like I was very Destiny appreciation thread. Destiny had good takes. Destiny has cringe takes, but all in all, he's our Destiny who we come to watch time and time again for the great content. Keep up the great work and stay safe, buddy. There have been 8 total U.S. Women's World Cups. Here's how the U.S. has performed on each of them. U.S. men's national team. Tell me again why the U.S. women's national team is paid less. I don't know enough about this subject, but I immediately, like when I hear shit like this, my mind immediately goes to, I don't know. They probably, like, there's probably a larger earnings pool in male national teams across the board, and like there's a bigger audience for it and stuff, bigger sponsors, bigger viewership, but I don't know, because like maybe the bounty is offered by, maybe the bounty is literally offered by maybe it's offered by the government, so I don't know, because like that literally could be the reason, and that the government is just fucking being sexist or whatever. And giving, like in certain instances, like the U.S. government or the Turkish government will like give out bounties for winning like gold medals and stuff. The USA under 17 beat the women's national team 7-0? No way. That's nuts. It was the under 15 team? What? Maybe they just maybe they just lost on purpose. Chill the fuck out, chat. It could literally be a scrimmage where they were like it could have been a scrimmage where they were just like they were like doing it for charity or something. I mean, I have to look more into it. But yes, my immediate reaction is the same as you, where I'm like, well, there's not as much money involved, and there's not as much of an audience. It happens all the time because they're practice games where they try out new strats and things. Yeah, I guess. Maybe they shouldn't try out any of those new strats, though. Got him.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
I'm just saying, if they lost 7-0, they probably shouldn't try any of those new strats. Oh, no. That's a bad test, dude. Or 5-2.
Я am giving you the same info as Destiny. Charlotte Serbit the deliberate dumping down of America, a chronological paper trial reactis, tinchomi bachkan debate shaols. I do not think either of you truly know what is going on. Politics do not matter. This фаригн талефус, федерал rules of civil procedure 44. Government равно govern control, ment talked. Everyonichan drought eiraunchen solutions. Law okup честуй куевей труст гадник тевероне. Чир 5000.
Sean has a video on it that explains it. Let's watch. Man, that's so awesome. I'm so glad that he already... Sean Jen? What's Sean? Oh, okay. Let's watch. Nice.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you.
Today we're going to be taking a look at a Paul Joseph Watson video entitled The Truth About Gender. Well, that's the title now. When he posted it, it was called Why Women Suck at Sports, in all caps, before swiftly being changed for some reason. And you should probably go and watch that video just so you can be sure I'm not misrepresenting his arguments. It's only 8 minutes long, but that means if you speed it up, it's only 4 minutes long. And he sounds rather funny sped up, so that should hopefully take some of the edge off having to watch a Paul Joseph Watson video. Go on then, off you go. And welcome back, sorry about that. So then, what's the point of Paul's video? Well, it seems rather stupid at first, doesn't it? You know, all the football mistakes with the silly sound effects and music, but it's actually a clever little bit of manipulation. This video exists to misrepresent feminist arguments about sports and reframe the discussion in such a way that makes feminists seem crazy, whereas Paul Joseph Watson, and by extension his viewers, get to feel like enlightened truth speakers, quote, triggering the social justice warriors just by speaking basic obvious facts. And this is a fantasy, obviously, but before we get into the specifics of how, let's go through some of those basic obvious facts and have a bit of a chat about them. So then, men obviously outperform women at the top levels of most sports, and this is for a whole host of biological reasons. If we take a man and a woman of similar height and weight, the man will typically have a larger heart, higher lung capacity, denser bones, more muscle mass, and various other things that will usually give the man an advantage in most sports. Now I say typically and usually because of course there are outliers, men and women who fall outside the average, so you can get men who are worse than most women at sports and vice versa. And of course, with training, it's not too hard for the average woman to outperform the average untrained man. The majority of the time though, women have to train longer and harder than men to attain the same level of ability, and at the top athletic level, say, the Olympics or top flight football, everyone's training pretty much all the time anyway, so this effectively squeezes women out of the running. However, even though women can't usually compete directly with the best men in each sport, these differences in ability might not actually be as different as you might expect. Women's records tend to lag behind men's by about 10%, but that's not 10% in everything, mind. There's a scale. Some records are closer than that, and others, mainly ones that are more dependent upon muscle mass like weightlifting, are much more exaggerated. So then, given all of this, what are the feminist arguments for integrating sports? Well, one argument I do see is in favour of integrating sports in which biological differences don't play as much of a part, say, shooting at the Olympics, for instance. The last time women were allowed to compete with men in shooting at the 1992 Olympics, a woman won a gold medal. And since then, the sport has been segregated by gender. Now, some
Oh, I love that.
might say this is good. It allows more women to get represented at the top level or something like that. And others might see it
Squad
differently.
W, am I
say
right?
It'd be better for women to be able to compete with men directly in these kinds of events. And I don't know, to be honest. I kind of see both sides, but that's one argument anyway, that maybe some sports are unnecessarily segregated. Another argument I see is in favour of more mixed sports, like we have mixed tennis and badminton, and that might be good, you could have mixed relays and swimming and running, and all sorts of team sports could have mixed divisions. So there are real conversations going on there. However, and this is to Paul, I have never seen any feminist make the case that we should just integrate something like boxing or MMA, say, and just leave it at that, because that would be incredibly stupid and dangerous. I've never seen any feminist deny that men generally outperform women at the top level of most sports. You see, Paul's problem here is that the actual arguments going on aren't as stupid as he'd like them to be, so he has to pretend. You see, the argument he wants to have is one in which crazed feminists insist that women are always equal to men in everything, and then Paul smirks and unsheaves all of his facts, and then the social justice warriors crawl away from him screeching, "You're a sexist." And it's a great plan, honestly, but the spanner in the works here is that these people he's talking about don't seem to actually exist, by and large. Paul gives a couple of examples in the video of people who are supposedly making the argument that he is countering. One is this post from feministing.com by a user named Vicky Chatwin. Paul read out part of it in a silly voice, of course. Now, what Paul missed was the concluding sentence. Maybe in things like boxing or lifting weights, men would have an advantage, but what about other sports which are not just about brute strength? Now, this conclusion makes it clear that Vicky Chatwin does understand that men have an advantage in certain sports and is actually talking about integrating those other sports, ones in which the differences don't play as much of a part. The other example Paul gives is from the start of the video.
So a while back I was having this debate with a feminist. She claimed that women could compete with men at soccer but weren't allowed to because of gender segregation in sports enforced by the patriarchy. This shit writes itself.
Now, I couldn't find the supposed argument Paul had. I searched through his Twitter and didn't find anything, and he's not usually above naming and shaming people, to be honest, but he doesn't here for some reason, so my guess would be that this conversation didn't actually take place, and he's just pretending it did because the only way he can win an argument is by making up what the other side said. But since I might be wrong about that, let's pretend this argument did take place anyway. So the imaginary slippery slope strawman feminist said, women can compete with men at soccer, but just aren't allowed to play against them because of the patriarchy or something. They do love blaming the patriarchy, don't they?
That's so weird. Paul Joseph Watson has never lied. I don't know why Sean is accusing him.
Those imaginary feminists. Now all I can imagine here is that Paul has either met a real-life caricature of a cartoon rabid feminist, or he's misunderstood a different argument. You see, there has been the odd case of clubs in men's lower division leagues trying to sign professional women footballers and being denied that by FIFA, who insist on the leagues being strictly divided. Now I can see someone making the case that men's clubs should be allowed to sign women if they want to. If you integrated the leagues in that way, keeping the women's leagues but also allowing women to play in the men's if they're able to, you'd end up with something like the current chess situation, and probably with similar arguments for and against that. Anyway, misunderstanding or not, Paul has framed the argument such that the feminists he's arguing against are all delusional, and all he has to do to beat them is cite basic biological facts and tell the truth. It's quite a low bar he's set for himself there, and surprisingly, he will fail to clear it because, as we'll see, even with dishonest framing, Paul just can't help lying. For example, Paul includes this clip in his video.
That's because no matter what gender pronoun you call yourself, biology is king.
So that's the supposed world's strongest woman arm wrestling
Fucking
against the
owned,
supposed...
dude. Fucking owned by this random video Paul Joseph Watson found. I'm sure it's actually consistent. Let's see.
average man and losing. The implication there being that even the strongest woman in the world is weaker than the average man. So I went looking for the context here, and first off I'd like to submit the following clip for your consideration.
It's the moment of truth! It's man versus woman! Get in the house. But you gotta hold her hand. You wrap. Stop. Oh. Ready. Set. Go!
So that was American strongwoman Jill Mills beating comedian and not professional athlete Sam Tripoli in an arm wrestle on a show called The Wild World of Spike. Sam Tripoli was one of the 3 hosts on that show alongside Kit Cope and Jason Ellis. Jason Ellis being the man from the clip that Paul showed in his video where he labelled him the average man. And here is average man Jason Ellis winning a professional MMA fight. You see, Jason Ellis isn't actually the average man. He's a trained athlete. Do you think that this fairly represents the average man, Paul? Because if that's the case, I think you need to look in a mirror. You look fairly average, Paul. No offense. But according to you, this means you're stronger than Jill Mills. So here's Jill Mills deadlifting 475 pounds. Repeatedly, I might add. And I've got a challenge for you, Paul. If you post a video of you deadlifting that weight even once, I'll donate £500 to a charity of your choice. And I'll even give you until Christmas to do it, just in case you're a little out of shape right now, It shouldn't be too difficult for you. I mean, you're already stronger than Jill Mills, clearly, just by virtue of being an average man. You see, this lie reveals another purpose of Paul's video, and that's to reassure his male audience that women aren't as good as them, and never can be. And he does this again elsewhere by telling porkies about an Australian football match.
Look what happened when the professional, international Australian women's soccer team played a team of 15-year-old boys. The 15-year-old boys team won 7-0. They called this a shock result. It wasn't a shock result. Even at 15, the boys were physically superior to a highly trained team of adult female professionals.
So there was a lot of deception and lying by omission in that clip, which I noticed because I'm lucky enough to just remember this incident from when it actually happened. So, losing 7-0, it's not a very good result, is it really? But Paul declares this not shocking at all because of the obvious biological advantage that the boys have over the women. Now, this might lead you to believe that this match was a one-off, like an exhibition battle of the sexes sort of thing. And that's just not true. This match was a warm-up for an international friendly game that the Australian women's team was playing in the run-up to the Rio Olympics. You see, they play these sorts of games all the time. There aren't enough women's teams around at that level to get in enough training games, so they play against the youth teams of men's football clubs. That's another point, actually. This was the youth team of a professional football club. It wasn't just a random group of teenage boys. And it actually was a shock result, because the last time the women played against teenage boys in a similar match, they drew 2-2. And as coach Alan Stajcic explains, We've probably played 40 matches against boys over the last 18 months, and the objectives are always the same: to test out our players, to find out their strengths and weaknesses, and see where our team structure is good and where it's not. In fact, for all of those actually involved, they seem surprised that the match even had a reported result. You know, it was a training match, warming up for a friendly. Half the first team weren't even present. And it was a rotating player match, meaning they kept swapping players out and testing new positions. The captain was playing in a jumper. Also, the women's team was themselves fielding players like Ellie Carpenter, who was 16 at the time, the exact same age as the boys she was playing against. Regardless, 7-0 is still a bad result, but it was a warm-up match where they were trying out new players and tactics. It's not as though they were playing as if they were in the World Cup final. No, the only reason this news story took off is because it allowed sexist men to have a bit of a chortle about women being crap at something, you know, completely ignoring the dozens of other times that the women's team has played similar matches and not lost 7-0. Oh, I am good at ruining all the fun, aren't I? Now, the oddest portion of Paul's video is this little bit on Bill Nye's recent, apparently controversial show about sex and gender, and this was odd to me for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I went and watched that show and it seemed a fairly basic rundown of the modern scientific understanding of sex and gender, interspersed with, frankly, rather rubbish attempts at comedy. So it was surprising to me that anyone even took issue with any of this, other than the comedy, that is. The other reason this was odd to me is that the show has absolutely nothing to do with the different sporting abilities of men and women. Paul seems to have just shoved it in there because it's a recent meme-y thing about gender to talk about. So let's talk about it briefly anyway. Now, the fairly recent scientific understanding of sex and gender being different things, and even when only talking about biological sex, there are different chromosome combinations that neatly fit into just two categories, seems to have left the anti-feminist, anti-social justice crowd a little bit confused. You know, sex and gender are the same thing. They say there's only two. How could our precious science, which we claim to love, be leaving us behind? And that's because science changes, it updates. With additional evidence, it may come to new conclusions over time. And just as creationists mock science for its evolving and changing understanding of things, the rationals and anti-feminists are now mocking Bill Nye just for reporting the current scientific consensus. And my favourite take on all this was Ian Miles Chung, aka the wrongest man on Twitter, retweeting the criticisms of an actual creationist saying that there are only two genders. Gender politics makes strange bedfellows. So anyway, as a close out today, I'm going to put in a bunch of clips of men fucking up at football just to balance Paul's clips of women fucking up at football, as if a bunch of cherry-picked clips prove anything, you know. So watching this video, I kinda got the sense that Paul doesn't really understand why people like sports. Because it's not always about watching the very best of the best, or everyone in England would only watch Chelsea, say, because they won the league. Or everyone would only watch the heavyweight boxing and MMA fights. I mean, they're technically the strongest, but they're not always the most interesting to watch, are they? Similarly, women's sports can be fun to watch, even completely divorced from the fact that they can't compete with the best men. You know, Ronda Rousey's career has been incredible to watch, and the story of her dominance and downfall is as interesting as anything happening in men's MMA. You know, far from only wanting to see the best of the best perform, people tend to like an underdog story, you know. The best football match I've ever seen, not in terms of sheer ability, remember, but in terms of entertainment and excitement, was the 2011 Women's World Cup final, which was Japan versus the United States. Now, Japan had already shocked everyone by getting to the final. They had to first beat hosts and current world champions, Germany, and then they had to come back from being behind against Sweden, and then they had to face the Americans in the final, and were expected to lose handily, having never once beaten them in 25 previous appearances. The Americans were much taller and stronger and faster than the Japanese, and they were dominant throughout most of the match, with the Japanese barely holding them back. And they equalised in the final minutes of extra time with one of the most inexplicable goals I've ever seen. You know, what happened there even? I don't know. It just sort of somehow went into the goal. So the match went to penalties. Penalties in the World Cup final, always very exciting, isn't it? And I didn't give Japan much of a chance here because their goalkeeper appears to be the smallest person in the entire world, but she saved two, and Japan won. It was the perfect underdog beating the odds and winning story, and if you're prevented from being entertained by something like this because you're sitting there thinking, well, they couldn't beat the German men's team or something like that, then that's just sad, frankly. It doesn't all have to be about gender, you know. So anyway, Paul, nobody thinks that males and females are exactly equal in ability in everything except the feminists that live in your head. You're in an argumentative cul-de-sac talking to yourself. Your fans are a collective, fragile male ego who want to believe that the average man is an MMA fighter. You know, you're not triggering anyone or speaking truth to power. You're being a shoulder to cry on for lonely men who are scared of ladies. Anyway, go and do that deadlift video. I want it by Christmas. Thanks a lot for watching, everyone. We hit our next Patreon goal, where hey, thanks to the support of all these lovely people you can see on the screen right now. I couldn't do it without you, and you're all wonderful, so give yourself a firm handshake and pat on the back. If you like my videos and want to see more of them, consider joining this list of names by pledging me $1. Now, I say $1, you can pledge me way more than that if you like. I mean, I'm not going to stop you, but I'm genuinely happy for any support, really. Also, like and subscribe and follow me on Twitter and all that jazz, if you feel like. Right, see you next time, folks. Hello, everyone. Today, we're going to be taking a look at a poll.
I didn't donate because I saw this video. Yeah. So, I don't know anything about... I don't think this addressed the pay thing. It did address, like... I guess it technically addressed some of the skirmishes and stuff, but... I wish I knew more about the pay gap. What the fuck is this?
I'm not God.
As a fan of Destiny's since the JonTron debate, I haven't seen him get demolished in a debate so hard. He seriously sounded like an ignorant reactionary, even though obviously he isn't. Good job, buddy.
Damn. That was nice. You love to hear it. The pay difference is 100% because advertisers paying more because of more viewers. Yeah. Okay, so I guess my original point was right. I mean, that was my initial hump. Here's my food, chat. Trying to make Hassan feel better. Guys, I usually feel like shit after having normal... Like, I usually feel like shit after having debates with Destiny. I do not feel that way after this one. At all. As a matter of fact, I feel like I did a pretty good job. This happens quite frequently. This only happens, like... when we engage in like deep policy related discussions. But still, I'm a little disappointed with the lack of analysis on the Destiny Discord. Imagine thinking Bernie's campaign contributions are just misunderstood. Is overblown. Trihex thought he was getting the Raj host today. Oh, fuck. Wait, where is Trihex? I'll fucking host him. I've been hosting him nonstop. I feel terrible. Well, Raj cut a separate deal with me. Well, I'm sorry. Well, hey, I gave you motherfuckers hours. Raj is going to host him twice this week. He's fine? Oh, okay, good. I gave you motherfuckers hours of content. This is how you repay me, by telling me that I fucked over my friend? My friend who's been killing it, by the way, who I've been hosting every single day as he's been killing it, and his upwards trajectory to tremendous amounts of success and fame, Okay, give me a break. I stopped I stopped rating Destiny because his takes are too reactionary. I'm just kidding. No, I stopped hosting Destiny or rating Destiny because he's never on when I'm on. I'm eating Hassan Piker everyday staple. Those of you at this point know exactly what I'm eating. It's pita pockets. I eat this almost every day. Steven was going to host you earlier, but he thought you might take it the wrong way. Wait, why? I wouldn't take it the wrong way after a debate like that. I would take it the wrong way if, I don't know. Whatever. It's nice that he cares and thinks about it like that. I ended last time because we were arguing. We weren't like in a actual debate. We were having an argument over why didn't you say anything about Sinatra talking about the JQ? I did. What is this? In this debate with Destiny made me realize that you should do whatever is in your way to be a good person. So yeah, Stalin did bad things, but he eventually turned the USSR into a good country which benefited the people. I love that people are mad. I did see the misgift clip, yeah. I didn't know enough about Sinatra to like attack him a lot. Thanks, Caduce. Are you cool with new small progressive streamers rating you? We almost did 5 minutes ago. Thank you, Kershmo. Sorry, I'm really bad at. I'm a fucking huge boomer, so half the time I don't see it. Like I'm a huge boomer, so I don't see it. When I get
Oh, here's some news. Tucker Carlson can eat shit. Whoa. If you say so, Tucker can eat it. The poo in like a bowl or something, or with a ladle. Slurp it all up. And that's just what the paper says. And you might be saying, hey, dude of news, cool your jets. Does Tucker Carlson really deserve to eat all of our poops? To which the paper says, and thus I say, yes. I will support this wild, inflammatory claim with the following video you are watching, which, and I'm so sorry about this, is going to be entirely about Tucker Carlson. Again, I apologize. I'm sorry for a lot of things that have happened so far. And it's easy to simply write Tucker off as one of a long line of right-wing propagandists, which that's a lot of what he is. But to be fair and balanced, my slogan and no one else's, Tucker is also a white nationalist propagandist. Currently, he's the host of Tucker Carlson Tonight and editor-in-chief for the Daily Caller, two outlets one could spend literal hours pointing out the falsehoods of. But we're mostly not going to do that. And we're mostly not going to talk about how often he regularly spouts white nationalist talk.
Oh. Knut wants to do IRL? I'm down, but where and when? You can come to my gym if you want. Oh, fuck. I actually work out early in the mornings, though. Wait, I'll DM you on Discord, Canute.
Talking points and how white nationalists openly love him for it. Instead, we're going to run off the assumption that everything I've already said about
I go to the gym at like, I go to the gym at like... How is it not back yet? It's supposed to be back. Hello? Fuck. Okay, it's taking a lot longer than it normally does. Can chat see me? Fuck. Oh, okay. All right, it works.
Little Tux is something you, my beautiful, beautiful viewer, already suspected. I'd much rather talk about the evolution and life of this formerly bow-tied ruffian and potential future poop eater so that we could perhaps understand him better. It's the Ballad of Liar Tuck. Gather, ye children, start a small fire around your computer and roast a delightful treat as you hear my tale. Much like a Tolkien-esque adventure, I'm going to start at the end. Picture in your mind's eye a storybook slowly getting closer, the pages magically opening to one perfect moment.
But you're not part of the solution, Mr. Carlson. You're part of the problem, actually.
What can I just say? And
You're all like, oh, I'm against the globalist elite, blah, blah, blah. It's not very convincing, to be honest.
why don't you go yourself, you tiny brain?
Oh shit! It cut out before I said what time I go to the gym. I said 10:30 in the morning.
And I hope this gets picked up because you're a moron.
So first we have Tucker Carlson, the Tuck Man. Tucky Tum Tums, completely losing dignity and control after Dutch historian Rucker Bregman points out that Tux is an obvious and terrible liar who scapegoats immigrants for billionaires. Then, 1 month later, this happened.
She seems awful.
Yeah, she is. They're very.
She seems extremely.
I don't hear that word out of. Oh,
I mean, 10:30 is not early, but it's in the middle of my day.
yeah, I stepped over him. She seems. Why not? Go ahead.
She just does seem a little. Yeah, and you said it. I'm just agreeing with you. I don't use that word.
Right, I love her.
That's from a clip you've no doubt seen from Media Matters, who resurfaced a series of crude interviews between Tux and an adult human man called Bubba the Love Sponge, where Tucker defends a rapist, as well as makes a long list of racist and sexist comments he seems to think are funny. He also talks like a predator about a teenage beauty pageant contestant, and suggests that adult men f***ing girls is probably bad, but adult women f***ing boys doesn't count as rape and is good, actually. It's quite possible even more things like this will come out by the time this video is released, but the audio all adds up to a deeply unserious and toxic depiction that forced the T-Dog Snarlson to give an impassioned anti-internet mob retort on his own show.
The great American outrage machine is a remarkable thing. There's really not that much you can do to respond. It's pointless to try to explain how the words were spoken in jest or taken out of context, or in any case bear no resemblance to what you actually think or would want for the country. You must pretend this is a debate about virtue and not about power. Your critics are arguing from...
Bro, he literally defended like a multiple times convicted child rapist. There's no like, normally There's no coming back from that, okay? And he wasn't doing it as a meme. Like, he was doing it out of principle. Like, he genuinely thought that this person was, like, being unfairly persecuted. And Tucker came back from it. That's how powerful Tucker Carlson is.
Principle and not from partisanship. Why are the people who considered Bill Clinton a hero lecturing me about sexism? We've always apologized when we're wrong, and we'll continue to do that.
So, firstly, I've always considered Bill Clinton a rapist.
Bill Clinton, rapist.
Secondly, it's pretty fun that Carlson accuses his critics of pretending to argue about principle instead of partisanship. The idea being that internet outrage culture is secretly about faking a moral stance in order to attack your political enemies. Because this is clearly something that Tucker Carlson would never do, and certainly hasn't built his entire television persona around.
I've worked in newsrooms my whole life, but that one word that she used, I don't know any man who uses that word.
Well, Tucker, it turns out you know at least 2 men that use that word. But hold on, you say. His comments were a whole half a decade ago. Surely we can't attack this man for some naughty things he once said. Otherwise, we're no better than the people who went after the likes of James Gunn or Dan Harmon. Even the head of Media Matters was discovered to have some old blog posts that he claims to be satire, and those are... yeah. But libs, I mean, do you want everyone fired for everything they've ever said? And here's the thing about all that. Shut up about all that, because anyone disingenuously using that argument is ignoring the fact that nothing from these Media Matters clips is different from anything that Tucker Carlson says on his show right now. It's just
Bro, I literally did a video on this and said the exact same things. I mean, I love Cody, but holy shit. I literally did an entire video on this. Okay, I have to show this now. Don't fucking re-stop me, okay? Wait, where is this?
The rapist in this case has made a lifelong commitment to live and take care of the person. So it is a little different. I mean, let's just be honest about it.
Folks, I want to shock you with a blistering hot take on a Monday afternoon. Tucker Carlson is bad. Hot take. Apparently, white supremacist group Identity Europa's favorite pundit used to go on Bubba the Love Sponge and just try to be as epic as possible with whatever was on his mind. And sometimes it was the classic women are bad takes.
I love women, but they're extremely primitive. They're basic. They're not that hard to understand.
And then at other times, it was straight up defending a sex cult leader who raped his 12-year-old victim bride on camera. Yeah.
Well, actually, he's not in prison for that. He didn't. Warren Jeffs didn't marry underage girls.
Boys, this is a literal libertarian in the wild pulling a, well, actually, it's a phebophilia argument.
He's in prison for facilitation of child rape.
Whatever the hell that means.
Yikes, dude. But to be fair, I don't know why I'm being fair to Tucker. But to be fair to Tucker, he could have been referencing the earlier case against Jeffs that put him in prison for facilitating a marriage in his cult between a 14-year-old girl and his 19-year-old cousin. Except the statements that Tucker made were a year after a Texas grand jury indicted Jeffs on a first-degree felony count of sexually assaulting a child. His 12-year-old child bride, that is.
It was one of the last things the jury heard in Warren Jeffs' trial before the prosecution rested. An audio recording of the cult leader allegedly having sex with his 12-year-old bride.
Now, it seems weird to defend a pedophile sex cult leader, but it seems extra weird to ignore the additional charges that were raised a year prior to Tucker talking about this and simply focus on a case from 3 years ago. But I guess it's okay in Tucker's book because Jeffs didn't personally rape a 14-year-old back then, but facilitated in that happening. Right, Tuck?
He's in prison because he's weird and unpopular, and he has a different lifestyle that other people find creepy.
No, he's an accessory to the rape of children. That is a felony, and a serious one at that.
Now, this is a very weird defense of someone who literally got life in prison for raping a 12-year-old on camera. I want to say he's downplaying it, but that would be like me downplaying the game Tucker's playing with facts, especially when here's what Tucker had to say about Jeffs back in 2006 when he was originally arrested just for arranging child marriages in his cult.
He's not accused of touching anybody. He is accused of facilitating a marriage between a 16-year-old girl and a 27-year-old man. That's the accusation. That's what they're calling felony rape. That's bull. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you that arranging a marriage between a 16-year-old and a 27-year-old is not the same as pulling a stranger off the street and raping her. That's bullshit.
First off, the girl was 14, Tucker. And secondly, why is your argument, oh no, I'm not just going to grab you off the street and rape you, I'm going to keep raping you repeatedly for the foreseeable future until I get tired of it? Why is that the best possible defense of a religious psycho cult leader? Also, why aren't more people in media talking about those statements rather than focusing on him calling women whores and a variety of other things?
You want to Sarah Palin.
Well, there's that. There is that. I'll agree with that.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I've tweeted something nearly identical to that. Sarah Palin is hot. Sue me. Then again, I was 17 and not 40, and also I wasn't a well-known political commentator. But my point is, everyone was trying to be super edgy back in the early and late 2000s. And some of us grew out of it, and others took a more manicured tone that conveys a similar attitude, but one that is more palatable to mainstream audiences, and I'm of course referring to Tucker Carlson. So I'll go out on a limb here for the WASP nationalist and openly state that I think his comments about women are bad, but not that different than what he puts out on a daily basis on his news show. But I cannot understand how mainstream figures can just avoid his defense of a child rapist in jail for the rest of his life for doing child rape. And I get it, witch hunts and quote mining are often weaponized by cynical actors, but they're unfortunately necessary for the public to develop a better understanding of who Tucker Carlson is. Like, here's Tucker Carlson talking about child brides when they're brown.
Let's be honest here. This is not a mere cultural difference. No 13-year-old child can meaningfully consent to marry. In the United States, if an adult has sex with a middle schooler, we call it rape.
Interesting that child rape is yet another topic to weaponize against immigrants, while Tucker's happy to give a pass to white child molesters. Nice traditional values you got there, Tucker. I'm Hassan Piker. If this hypocrisy outrages you, please share.
Yo. Let's see where he goes.
Up in a less vulgar package. Tucker claims it's pointless to try to explain how the words were spoken in jest or taken out of context, or in any case, bear no resemblance to what you actually think or would want for the country. Tucker, you say this stuff all the time. Even the stuff about female teachers f***ing their students and shit. He says that like as recently as slightly more than a year ago. A news anchor who reports current events and his opinions to 3 million people who want his opinions talked about how Iraqis are semi-illiterate primitive monkeys. Side note, Tucker, before the Iraq War, Iraq's literacy rate was higher than some US states. You racist. He's on state TV talking about immigration and foreign policy. And to act like any of this is somehow removed from the context of his career is it's just not worth anyone's time. Or at least any more time than I've already spent on it, which was too much time. So enough about what he has said. Let's talk about what he does. We're going to break down just one of his segments about those aforementioned immigrants.
Oh my gosh, someone said, yo, JRG Twitch 20 said, he sounds like John from the Young Turks. Dude, I'm fucking losing my mind, dude. He does. It's crazy. He sounds identical to John. I'm so glad someone else caught it too. John Iderola from the Young Turks, by the way.
Not terrible he is. Just one segment, I swear.
For Democrats, it's understandable because the calculus is simple. Having abandoned the concerns of the middle class here, they need millions of new voters and they need them fast. Otherwise, their party risks becoming a permanent minority. Replacing ungrateful citizens with obedient immigrants is their only hope.
Omega lol. Oh, a permanent minority? You mean like the Republican Party, you fucking dipshit? Also, these people don't even have access to, like, vote.
At exactly 1 minute into the video, Tuckums has claimed that the Democrats' only motivation for supporting DACA, or the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, is that more immigrants get them more voters. He offers absolutely nothing as evidence, so a reasonable person might assume that the rest of the video is designed to support it. You know, like if you started a video by saying a specific person should eat poop, you would then need to spend the rest of your video explaining why, which I still intend to do. But Tucker never intends to explain why. He's essentially starting with a speculative conclusion that's laughable on its face, and then just moving on, as if it's now true. So, okay, Tucker, what is the next fact for us?
Every Democrat who's thought it through for even a minute knows this well. They can't say it in public, though, because obviously it's horrible. So instead, they're trying a new talking point. Illegal immigrants are terrific people, every single one of them, far more noble and law-abiding than you are. How dare you complain about their presence? You must be a bigot. The one problem with this line of argument is that it's vulnerable to facts.
Now we're nearing minute 2, and Tucky Tumsbo claims that Democrats and liberals will scream bigot at anyone who disagrees with immigration, despite the cold hard facts saying that immigrants cause more crimes. He then cites a study seemingly proving just that.
In the border state of Arizona, for example, illegal immigrants commit 2.5 times as many murders as American citizens do. They're almost 50% more likely to be in gangs. They commit more armed robbery and more sex crimes against children. Overall, they're about twice as likely to be convicted of crimes of all kinds, non-immigration related. And that's just
None of that is true. Literally none of that is true.
In one state. So John Lott, who's a researcher, a social scientist, got a hold of the conviction numbers, which the government of the state of Arizona has hidden from the population because it's lying to the population about the effects of immigration, as you know.
Now, if the name John Lott sounds familiar, that's because we literally just did a video debunking his study. This study that Tucky Carbo is citing, which is inaccurate, and made by a weird fraud who peer reviews his own work, which is largely created for conservative talking points, and there's a bunch of other studies that have shown immigrants.
What? Bro, I've literally never seen an uglier man in my entire life. Bro. Yo, I've never seen a fucking uglier man in my entire life, dude. Holy shit. What the fuck? Bro, what happened? Is that real? Shut the fuck up about ad homs, dude. Wait, what happened? Was he a burn victim? Should I feel bad? Can someone tell me what happened to this? I'm gonna literally see this in my... Bro, I'm gonna see this in my fucking nightmare tonight. I'm not even kidding. That's the scariest shit I done seen, dude.
To be equally, if not less prone to crime as the rest of America. But again, I literally just did that already. So go watch that other video I did. It's fantastic. The main takeaway here is the study that Tuck Everlasting...
It's from a brain tumor that he got removed from his youth. What happened? Did he also get a lobotomy alongside with the brain tumor that he got removed, in which he forgot that he can't peer review his own fake studies? Yeah, he's a bad person. I don't care. Hey guys, I don't care about making fun of bad people. Okay? Sorry. Also, yeah, no, I really don't care. I'm sorry. Let me just think about it a little bit. Nope, still don't care. Don't care about making fun of bad people. Okay. Wait. Nope, still don't care. Fuck, man. Fuck, I almost cared.
...is referring to is bad and wrong.
What about the nice, ugly people? Nice, ugly people do not exist. Nice people are always pretty, both on the inside and also on the outside. I think that everyone is everyone is attractive if their personality is. That's unironically something I believe in. And then some people literally just like their ugliness pours out.
It's going to be the entire...
Like Steve Bannon.
...foundation of his segment.
Miss Catherine, you still wouldn't bang me though. Bitch, I don't know what you look like, one. And two, you're like a DGG shitter. If you're a girl if you're an active DGG girl, I'm scared. Okay. Like if you're an active DGG girl, I'm sorry. I'm fucking scared. Okay. That's like, there's something going on there that I don't even want to know about.
And this is mostly how he operates. He starts with a bold lie or inaccuracy that his audience doesn't have the time or desire to fact check or learn the nuance of, and then he builds a bigger lie from that. It's like a magician saying there's nothing up his sleeve, and the audience thinking, okay, magician, I trust you, magician, whatever you say.
No, that wasn't a harem reference, dude. Are you kidding me? No, that was the opposite. It's that, like, if you can keep up with those motherfuckers in there and, like, some of the incel shit that I see sometimes. Actually, that's not true. They don't really do too much incel shit. It's just like it's just like a heavily male-dominated community, I think. They make fun of incels quite frequently. But yeah, I think that it's like a very male-dominant community. Someone else said autistic. I did not say that.
Say, magician.
In California, an illegal alien named Luis Brasamontes murdered 2 police officers.
So next, he immediately follows up his wrongness with a single story about the worst immigrant criminal he can find, using it to ramp up anger via anecdotal evidence while ignoring literally everything he previously said about the importance of facts. He then establishes the idea that liberals are letting these immigration crimes happen because of a foolish and emotional idea that diversity is our strength. Except, I thought it was because of the votes, Tucker. What the f***, Tucker? But what follows after that is the gooey center.
Is it true? The less we have in common, the stronger we are? Is a marriage stronger when spouses have radically different beliefs? Are you closer to your kids when you share no common points of reference? Do you speak the same language as your best friend? Could you be best friends if you didn't? These are important questions.
I did a video on this as well.
Given that our leaders
I'll spare you.
Are radically and permanently changing our country wholly on the basis of their faith that diversity is in fact our strength.
My main point was that Tucker wants to fuck his cousin. Like, unironically, is a cousin fucker.
Now, let's break that one down, because the fact that Tucker Carlson can't imagine being friends with or in a marriage with someone who has different beliefs as him, or in the same town as someone who speaks a different language, it's pretty telling. He's either saying that because he A, truly can't imagine a universe where he could psychologically handle diverse thought, or B, he's trying to appeal to specific viewers who can't imagine being friends with people from other cultures. Racists that think Tucker is one of. Also, in terms of immigration and America, it's a colossally batshit point because, well, personal relationships and marriages aren't the same thing as a country with millions of people, Tucker. What the f***, Tucker? Oh, it's a false equivalence designed to hook scared old people who don't like things that are different from them. I see. Now, in fairness and balancedness, T. Carl clarifies that he's not actually talking about race, and is therefore not a racist.
Don't the left lie to you. That doesn't mean we have to look alike. Doesn't mean we have to come from the same places. It does mean we have to share common beliefs. Otherwise, we'll hate each other, and the whole enterprise will fall apart.
You see, it's not about your race. We can have all of the races, even the bad ones, as long as everyone in America shares a common belief. We all need to think the same, apparently. Look, I don't know, Tucker. I'm trying to be fair and balanced here, and I guess you could argue that maybe you're just talking about like broad ideals, like freedom of press and speech, respecting each other, but I don't know, man. For one, then why did you bring up common frames of reference and language? And for the second thing, it sure does say illegal alien crime in huge letters behind you while you're talking about it. So, but lucky for him, he keeps it so vague that every one of his viewers can plug in their own specific religion or belief. So ultimately, he's not saying anything beyond a broad justification for people to reject the idea of diversity in immigration. He literally has zero facts or coherent points. And in fact, Tucker, when you went to Twitter to defend your dumb as things you said, you repeated them. Quote, how precisely is diversity our strength? Can you think of other institutions, such as marriage or military units, in which the less people have in common, the more cohesive they are? Yes, Tucker. In fact, studies on the effects of diversity literally cite the military. It makes teams better, more innovative. And while it can make some teams inefficient in the short term, quote, scientists have found that the very friction inherent in bringing together a group of individuals with different worldviews is what causes them to work harder, think more deliberately, and learn how to communicate more effectively. Literally, the military, Tucker. In fact, Tucker, Here's you debating your views at Politicon, and it's before or after you are explained to your face once again about low immigrant crime and the benefits of immigration, and you mention Robert Putnam.
And there's a lot of study on this. Robert Putnam at Harvard, who's hardly a right-winger, the bowling alone guy, has done a lot of really interesting study on this. Again, he's a liberal, but an honest one, and he's like, people, when they feel threatened, when things have changed too much, they get really angry and tribal, and they don't trust other people, and civic institutions collapse, and we're seeing this across.
I was sitting in the front seat, losing my fucking mind. I don't even remember this point, but he really hooked Cenk real good, dude. Cenk did not fucking fight back as hard as he should have. God damn, it broke me.
Across the country.
What do you mean, wow, front row, Andy, nice flex? I was a fucking participant. I was a featured content creator at this event. What kind of flex could I have? You have all seen my video of me debating Charlie Kirk.
Putnam is cited a lot by people like Tucker because his study says that in the short term, diversity makes people hunker down.
Shut the fuck up, Arcane Failure. You said some shit earlier in the chat like, oh man, why do you keep debating Destiny if you think he's disingenuous?
And be more tribal. But they never bother to point out the literally second sentence of the abstract. In the long run, immigration and diversity are likely to have important cultural, economic, fiscal, and developmental benefits. Going on to describe illustrations drawn, quote, from the US military, religious institutions, and earlier waves of American immigration. They, and Tucker, also don't point out that the author himself has described his study as being distorted, and his, quote, extensive research and experience confirm the substantial benefits of diversity, including racial and ethnic diversity, to our society. And ho, we must not forget the only statistic you even tried to give is based off an incorrect study by this self-peer-reviewing weirdo who once made sock puppet accounts to defend his weird self-peer-reviewed incorrect studies. Hey Tucker, remember how you just said this thing about those things you said?
We've always apologized when we're wrong, and we'll continue to do that. That's what decent people do. They apologize.
So, can I expect that apology from you about how you're wrong about everything I've said so far? I'm on the Twitter, which you're kind of like a soft Nazi. I'm sure you love Twitter. So hit me up, brother, for you to administer that apology. The last half of Tucker's already incredibly wrong segment of lies is when he brings on a guest, a council member of Phoenix who supports DACA, Phoenix being a city in the state that Bull's Poop John Lott study was about. As painful as this will be to watch, it really explains why that Bregman fellow from earlier could push Tucker's buttons so easily. Because Tucker is actually terrible at debate and relies completely on bombarding guests that are too polite to handle his absurdity.
So if bringing in more people illegally and making them citizens makes you more prosperous, then why wouldn't you bring in 10 million and become really, really rich? So how many...
That's the Ben Shapiro, dude. The fucking Ben Shapiro. Oh, you want to raise the minimum wage to $15? Why not $1 million? Why not $1 gajillion? Why not $1 Brazilian dollar? Yeah, I said it, chat. $1 Brazilian dollar.
Many is the optimum number. If bringing in people illegally and giving them citizenship makes you more prosperous, what's the number, the ideal number of people we should give citizenship to?
Our country and our community was built by immigration,
okay,
and we have so many stories in this community.
So I know stories, but...
Yeah, person who supports immigration, give us an exact number of humans that would equal economic prosperity. If you can't give an exact number, then I, a really smart person, win. Why won't you answer my totally reasonable question? Also,
I'm looking for facts, and I think it's fair to ask for facts.
F you, Tucker. F your nose. The exchange ends with Tucker grilling the woman on that good study of his from before, prompting her to explain that the crime statistics she has seen from Phoenix don't support his conclusion. Because again, it's a false study. She answers his question twice, says that the numbers she personally saw don't coincide with the study he's citing, because again, false study, but instead of acknowledging her, he just keeps repeating the question over and over. And when she refuses to repeat herself a third time, old Trucks Carlson declares victory, because he's a very good debater. And that's the secret to his expert tactics. He shouts lies at a more serious person, and when that person tries to answer with any kind of nuance, he calls them the real liar. The woman doesn't have crime numbers in front of her and probably doesn't want to ignorantly assert something. Tucker, on the other hand, has no problem assertively vomiting torrents of vomit and can therefore be quicker in the moment, declare a victory, and not worry if he's wrong later. Or he flat out ignores their answer and moves on too fast for viewers to notice. He's profoundly disingenuous with how he discusses these topics, often blatantly contradicting himself.
Most immigrants are nice.
Sure, Tuck. That's what you think. You nailed it. That's the secret of Mr. Tux. He's already decided that immigrants are bad and is now finding the pieces that will fit his narrative, which I hope I'm not doing. But it doesn't matter what topic Tucker talks about. He always brings it back to immigration, automation, Amazon, the family unit, even your old limp penis, or you know, your family unit.
More than 1 million new immigrants enter this country every year legally. A large but unknown number come illegally. Most of these are low-skilled. All of them are looking for work. These new rivals compete primarily with the very Americans most likely to have lost their jobs, and the effect is lower wages. One well-regarded study released last year found that when men's wages fell relative to women's, families didn't form. According to the authors, a falling male wage reduced, quote, the attractiveness of men as potential spouses, thus reducing fertility and especially marriage rates.
To Tucker, when you get down to it, everything is the fault of immigrants, and every solution to a problem involves fewer immigrants. And if someone calls him out for being a racist, something he is, well, he's already decided that it's just a tactic from the left who don't want to hear all the facts. He's cherry-picked. It's this facts versus PC culture stance almost constantly applied to an anti-immigration stance. That's probably why Nazis love him so much. And, you know, his general racism.
Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of, semi-literate primitive monkeys.
Did you know that? About how much Nazis love Tucker Carlson? I mentioned it in passing earlier, but they super do. They love him and what he talks about, and he parrots their talking points, and he sounds like them when he talks about the things they want him to talk about. But
I don't ever speak in dog whistles.
oh, good. And I could talk about this a lot. I could talk about how if Nazis and fascists think that your show in particular is helping their cause, and that after mass shootings, media is advised to not broadcast the shooter's face or views to avoid spreading their message or creating copycats, maybe after a shit-posting far-right white supremacist fascist terrorist kills 49 Muslims on a live stream because of white genocide and birth rates, where have I heard that before? Well, maybe don't show his face, Tucker, or share his manifesto, Tucker, and then use it to foment fear about the rising authoritarian left. Maybe don't highlight the Nazi and his beliefs on your show that Nazis love. Unbelievable, man. And sure, I could talk about that, but that's a bummer, actually. So at least for now, today, what I'd much rather do is expand into the larger question of what exactly happened to Tucker Carlson. Like, how did such a terrible person come to be? Was he birthed like this? Did he suffer some kind of soul injury? Was he bitten by a radioactive swastika? I'm not the first person to ask this, as a profile by Liz Lenz ventured to pinpoint his exact metamorphosis. It is a harrowing read that I highly recommend, and it points out that a lot of Tucker's media colleagues seem to agree that he did change since moving to Fox News. You can even see evidence of this, such as this clip from the 2009 CPAC, where he actually defends the New York Times as a legitimate news source.
I'm merely saying that at the core of their news gathering operation is gathering news. And and conservatives need to do the same. Yes, they are liberal. Yes, they twist it, but they are still out there finding the facts and bringing them to people. And conservative, you can believe it or not.
Only to be booed for trying to say the conservative news should be more like the news. And we're going to circle back to that moment because it explains a lot. But my point here is that while Tucker has always been a conservative, he didn't appear to be the same person 10 or even 5 years ago. He was seemingly less angry, less toxic, more bow-tied. Well, unless he was on Shock Jock Radio, apparently, something we are now discovering. But there's a reason we didn't notice those appearances all those years back, mainly because he wasn't such an overt racist when actually running his main news show. Over on MSNBC, he'd actually engage in polite debate with the likes of Rachel Maddow, actually coming across as a moderate conservative.
Here to debate that, Air America radio host Rachel Maddow joining us tonight from New York. Rachel, welcome.
Hi, Tucker. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. I am convinced this is a subject on which decent people can disagree. In fact, I know, because I know decent people who are on both sides of this question.
He was on Dancing with the Stars, and while he was really bad at dancing, he was also a really good sport about it. He's been to over 50 Grateful Dead concerts, and he once wrote a piece idolizing Hunter S. Thompson. So, what happened? Or did anything even happen? His hate ramblings to Mr. Sponge seem to indicate that Tucky didn't change nearly as much as we might think. And this is the point in the Ballad of TC where the screen goes all wavy, and we flash back to a little Tucker, to when his birth mother left his family when he was 6 years old to practice a bohemian lifestyle in France. According to Tuck Carl, it was a totally bizarre situation that he never talks about because it wasn't a big part of his life. Yep, his liberal bohemian mother walking out of the family when he was 6 years old totally didn't.
Shit. Oh, shit. I had no idea, dude.
Didn't inform his life in any way. His father then remarried Patricia Carolyn Swanson, an heiress to the Swanson frozen food fortune, meaning that Tucker, the boy who totally wasn't affected by his liberal bohemian mother, grew up in extreme wealth. And we'll get more into that later, and it will be great. But cut to his learning years, and Tucky was sent to a boarding school on account of being, and this is according to his own words, not very good at school. He then became head of the debating society because you don't need to be good at school or know much about anything to be good at arguing, a statement that we should all be painfully aware of by now. According to a 1999 Washington Post article profiling Tucker, he once strode to the edge of the stage and challenged any member of the faculty to debate him on any subject. Because of course he did that. Of course he did that. According to The New Yorker, Tucker was later accepted into Trinity College despite having poor grades because he was dating the daughter of his school's headmaster. He then tried to join the CIA and failed because he wasn't any good.
Is college still worth it?
By all accounts, Tuvok Carlsbad wasn't too shabby at print journalism, but then he shifted to television in the 2000s and things got...
Stop. Stop hurting America. Okay. How old are you?
35.
And you wear a bow tie.
Can you lecture people like this? If you come over to their house and sit and lecture them, they're not doing the right thing, that they're missing their opportunities, evading their responsibilities?
If I think they are.
Look, I wouldn't want to eat with you, man. That's horrible.
I know, and you won't.
Things got pretty grim for Tuck. Shortly after being disassembled by Jon Stewart on his own show, Tucker was let go from CNN and moved to MSNBC, where he lasted a few years before once again being let go for low ratings. This was the time in which we see those more moderate clips of Tricky Handstand, and also when he gave this 2003 interview with the Washington Post, where he called Fox News, and this is a direct quote, a mean, sick group of people, after the network, and this is totally real, doxed his wife and kids. Fox News doxed Tucker Carlson, and at the time, Tucker was outraged that they would put his family in danger. Man, that's like poetry. It's poetry for everything Tucker Carlson has ever said.
But did they ever chant gently outside of his house? With like a bunch of old people? I did not know this part either. This is crazy.
Somewhere there's, well...
And they were threatening my family to get me to stop talking. And obviously I'm not going to because it's my job to talk, and I have the support of Fox News, and I'm grateful for that.
Anywho, 2003 was the same year that Tukov had an interview with Salon, where he not only said that it would be hard to imagine him ever working at Fox News, but also criticizes the demagoguery of folks like Bill O'Reilly and the use of straw men in the national discourse, all while using the word like way too much. But then, after repeated rejections from more centrist and left-leaning news organizations, he held his nose and took a job at Fox News in 2009, not long before starting a Daily Caller. This was, as you can probably remember with your brain, right around when Barack Obama was elected the president. Tucker was now 40 years old, having spent his 30s being bounced around networks. It's not a stretch to imagine that he was ready to settle down, or in his own words,
Rupert Murdoch, I've got to give him credit. When you talk about media conglomerates, he really knows what he's doing.
Yes.
He is smart.
He's very smart.
Really smart and tough.
You're his bitch.
I'm 100% his bitch. Whatever Mr. Murdoch says, I do.
Gee, it's almost as if he secretly has no standards at all and doesn't actually believe in anything and kind of knows that and is therefore joking about it. Like, obviously this interview from 2010 is meant to be a little bit in jest, but have you noticed that everything Tucker claims to be a joke has that funny because it's true vibe in his voice? Like, when he's not hosting his show, every other interview seems to be him ironically talking like a monster and flat out saying that he's a Fox News puppet. Because he knows that's what he is and thinks it's a real hoot. It's almost as if, I don't know.
You're doing theater when you should be doing debate.
Yes, that's it. Thank you, John. Along with being the year Tucker officially announced his bitchhood to Rupert Murdoch, it's also when he begins the not-so-mysterious change from conservative to racist Trump mouthpiece who tries really hard not to talk about Trump specifically. Because along with marking his hiring by Fox, Obama's presidency also marks a big shift in the network itself. Now, this is an entirely different deep dive, but if you're really interested, I highly suggest you read this 10,000-word New Yorker article chronicling Fox News' transformation from a conservative news channel to the closest thing to state TV America has ever seen. Some highlights include the ideological shift from Rupert Murdoch being vocally pro-immigration in 2015 to the acceptance of Trump's "they're criminal rapists" narrative not a few years later. It's the story of a network that once canceled the likes of Glenn Beck for his conspiracy mongering and is now more than willing to float the idea that the DNC killed a man. That reprimanded Sean Hannity for attempting to appear at a Tea Party fundraiser, only to later ignore it when he does the same for Trump events, Trump being the president. It's the epic tale of a network that routinely swaps staff with the Trump administration, speaks privately with the president, and gets special treatment during press events. A network and company that, when attempting to sell its assets to Disney, got no pushback from the Trump administration, despite that same administration trying to block other competing media mergers. It's really dark stuff. And I know it's a lot of words, but you should really read it, and maybe do something about it. Like all of us maybe do something about Fox News?
Wait, what? You little snake, you have zero proof that women are paid less for the same job, same everything? What the fuck? Wait, is this still... Oh, why do women get paid less? Oh, that's still my title? Holy shit, that dude is crazy, dude. At me, you pussy. What? What is going on, dude? What the fuck is going on in my chat right now?
Because the shift...
What What are you, like a cowboy? You called him a snake? Listen here, you snake, I don't have to prove anything to you. Round these parts, partner, we don't prove our statements with any sort of premises that make sense, you yellow-belly snake. You coward, you. Like, I feel like you're about to pull out your 6-shooter and just fucking shoot him in the middle and then walk into the salon. Them's fighting words. Exactly. A saloon, not a salon. Whatever. Saloons!
What I'm describing is not conservative. It's exclusively pro-Trump. And you can see this in the nightly work of Turok Carlsor Hunter.
The spectacle of illegal immigrants separated from their children at the border has ceased to be a news story in any traditional sense of the term. It is now an event, a kind of competition in which elites vie to see who can reach greater heights of rhetorical excess and self-righteous posturing. It is performance art, really. On Facebook, Senator Ben Sasse called the administration's policy wicked, as in immoral and devilish. Former First Lady Laura Bush likened it to the internment of the Japanese during World War II, a moral stain upon this nation.
Yeah. Can't you believe these liberal elites like Ben Sasse and Laura Bush and their outrage for Trump's practice of child detention? And sure, f*** Laura Bush and Ben Sasse specifically. But Tucker fans will identify this as him being fair and balanced, not his slogan, and he often presents himself as a centrist on his show. His main target? The rich elite. You see, just like Trump, a millionaire hotel owner, Tucker is a man of the people. He's down in the trenches, calling out the upper crust who are pitting the working class against each other with race baiting and partisan politics. He doesn't answer to one party. He's just calling it like it is. If that happens to coincidentally coincide and support all of Trump's anti-immigration policies while demonizing his opposition, well, that's a coincidence.
So she doesn't want other people using planes, but she'll use a plane going back and forth between D.C. and New York because she's important. It means she's a ruling class. She's powerful.
Exactly.
She's important. So she gets to do these things. But for you and me, we're just, the serfs along the way.
Little racist.
What? This bitch ass said exactly. Motherfucking heir of the Swanson frozen food dynasty, bro. His brother's name is Buckley Swanson, okay? Like, my dude is one Jebediah away from being the whitest name in America, okay? Like, this dude is... I mean, it's fucking insane that, like, anyone who looks at this bow tie wearing dipshit, this chinless coward, and doesn't realize how fucking wealthy he is, and he's just doing that exact same kind of race pandering that the wealthy and the elites have done for decades. This snake, this yellow belly snake, I tell you, like straight up wasp supremacist dipshit. I can't believe anyone would ever believe. I just don't know how anyone would ever believe anything that comes out of this dude's mouth.
Tucker fighting for us, the serfs, like him. He's also that thing. Let's all unite with him, a serf. The person definitely not also elite and also race baiting and playing partisan politics.
Divided countries are easier to rule, and nothing divides us like the perception that some people are getting special treatment. In our country, some people definitely are getting special treatment. Republicans should oppose that with everything they have.
See? It's easier to control people by dividing them, and the best way to divide them is to say that some people are getting special treatment. Also, some people are definitely getting special treatment, and you should be mad, and Republicans are the only people who can stop it. Now that's from a particularly insane and rambling segment that, as promised, I'll try not to dwell on. But I do need to point out that it starts with him talking about how poverty in rural America is a growing concern in what appears to be a thoughtful premise, only to somehow blame the problem on women in the workplace and weed smoking.
In many areas, women suddenly made more than men. Now, before you applaud that as a victory for feminism, consider some of the effects. Study after study has shown that when men make less than women, women generally don't want to marry them. A huge number of our kids, especially our boys, are smoking weed constantly. You may not realize that because new technology has made it all but odorless, but it's everywhere. And that's not an accident. Once our leaders understood they could get rich from marijuana, marijuana became ubiquitous. In many places, tax-hungry politicians have legalized or decriminalized it.
Now, I've never smoked weed before, But I just want to point out that yes, everything he's saying is a lie, and that marijuana use among teens has been the lowest in 2 decades. Also, lawmakers didn't legalize it on a whim. It's something we voted for. And I don't know, maybe the reason he's blaming women and pot and rambling about how the American family is dying is because Fox viewers are super old and out of touch and want to complain about their grandchildren.
Try having dinner with a 19-year-old who's been smoking weed.
Yeah, I bet they'd rather.
Your children are not calling you because they're too busy doing sexual intercourse with young Latin men with beautiful hips that do not lie. That is precisely why your young grandchildren are not calling you. This is why we must stop immigration. Yo, chill. My grandpa watches this shit. God, I wish I was doing sex with young, sexy Latin men. Your children are doing Shakira Law when they're playing Fortnite. Some say the most popular female Fortnite streamer is from Morocco. This is dangerous. Oh, man. Just Tucker Carlson catering specifically all of his rhetoric around old people.
Rather be listening to the Grateful Dead, Tucker. But again, I'm not going to repeat what other articles fact-checking this video have already said. I mostly want to focus on this.
For our ruling class, more investment banking is almost always the answer.
Are you paying attention? According to Carl Tuxson, the problem is the elite ruling class, the investment bankers who care more about foreign charities than supporting the working man. You get so far? Now this.
And more to the point, who's going to pay for that? Not the people you've been watching on television today. Their kids go to private school if they have them. Their neighborhoods look exactly like they did in 1960. No demographic change at all, just like they like it. There's no cost to them. The cost is entirely on you.
I wonder where Tucker Carlson lives. They doxed him, right? They went to his Antifa doxed him and went to his house and shit. I wonder where he lives. I'm willing to bet that it's certainly one of those neighborhoods. It's certainly not one of those neighborhoods that has actually gotten browner. As though it's a bad thing, by the way. They live in neighborhoods that haven't changed since the 1950s. Like, the subtle undertone, the implication there is that a neighborhood browning out is a bad thing. Okay?
So again, his enemy, the people to blame for illegal immigration, are the elite trying to divide us on national television while hidden away in affluent neighborhoods, putting their kids through private schools. Meanwhile, Tucker, the serf, is simply telling it like it is, man. He's one of us, just a regular schmo with a television show who's downgrading his $4 million home in Kent, D.C. for a $2 million one. Just a regular guy living in a rural neighborhood with 4 times the national median income, struggling to put his 4 kids through private schools. Just a normal Joe whose mother was an heiress, growing up and going to school in not 1, but 2 castles. Little Lord Tucker and his brother Buckley schooled in castles, folks. Like a couple of non-special Harry Potters.
How do you pay your bills?
Well, I'm like extraordinarily loaded just from like money I inherited from my number of trust funds.
From the Swanson.
Yeah, totally.
Once again, it's funny because it's true. Also, fun fact about the Daily Caller, that awful news site he runs, its biggest investor is Foster Freeze, not that one, a wealthy...
Also, fun fact, Charlie Kirk's biggest investor as well. My fucking my woke prince. I mentioned Foster, aka Mr. Freeze, by name during our debate with Charlie, just to watch him sweat. It was great.
Mutual fund manager who is well known for giving to international charities. He's literally funded by banker elites giving to charity overseas. That thing he's saying hurts the country. Because the hilariously transparent thing about Tucker is that he pathologically rallies against the exact thing that he is. You
are a millionaire funded by billionaires. That's what you are.
That's it. That's the thing. He's an obvious fraud, and a racist, and a liar. All things you probably already assumed. So what happened to Tacker Corporal Stan? Did the seemingly resolute conservative just bend to the will of Fox News when it shifted to be more pro-Trump? To answer that, I'd like to go all the way back to his decision to move from print journalism to television, as described by his own autobiography. Quote, I was heading back to my desk with a takeout hot dog one afternoon when I ran into the receptionist. She asked me what I knew about the OJ trial. My instinct was to answer honestly, just about nothing. But for some reason, I caught myself. I asked her why she wanted to know. Well, she explained, Dan Rather's booker just called looking for an OJ expert to go on 48 Hours tonight. Everyone else is still at lunch. Can you do it? Within a few hours, I was...
Holy shit, Dan Rather, a.k.a. Dan Rather of the Young Turks, is responsible for Tucker Carlson being on television? That makes me sad about my coworker, Dan Rather. For those of you who don't know, Dan Rather, I think he's still with TYT. Yeah.
Was on my way to CBS in New York. And there it is. Tucker saw an opportunity to be special, brushed off the fact that he was completely ignorant, lied about his qualification, and then plowed ahead despite having no clue what he was talking about. Him getting booed at CPAC in 2009? Most likely, it signaled that he would have to push farther right to be more popular. And so he did that. For money. In other words, he's just a... What's the phrase?
Your partisan, what do you call it? Hacks.
Yes. Thanks again, John. A colleague of mine. Tucker is just a kid.
Like Dan's a colleague of mine, dude.
Who applied to the CIA and then fell back on journalism. And Tucker did do a good deal of reporting in his early years, but finding the truth was never his passion. He just wants to be popular, have a job, and make money. And he doesn't care what he has to say or do or who he hurts to get that. Had he killed it on Dancing with the Stars, I guarantee he would have just done that instead. He's not like an impressive guy, and honestly, he doesn't deserve our attention or an entire video devoted to him. But because he somehow failed his way into a national spotlight and sucks, we have no choice. And maybe he should just go away, or at least eat it, Tucker. Eat the poop. You actually don't get the ladle anymore. Sorry, you gotta do it with a fork, holding the plate close to your mouth like you're slurping linguine without a napkin. Slurp the spaghetti, Tucker. It's not outrage mob culture to point out that he's a liar and a racist and sexist and homophobic, and for those reasons should definitely not be in charge of the news. He's not an entertainer like James Gunn or Roseanne Barr. He's a f***ing news anchor who is watched by 3 million people and therefore responsible for informing his giant audience about everything from foreign policy to popular culture to immigration. And he's on the record joking that Iraqis are semi-illiterate primitive monkeys and mocking an entire gender of people with palpable contempt. And frankly, whether he was joking or how long ago he said these things have no business being debated. His flaccid challenge for people to come on his show is just more gaslighting and pretty much the epitome of everything we've just talked about. He lies so often on his show that I'm genuinely wondering why we can't have a law against professional news anchors purposefully misleading the American people, which is, it's kind of fascism. Like he's making me want to do a fascism against him because he's so frustratingly and obviously grifting a large portion of America.
Whoa, dude, you heard it here, folks. You heard it here first, folks. The anti-fascists are the real fascists. Got them. Lock it up. Lock it up, folks. He said it.
And no one is doing anything about it. And like maybe he'll stick around forever. And that's, he shouldn't. But in the meantime, if you ever get the opportunity to talk to him.
Oh, sorry. Actually, saying that you're going to do a fascism to someone is actually not bad because technically anti-fascism is the real fascism. And saying that you're going to do a fascism just means that you're going to say that you're saying that you're going to do something like a difference in opinion. Yeah, fascism is just a difference in opinion, and opposing fascism is the real fascism, and that fascism is just about having a different perspective. So when he said, I'm going to do a fascism to Tucker Carlson, that's fine. If he said he was actually going to do an anti-fascism to Tucker Carlson, that would be not fine because that's the real fascism. I think I need to go to sleep soon, just for the record.
Him on camera to his face, show him this video, or like paraphrase it, or say your own thing. My point is that people should go on Tucker Carlson's show and describe his show to his face more often because he does not like it. Come up with your own thing, make a game out of it. Roll the credits. I'm vamping.
Oh, holy shit. I've been on camera for like fucking 12 hours at this point. The thing is, Tucker truly believes he's one of the good guys. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He knows what the fuck he's doing. No. There's just no way that Tucker Carlson actually believes that he is one of the good guys. There's no fucking way. Anyway, you already know. It's time to rate Trihex. I love you all. I don't know how many subs I got tonight. Probably not a lot. A shockingly lower amount that you would expect. Yeah. Actually, technically, as of yesterday, I lost subs. I had more subs yesterday. But, because you're a liberal. I'm a yellow belly liberal. Trix is about to go offline? Really? What? No. No. I was about to raid him. Join my Discord at discord.gg/Hassan. Thank you, Jeffy. Subscribe one last time. Do that shit for me one last time, you know? You done know. Or don't subscribe. I don't know. Would you please answer my quick question before you take 30 seconds or less? No. Absolutely not. Like, not even gonna happen in this lifetime. Raid misses you bread pilled Maya? Sure. Alright. Have a good night, guys. See you tomorrow.